Start by saying Happy July 4th. Happy Independence Day. People are setting off a lot of fireworks, just not the right kind. Setting things on fire, people on fire. Not to be kidding around a whole lot, but this is one of the craziest 4th of Julys we've seen in a long time. I've been watching the news all day just to see if anything major happens, like any major attacks or anything. Nothing yet. There's a lot of protesting, so we'll see how the day unfolds. But let's hope it all stays together and stays civil and doesn't get too nuts. Well, anyway, this show's not about the 4th of July. It just happens to be on the 4th of July. This is one of my favorite kinds of shows to do, and that's where you're the guest. I actually get to talk to you guys one-on-one. And we're going to have an audience, but we'll be discussing whatever you want to. And you're not going to be on camera. Let me explain a few things about that. You're not going to be seen on camera. And I know a lot of people are shy, but you probably really want to talk, ask a question, maybe tell us something you've experienced, something you found out, whatever. But this is your chance. Totally open discussion. Talk about any subjects you want. I certainly don't know everything, but I know a lot. I know a little bit about a lot of things. So we can get into most subjects. Whatever you want to talk about. And you'll see how it works once we get started. And like I said, you won't be on camera. I ask that if you get on here with me, make sure that your volume's down on your end, because there's always some feedback, when you're playing the volume in the background and you're actually live. And that's really about it, man. I mean, there's not a lot of rules and regulations here. I like to do this because when I was coming up many years ago, I was always looking for this. There was a lot of people I admired and looked up to, but I wouldn't see them do things where the audience could talk. I had so many things I wanted to say. I'm sure a lot of you are the same way. So let's have some fun with this. Let's just go with the flow, see how it goes, and let's have a good time. So before I get started, I'll just shout out a couple of things here. First off, thanks to the moderators. As always, I appreciate you being here. Big shout out to my Patreon and PayPal supporters. My channel's demonetized. Some of y'all have been with me for many years. Even before it's fully demonetized, I was barely making anything. It's just been, it's the games YouTube plays. So either way, Patreon, PayPal, people, you're amazing, and thank you so much. Also, I have a Roku channel now. I've had people asking about that for a long time. They have trouble watching the shows and videos on some of their devices and phones. Shouldn't have a problem anymore. There's a link below to my Roku channel if you want to check that out. And also all of my other links as well. I also have a new P.O. box. Many years people have asked to send me things, whatever. I have a P.O. box now, so all the links are down below. Also, if you want to support the work, Patreon, PayPal's there. Also, 2-week emergency food supply and more. If you're looking for some food supplies, check that link. And lastly, my Brave browser, your anti-Google solution. Okay, there we go. There it is. There's all my shout outs. So let me go ahead and let's just get started, man. And, it'll take a little bit of time. Sometimes it takes a few minutes to get people in here. So no rush. I'm just going to drop a link right now. So here you go. So once again, all you got to do, click that link. It's coming into the chat. There it is. Click the link, and then you'll be in like this waiting room kind of a thing here. Okay. And I also ask you to have patience. I try to keep everyone's calls reasonable, like 10 minutes, 20 minutes most or whatever, because sometimes we get a lot of people in here. So I try to do as good as I can on keeping everything fairly limited. So don't worry about that. And don't worry about having to get to the point real quick either. Let's just have a discussion. Let's just talk. I'd like to know what's on your mind, what you're thinking, any subjects you're into, whatever it is. So this is the time we just kind of wait for a little bit. It takes a little bit of time to get people in here, and I'll be reading the chat as we go and dropping some of these in here. Somebody asked what happened to Dr. Disrespect. Yeah, I was following some of that too. I follow a lot of the big names on Twitch and YouTube, not because I'm a geek like that, but there's a lot of young people watching these people. It's interesting to see who these people are and what they're promoting, things like that. Okay, now we're getting some people coming in. I'll get to y'all in just a second, okay? But what happened was Mixer came around. Mixer was supposed to be a competition for Twitch. and a lot of people started bouncing over to Mixer. They're getting multi-million-dollar deals. Like Ninja got a multi-million-dollar deal there. Some other people did too. And to keep Dr. Disrespect on Twitch, they offered him, I think, 26 million, or it was something crazy, a lot of money. Well, Mixer shut down. And now that Mixer's shut down, Twitch is left holding this bill where they owe this guy millions of dollars. And then they wound up banning him. And they still haven't said exactly why they banned him. But I think that might be part of the reason. All right, man, looks like we've got lots of people in the room already. So I'm going to go ahead and get started here with Jane. I've got Catilla the Hun, Sean from Chicago, Tess, Richard in Australia, and Toon are the people I've got in here now. So I'm going to get started with y'all. I'm going to put the link up one more time. As we go, I'll just kind of intermittently drop the link in there, okay? So that's it, man. Let's just get started. I'm going to start off with Miss Jane. Jane, are you there? Jane? Hello?
Yes, I am.
Oh, there you go. Okay, good. Can you hear me
gosh.
okay?
Yes, I can perfectly.
Okay, good. Yeah, you're coming in good too. How's it going?
Excellent. I'm up here in Canada.
Oh, nice. How's it going out there?
Oh, glorious day, and I'm really happy to be on.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm glad to have you on. You don't celebrate obviously a 4th of July up there, but do you do anything at all up there for this time of year? Or?
We had Canada Day on Wednesday, and I noticed it was somewhat diluted this year. We have a lot of the same problems you have in America, but we had our flags flying here.
Yeah, I've been following a lot of the news in Canada. I've got some friends up there too, and like one of the issues I've noticed, well, overall, is just Justin. That guy is such a creep. And it's incredible. Oh, do you know what? Let me ask my audience something real quick, because I'm doing this without headphones. I want to make sure there's no feedback for them. Hey, guys, in the chat real quick, just before we get started here, is everything coming through okay with me and Jane on your end? Or do you hearing like her talking twice or any kind of feedback? And if so, I'll go ahead and throw my headset on. Let me just double check here. So I'm going to check the chat. Anybody answer whenever you can. It'll take a little bit. But just making sure that the sound's coming through good. You're not getting any echoes or anything, guys, in the chat. Okay? So if anybody knows, let me know what you're thinking here. And let me turn my volume off on this side. How we doing, guys? Good? Sounding good? Anybody? Loud and clear? Okay, good. All right, thanks, guys. Just wanted to check before we continue. All right, sorry, Jane. So yeah, one thing with Justin I've noticed too that's really sickening, and we have that here in America with our politicians too, is that these people get away with everything. I mean, cultural appropriation. This guy's always doing it. The blackface just comes off the top of my head, but they get away with it, right? These people always get away with it. It's sickening.
Well, it's utterly mind-boggling. They had a case on July the 1st. They had 10,000 Canadians went to the American embassy and presented a petition to arrest Justin Trudeau under the new, whatever the trade agreement is between Mexico. I forget the acronym. I mean, that's how corrupt the system has become. That Canadians have had to appeal to the United States through that legislation, which is what's it called? MCA, Mexico, the trade deal.
Yeah, NAFTA.
Yeah, the NAFTA, the new one, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Under that legislation, Mexico and the U.S. cannot trade with us if it's known that it's a criminal enterprise, our government. So on July the 1st, 10,000 Canadians marched to the American embassy. So I'm super proud.
That's amazing. What came out of that? Anything do you know? Or
we're watching it really closely. The American embassy accepted it. So that's the stage we're at. So it got time stamped and accepted. So it was extremely interesting. So we're watching that really closely. We're not giving up. We're tough up here in Canada.
Man, I love hearing that. And I can hear you really good now. I went ahead and put on my headset just in case to make sure everything's cool. How Canadian politics, I don't fully understand, but do you have a two-party system as well, like America?
Yes, we have the same two-party system, but basically in our case, they're so close to being the same. We don't have a clear distinction. Our conservative side is very weak.
Yes, that's our system. It's the same thing, and
And
it's designed that way. But go ahead.
yes, and Justin is a globalist, unfortunately.
Is he? I guess he ran on the leftist type ticket, not the right. I'm sure, right?
Absolutely, the left ticket and legalize marijuana and all that.
He doesn't have children, am I right?
Oh, yes, he does actually. He's a family man. He's got 3 children, but his wife and he are separated, but it's quite hush hush.
Interesting. It's something I found recently about multiple world leaders right now, and all these different countries. There's like 6 or 7 of them I found, and they're all leaders of their countries, but they don't have children. They're
I know.
married, but they're not kids. And the reason that matters, and you know why that matters,
Yeah,
is that
yeah.
right? Especially when you're in a leadership type position, you don't really, and then you see a lot of their policies reflecting that, of course, pro abortion and then
Absolutely.
eugenicists.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Did you look our British Columbia case where that man had to surrender his child basically to the court system in BC?
No
British
way.
Columbia. Oh, but well, surrender. He will be put in jail if he calls his son a he or a she. He, not a she. He will actually be put in jail.
Okay, now that you say that, I do think we had that on one of the What Happened shows. Now that I think back, and there have been more cases like that. We had one here in America. I think it was down in Texas about 6 months ago.
Yes, you did.
Right?
You did.
Yeah,
Yes,
it was the father was trying to protect the child, and the mama was like, "Ah, the little kid can be whatever it wants to be." I mean, this is so
it was horrifying.
dangerous.
Yeah, and this set precedences that are alarming. This man has been silenced, cannot misgender his son, or he's immediately put in jail by the federal police. It was unbelievable.
See, when I see things like that, and unfortunately, I guess just the nature of the work I do, I see lots of injustice. I see all these stories about injustice all the time, but it just constantly reminds me of the system I'm in and we're in, that this really is a beast system.
Yes.
A lot of these people are controlled by a satanic spirit, even if they don't realize it. A lot of them are, and that's why it's so damn hard to get justice in the world, not just America or Canada, but everywhere. It's hard to get real justice, right? So what you going to do? I mean, we have to fight. And that's also kind of goes into something I get irritated with some Christians or people who claim to be Christians who are very lazy about it. It's like they just say, pray everything away, but they don't do anything. And that always annoys me. And we're at a time now, I don't think we have that luxury. I'm not saying get out and do anything bad, of course, but stand up and pray about it. And God will lead you in every battle you can go into. You may be a mom or a dad with a bunch of kids and a family and you're busy. And I get that, but maybe one day you see the library in your local town is going to feature these men dressed as women touching your children. I'm just saying, this is an opportunity to stand up. You don't have to yell, scream, cuss, take a gun, nothing. But just go out there and say, no, we will not tolerate this. You'll find your battles, but I believe this is the time. We got to start fighting. I've been fighting for 14 years in the best way I can. I know a lot of people out there are fighting right now in their ways. We don't even know what they're doing, but a lot of them are. But are you with me on this? Are you out there trying to fight?
Absolutely. And it's funny, it was all hell bent on going down to my local library that had scheduled our first drag queen clinic for our vulnerable adolescents. And I was going to stand at that door with my Bible, and didn't the pandemic shut it down? So the Lord works in amazing ways, doesn't he?
Yeah, I love that.
So, peaceful, but I was just gonna stand there, and just let them know that as they walked in, I was gonna say, we are watching.
Yeah, see stuff like that. That's good. Or, why are you doing this to our children? Don't you have a conscience? Whatever it is. But even that, a lot of these people are beyond reason. That's the other problem.
That's right. You can't provoke them whatsoever. So I just wanted to be there. Just be there and watch, and let them know we're there. So it's a start.
It's a start, and that's good. And there's so many ways we can fight, and I don't want people to get frustrated. Like, I wish I could do something, but I don't know what to do. Well, that's where faith comes in. I promise. You pray, and He will lead you. Say, Lord, I want to help the kingdom somehow. I want to do something. I'm busy with this. I got family. I got the kids, but I'm working. But is there something I can do to help? That's all I would say. That's a very simple prayer, and I guarantee you, He'll lead people into that. How, as far as Canada goes and the citizenry, and I know you're just one citizen of millions, but What's your perspective as far as how awake are people getting? Are you seeing that kind of mass awakening out there as well? People
Yes,
getting right.
yes. And I would say I would give it 50-50. And when I meet somebody, I basically feel them out to find out. A good way to find out where somebody is at is, what's your news source? And
Yeah.
I say that we're somewhat nonchalantly and not aggressively. And as soon as I find out what it is, I deal accordingly. And I never confront them. And it's always gentle. And once again, the good Lord always gives you the words.
Yeah, that's really smart, Jane. Yeah, you nailed that. I just crossed a fairly big barrier not long ago, a few months ago, with my mom and dad, because they were sitting around all day. My dad works, but mom's been retired for years. She's sitting around all day. They're watching CNN news.
CNN. Yeah.
Yeah, and I had to
Yeah.
have finally, and it's hard for me to
Yeah.
be, especially being the man I am, to be around it because I'm so easygoing
Yeah.
with them, because they're older and everything else. But I finally just lit into them a little bit and explained to them everything that's going on. And I said, you're going to see a drastic difference if you stop watching that and go to, now, don't get mad at me, folks, but I did say Fox News with a caveat. Even that, I said,
Yes.
guys,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
So even with Fox News,
Yeah.
maybe I
Yeah.
think 40% of the information is awesome on Fox News, and
Yeah.
it's critical thinking time. That's what it is,
Yes.
guys.
Yeah.
You've got to really think about it, and it's hard to do that with elderly parents sometimes, but
I
they
know
finally,
that's a tough one. That's a real tough one.
yeah.
It is.
But
But
they switched it over, which is good. They're
oh,
watching,
thank God.
which is a little better, yeah. But there for a while they were convinced Trump was going to lose because the news kept saying Biden had 12% over him. I said, guys, stop
Huh.
paying attention to those freaking numbers.
Yeah, I know. I
It's all
know.
garbage. So
I know.
go
I'm
ahead, Jane. Anything else you wanted to bring in?
Well, quickly, we won't get into it because we'll let somebody else talk. But
Oh, you're fine.
while we were on our thing, um, on our sojourn with this COVID, didn't my church sneak in a whole bunch of new regulations without even consulting the parishes
Congregation. Wow.
about gay marriage? And it's just, people have to watch because nobody
Uh,
knew but me. I was on a mailing list, and I was the only person out of 50 that knew. So
what'd
anyway,
you
people,
do?
pardon me.
What'd you do? Anything? Or what happened?
There's,
And
it
please
was,
don't feel rushed. Please, I want to hear this. Go ahead.
you see, the congregation I'm in. They're aged, so I would be maybe 15 to 20 years younger. So I've got the inside line. Plus, I'm on the parish council, and they
Mm-hmm.
snuck in all kinds of new rules where um gay marriage is completely okay, and all we cannot refuse it as a congregation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I thought we'd be concentrating maybe on getting our congregations together and worshiping, but no, we were pushing through that legislation and all kinds of other equal rights things. So people, watch your churches carefully, what kind of things are being passed, because I was the only one that knew.
Wow. Well, God put a warrior in your church and you, and that's a good thing. That's another thing I get really, I don't know. I don't really get disheartened much by things. I've been doing this so long. I've got a really thick skin, but I do get a little irritated. And I've mentioned this on shows in the past. Where are all of these church leaders crossing
I
the
know,
lines,
I
right?
know.
Reaching out to each other and saying, guys, we could have an army of millions if we can pull our congregations together and just attack this head on. And it's all out of love, and Jesus was the embodiment of love, but this world hates him, and people still don't understand we're in a beast system. Some people don't, but that's why, and it's sickening if you really think about it. Look how much this world hates love, like real love, right? And kindness, and being gentle.
Well,
So
sadly, KJ, I laid that squarely on the preachers this afternoon with a friend of mine, and I said, that was their responsibility. Sadly, the Church of England and the Catholic Church are under that system. So,
oh yeah, and
so
speaking of which, have you been keeping up with anything happening with the Royals? They've disappeared. It looks like something really crazy is happening out there.
yes, they seem to have left whatever it is. Yeah, they're not. They're off site.
Yeah.
And it sounds like Andrew's in trouble, and yeah, the elites are fleeing to their bunkers and so on and so forth. But we cannot rely on our pastors or the uh, the
Nope.
uh, the church administration. So we're on our own in this, but we are still strong. We are still Christ's army, and we are still the body of Christ.
Good attitude. And you're right. Yeah, we can't trust them. I've been for years saying it's relationship, not religion. And that's from experience. I experienced a lot of different denominations throughout my life. And like you, it sounds like you know, and most people listening tonight understand it's your personal relationship with the Creator. And so many of these churches just got people so just dumbed down and softened. I mean, even the church I was raised in is, every week it's the same stories, man,
Yeah.
just recycled over and over. And it's just about being nice, and
Yeah.
we need
Yeah.
more. All right, Jane. Hey, look, it has been a pleasure. Now, don't let me let you go unless there's anything else you wanted to say.
Oh, KJ, listen, this has been an honor, and we're all in this together, folks. So praise the Lord, and we'll see you at the rapture.
You're awesome, Jane. Thanks. Great meeting you and talking to you. All right.
Okay. Take
Okay.
care.
Take care. All right. That was really great, man. And next thank you, Jane. And next I've got Tess. Tess, it's saying devices not connected. I don't know what that means. Maybe, oh, here it is, Tess. It says you need to connect your mic before you can be added to the stream. So on my end, I'm not detecting a microphone for whatever reason. So I don't know what that deal is. But Tess, I'm going to jump over to Richard from Australia next. And then please try to get that worked out. And I'll come back to you next, I promise. Okay. All right. So I got Richard from Australia. How you doing, sir?
Good. How are you?
Are you there? Oh, man, I'm
Yeah,
great.
I'm here.
I'm great. Good to hear from you.
So,
Good.
Thanks.
Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, no worries. It's great to be on the show.
You're welcome. We have a little delay, so I don't mean to step on you, but please, man, you've got the show, man. What's on your mind?
Honestly, lots of things, but just thanks for letting me come on, and I really appreciate all your work that you do. And you're one of the YouTubers that woke me up back in the day, back in 2016.
Thank you, man. That's an honor and humbling, and I appreciate it. And you're more than welcome, man. I love hearing from you guys. I get some of my best ideas from the audience and emails and comments, and so many people may not realize that. That's why I'm not trying to, this isn't a cult, but I always like to say it's a community. It really is, because so many people are in this. They all have their own thoughts from different parts of the world, and people find things and they share, and not just with me, but with each other. So I really appreciate that. All right. Don't let me get started rambling, but go ahead, Richard. Thanks, man.
I really don't know what to talk about, KJ. I did want to talk about my my testimony, but for some reason I'm feeling really anxious at the moment.
Oh, I'm sorry you're feeling that way. And I don't want you to feel that way. And I know it's different for everybody because, you get a little nervous, but just keep in mind that no one sees you. No one knows who you are. And me and you were just having a conversation like we were on the phone or something. And I'll tell you, I would love to hear your testimony. Some of the best things we hear here are the testimonies. So don't be worried about it being perfect or coming out exactly. And don't be rushed. Just please take your time. And I would love for you to share your testimony if that's okay with you.
Well, I would. I'd like to share it, but I'll have to be honest. Like I'm actually struggling with my faith at the moment. Like I'm still stuck in a little bit of sin, even though I have called on the Lord.
Oh.
And yeah, so
it's okay. It's okay. Keep going, because guess what? I'm in some sin myself, and we all are, most of us, and hang in there. So keep talking.
Well, I would ask that all your listeners would pray for me, because I'm struggling with alcohol, and I'm still smoking cigarettes. I mean, that's my main two sins that I'm still stuck in. And I'm also at the
man.
moment,
Well, then
you're
you're
right.
doing good. I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm going to say, man, you've got a good heart. I can tell already. I get that way. Even over the smallest things I'll do that are wrong, or sinful, I'll still sometimes get that shame. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, as long as it's not on a Catholic level, if you know what I mean. No offense to our Catholic friends, but that's the devil, man. Devil's the accuser, remember? So when you're sitting around feeling like a piece of garbage because you're trapped in porn or sex outside of marriage or drugs or whatever it is, we got to stop that, man. God is so much bigger than us. He loves us. He sees us. He knows every little dirty, dark thing we think and see. So I just give it to him. Just say, okay, you already know everything that's going on, and just please help me and guide me. But I do it all the time. I say these prayers, but I'm telling you, my friend, you're not alone. we are all born in a sinful flesh suit. We have a sinful nature, and it's tough. And that's why our walk with God isn't something we do for a couple of years. It's a lifetime process. And I've been further away from him and closer at times too. So don't let me take over. Please continue.
I appreciate that, KJ. I appreciate the fact that you're, you understand, and that I'm sure that your listeners understand. And truly, I hope one day that I can repent of this stuff, because it does get me down. And, it's unfortunate that these things are just so available in the world. And like you say, in this beast system, and, it's just tough to let go of these things when it's been in your life for so long.
Well, let me tell you too. I smoke marijuana. I've smoked for 15 years, and I only do it in the evening, typically, like when the sun's down. It's my end of day thing. I'm not a big drinker or anything, but even with that, I've already had my long talks with the Lord about that. I'm just telling y'all the truth. I'm being honest. I don't want to hide anything or whatever, because there'll be people who, oh, KJ, you let me down, blah blah blah. But you know what? This has been a thing with me for a long time, and it's helped me to like quiet the noise in my head throughout the years, because I've always been this kind of person. I think about everything and I connect the dots, and I can't turn it off sometimes, and then I get emotional, I'm sensitive, and I can feel the darkness in the world, the whole thing. So I've got my reasons. Everybody has their thing. And I'm just letting you know that I'm on something too, man, on that. And then throughout the years, I did every drug you can imagine minus heroin. So I used to really, for years when I was younger, tried to just break on through, man. That was my thing, just everything I could get my hands on. So I know what it feels like to be addicted. I was addicted to pornography for probably 15, 20 years. I mean, it's a long time, man. I mean, I'm good now. I'm better, but there's still some weak moments, and I have to just stay on that walk. I don't want to fall back into that, because that's a dead end, and it affects you physically and mentally too, of course. I'm talking a lot about myself, but this isn't about me, Richard. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's fine, KJ. You're such a lovely person. So it's good to hear
Thanks,
your voice,
man.
and be able to talk to you. My testimony would be, all I can let's just truly say this. I know that the Lord Jesus Christ is real, because the things that are happening in my life is there's too many things that have been too coincidental, and the way he woke me up was just amazing. And I'd love to tell people about it, but it'd probably take too long. So, look, I just appreciate the fact that you've let me come on, and maybe we should just let someone else come through.
Well, it's up to you, because you got the time. I mean, I give you 10 minutes if you want to even go there, but it's really up to you. I don't want you to be pressured, because I know how that can be. So it's up to you, man. If you feel like it's time to bounce, that's okay. It's been a pleasure talking to you, or it's open if you'd like to just start from the beginning. I'm not going to intrude, and you can just talk.
Well, let me just try and just shorten this down then. All right. So in 2016, I was watching some like yourself and like Jason A, Jonathan Kleck, a lot of other things, and I was noticing like all the animal die-offs, and the volcanic eruptions were coming up and all this, and I just got to a point where I said, "Is this true? Are we in the end days?" Like, because everything that was happening, I just asked that to no one really, obviously I thought I was asking God, but I had a friend who I thought was a Bible studier, and I wasn't a Christian at all at the time, but I managed to talk to him the next day, and he showed me in the Bible, like, Matthew 24 and Luke 21 and different parts of the Bible of prophecy and all that. And I denied what he was telling me. Like I said, this can't be true. It just sounds ridiculous. And as soon as I said that, this bird flew in. We were out on a veranda. This bird flew in right past my head and landed up on this wire in front of me, and I was looking at it. And I'm like, do you feed that bird or something? Like, does that happen all the time? He goes, no, Richard, I've never seen a bird here before. And I said, I'll tell you what, I'll take that as a sign. But if it comes anywhere near me, I'm really going to freak out. And as soon as I said that, this bird flew down and landed on the back of my chair. And I just started freaking out. I started crying, weeping, saying, what's going on? What is this? What's this bird doing? And he said, it's on the back of your chair, Rich. And I said, well, if it gets on me, I'm really going to freak out. And as soon as I said that, it jumped on my shoulder, and I was just weeping, but it wasn't like a sad weeping. It was like an awe weeping. Like I just couldn't understand what was going on. And I had this amazing feeling like washing over me. This bird was jumping on my back, and I'm like, oh, if it gets on my head, I'm going to freak out. And as soon as I said it, on my head. So I've got this bird on my head. I'm weeping tears like I've never wept before. And it's dancing on my head, and it leant over, and it pulled on my ear like a few times, as if to say, listen to what your friend is telling you, Richard. And then it flew off. And I just couldn't pull myself together for like 30 minutes. And I said to my mate, what just happened? And he's like, Richard, I don't know what just happened, but we'll have to get back to the scriptures to show you what you wanted to see. And anyway, I pulled myself together like 30 minutes later, and he got back to the scriptures, and I denied the scriptures again. I said, that can't be true. I don't believe it, blah, blah, blah. And as soon as I denied the scriptures, that bird came back. So a second time, it went up on the wire, and it danced along this wire, and it jumped down onto a TV that my friend was showing me the scriptures on. Like, so they were much larger than a laptop. So all the scriptures were on the TV, and this bird's dancing on the TV, and it leant over and tapped on the screen as if to say, look at scriptures. And this is no word of a lie. This is absolute truth. And then it flew off again.
And I believe you.
And then that was the second time that it happened. So I could not deny the scriptures anymore after that. And then just one more little caveat to finish off there. About a year or so into my journey, after I'd actually, got on my knees and called to the Lord Jesus Christ to come into my heart and into my life and forgive me of my sins, I was feeling really down one day, and I was just watching some YouTube of something about prayer, and I'd prayed recently, like a week or so before, saying, Lord, I'm really struggling here. If you're with me, if you're still with me, can you please give me a sign of some miraculous, it has to be something that only I would know. And I was sitting there watching this scripture, and exactly the same type of bird landed on my head and danced on my head just for like a few seconds and then flew off. So if that wasn't the Lord, I don't know what was. So I was just sitting there, and it just landed on my head. And that's exactly what I needed, was exactly the same thing to happen for me to know that he was still with me. So even though I'm struggling, I know he's still with me, and I just thank you for your time, KJ.
Well, I get it. You're welcome, and thank you so much for sharing. I appreciate it, man. I don't think it's crazy. I'll share a story with you too. God does talk to us like that. When I was in Costa Rica, I've told this story a few times in the past. I had a motorbike, and I went to a mall one time. It was the biggest mall in Central America. It's in Costa Rica. It's like 3 stories. It's crazy. So I'd go there just to sit around and watch people, man, during the day. It was interesting. It's what I do. So I rode out there one day. I was walking out to my bike to leave and go back home, and I had to get on the highway and all this. It was a long ride. And my helmet was sitting on the back of my bike. It wasn't windy or anything that day, just a regular day. And as I was walking up to my bike, I was maybe 30 feet away from it. My helmet fell off the back of my bike and was hanging there by the chin strap. So it's hanging off the back of my bike just over the back tire. Yep. Like, huh? Like it just fell off. It was weird. As I walk up to it, I get right up to it. I'm reaching for it to pick it up. A single bee flies out of my helmet, just goes straight up out of the helmet and flies away. And I got chills, because the way I read that was, that's the Lord showing me. I didn't even ask. He was just showing me, I'm protecting you. I've got you, because if that bee would have been in the helmet and I put it on and riding, I could have got hurt, So you see what I mean? Yep. So he definitely uses nature and everything to talk to us. So, man, thank you, Richard. I think your testimony, I know your testimony will help other people out there. So thank you for sharing, man. And thank you so much for calling in.
No worries, KJ. God bless you, and God bless you to all your listeners. Thanks very much for your time.
You're welcome. Take care, Richard, and hang in there, okay? Like I said, just look, don't let the devil make you feel like such a piece of trash. God doesn't love you anymore. And that's my big issue with even our gay friends out there. There's gay Christians, and that's something that a lot of these people really have a hard time with, because the world is always telling them that God hates them. And that's not true, but that's a whole other story right there. Hey, man,
Yeah.
thank you, Richard, and I'll talk to you next time, okay?
Thanks, KJ.
Okay, bye-bye. That was awesome. I'm really glad he shared with us. Hey, guys, I'm also going to ask y'all this. Once you're done here on the show, if you don't mind on your end, just please remove yourself. I can't do it on my end, and that'll make room for the other people. So thanks so much, guys. Okay, next I'm going to jump over here to Catilla the Hun. Quite the name. What's up, Catilla?
Hey KJ, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. How are you?
I'm doing well, dear. Thank you so much for having me. And first off, God bless you and God bless all of your viewers and your guests. My story is paranormal related. Now, I've been a born again Christian for decades since I was a kid.
Okay.
And so, but I've also been very, very interested in the paranormal, like you.
Yeah.
I've followed all of this stuff, all of it. And so my story to this day blows my mind. I'll never make heads or tails of it. And so this happened about 5 or so years ago. I was working hotel security at a very fancy hotel in Santa Monica, California. I know you lived in LA as well. I used, I'm also part of that. I was part of that Hollywood world, that scene.
Oh,
I
you
work
did it too, huh?
Oh my gosh, I work with hundreds of major celebrities. Um, and so I was working hotel security one night, and we had a two-person shift. I work swing shift from 3 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. And so it was my turn. We would switch off like every 3 hours or so. I'd be in the office, monitoring the CCTV monitors and whatnot. And we had just replaced our cameras to be high def, so they were super clear, right? And my partner was out somewhere, doing their rounds, patrolling. And I'm watching the camera, and we had this empty lot next or adjacent to the hotel that was fenced off, with a lock and everything. So you had to have a key to get into the lot. It's just a gravel lot, with weeds and whatever growing there. And I'm watching the cameras, and all of a sudden I see on one of the cameras, one of the monitors, this glowing ball, this perfectly round ball. And I would love to hear from your viewers if anyone else has seen something like this, because to this day, I don't understand what that was. And what it was I'm watching the cameras, and it was like this. It was about the size, I estimated later that it was the size of like a basketball. And it was this light blue glowing ball, perfectly round. And it slowly, very slowly landed into that gravel lot. And it bounced about 3-4 times, slowly bounced as it hit the ground. And it was pulsating, and it was light blue, and it wasn't quite solid. It wasn't solid blue. It was like, I can't explain it. But it was light blue, and it was glowing, and it bounced up and down, and then it sat there, and it was pulsating, pulsating, pulsating for probably about 3 to 4 minutes. It just sat there in this gravel lot, pulsating. And slowly, with each motion of pulsating, it eventually just dissipated just before my eyes. So I called my partner, who was out on patrol, back to the office. I said, get back here now, 10:19 to the office. I got to go out and check this out. So I grabbed the keys to that lot. The person came back, covered me. I go out there, and I, with my flashlight, and it was like 9:30 at night. And I'm like, what the heck did I just witness? It was insane. And I really, it's hard to tell because, you're in a gravel lot, you can't, I thought I may have seen a little bit of disturbance in the ground, but maybe not. I'm not sure. So anyway, nothing came of it. I left, and then that night I went home. The next day, actually at shift change, because the graveyard shift came in for their shift, we told that person who was taking over about it. And and we actually replayed the video on the cameras, and they were like, "What? Oh my gosh, this is insane!" Like, we had like 5 people surrounding the camera, going, "What? What is this?" And then so we went home. Graveyard took over next day, and that person happened to do a double shift. So the next day, when I came back to work for my usual, swing shift, they were there, and they said, he goes, "You're not going to believe this, Kat." I said, "What happened?" He goes, "Well, after you left," because I left around 11-ish, 11:30 that night. He goes, "Around 1:45 in the morning, the same exact thing happened again, the same spot." And he replayed the video, from the cameras, and it was identical, same exact thing, almost like it was like, Groundhog Day. Nothing was different. It was exactly the same, but it happened 4 hours later, 4 or so hours later.
Wow.
And so I recorded it on my personal cell phone, and I actually posted it to I believe at that point I wasn't active on YouTube, so I didn't post it on there, but I think I posted it on Vimeo or somewhere. And it was on there for a while. I was able to share it. And then one day I went on there to pull it up to send it to somebody. It was gone. It was just gone.
It's just
And
gone.
It was just gone. Vimeo took it down or something. And
Yeah,
I'm
they
like,
do
oh my, yeah. And I didn't. This was like 5 years ago. So I'm like, oh man. So I lost it. It's gone. Because the phone I used at the time crapped out on me, and I was not able to pull it up. So I've lost it. The footage is gone. But the point is, it happened again 4 hours later. Same thing, same spot, exactly same spot. This basketball size, like an orb, like it dropped slowly, it hit the ground, and it was pulsating, and then it just slowly, very slowly, over the course of maybe 3-4 minutes, it just sort of dissipated. Like, what could that be?
Well,
It's insane.
I've definitely ruled out ball lightning. I mean, if you saw it just once, I'd be like, yeah, maybe it's a ball lightning, but that it
Right.
keeps coming back. What's weird is this past week, I saw 2 clips, different people, different parts of the world, and they had recorded on their home security these orbs showing up in their homes. And they would actually have it was like couples, one of the people would go down and stand in front of the camera, and the orb was on camera, and their mate was telling them where to stand, and they were putting the hands up there, and they couldn't see it on or they couldn't see it in real life, but it showed up on the camera and it was there. So
That's insane. I know. I watch all your shows, and I love your work. I
thanks.
really appreciate what you do, KJ. And but gosh, I mean, I just, to this day, just over 5 years later, I cannot understand what that was.
Well, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say that there's the other thing is, and I've talked about this in the past, but orbs come in different forms, of course, or different from different sides, I believe. And a lot of the big orbs we see in the sky that shapeshift and all that, I think they're interdimensionals, like demons, the spirits of fallen angels. But when we get to these other orbs, I've said this, there's a lot of channels I'm sub to, people wouldn't even know, they're real small, and a lot of them are Bible people, because I with what I do, people may think I know the Bible back and forth. I don't. So I'll listen to some people that know the Bible a little better. And the other thing with that is that not to be mean about it, but I've never been impressed by people that know the Bible back and forth either. I've known some of the most wicked people that could quote me scripture.
Yeah.
So it's
not some of the worst ones know the Bible backwards and forwards, upside down.
Yeah, they know how to use it. So, but I see these ladies, and they're surrounded by beautiful little white orbs. Sometimes they pop up in the rooms. The ladies notice them. They talk about them. I don't think those are demonic spirits. So, you may have actually seen like a good spirit, perhaps, or if it kept doing the same thing over and over. That's what a lot of these ghost sightings are. And they say they may have got just kind of caught in a loop or something. I have no idea how that works, but
yeah, that's what got me, was that not to interrupt you, sorry. It was that it happened twice within about a 4.5 hour period, identical exactly, because when I came into work the next day, he showed me the playback on the footage, and it was exactly the same spot.
wow.
It was like a replay. It was like exactly And but it was pulsating, and it was this about the size, because I could use the, as a reference point. I could use, like, the area around it to understand that it was about the size of a basketball. And it was perfectly round. It was light blue, glowing, pulsating. It was pulsating.
Wow.
And then it just slowly died off, and it just disappeared.
Wow.
And so I had to go out there and investigate. And like I said, I can't tell definitively if it was, I saw some areas in the ground where, you could say, oh, well, there was some indentation in the ground or an impression here, but, you can't tell. But it was the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my life. Honest to God.
Well, I'm really glad you shared it with us, and that's really cool that you got to experience it. I mean, I pray to see weird things in the sky. I've got to see them a few times in the past, but I'm down with seeing some of these things, even though I know what, they may come from a bad source. It's still interesting to see it because it just confirms our faith confirms what we already know and things like this. But yeah, maybe you may have seen a good spirit, or like I said, I see a lot of these ghost footage things where they're caught in a loop, and I wonder what I don't know what that means, and I wonder what if that's some form of hell for people. I don't know. I don't know how.
I don't know.
But
anyway. I don't know either. It's so weird. I mean, and I know one thing I do know though, KJ, is that where I was working at the time, it was literally right on the beach in Santa Monica, and Santa Monica Bay, which is obviously right out there in the water, is known for multiple paranormal sightings of weird things and things like that. And there was one other incident while I was working there at that same hotel, where I was standing outside talking to about 4 people. We were just talking, we were just hanging around talking. It was a slow day. And I looked up in the sky and I said, oh my gosh, what's that? And this is a whole separate thing, happened like a year or 2 before. And it was this bizarre, I can't explain it. It was like, it was swishing back and forth in the sky, and it was coming downward slowly. And we ruled out pretty much everything, because we actually had another few incidents where what do you call those, the oriental lights or whatever you call those,
right? The Chinese lanterns.
Yeah, thank you. The Chinese lanterns. Yeah, that happened a few times, but that's not what this was. This was something different, and it was swishing back and forth, and it was coming lower and lower and lower, and everybody stopped mid-speech, and we were all staring up in the sky like, what is that? So I know that area is known for paranormal activity, because Topanga Canyon is not too far up north.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff there.
Oh, absolutely. And so there's just a lot of stuff in that area, that general region. So, who knows? But that blew my mind.
Yeah.
I mean, to watch this basketball-sized thing slowly came straight down, bounced a few times, and then stopped and was pulsating. I mean, what the heck is that?
I'll throw this at you too. This is a bit off that subject, but that was my last job in LA. It was a security company as well, and I'm trying to remember the name, but I can't. And they were in the Valley, and I worked graveyard shift, and I drove a car. So I drove to all the security accounts from Pasadena down to Long Beach, pretty much different nights.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and that was my whole job. And I would go to Santa Monica Pier all the time at 1 o'clock in the morning. And, I mentioned that I had been using marijuana for like 15, 20 years. So I always had something with me. So I'd go out there, I'd have an edible or something, chill out for a while, enjoy the pier, and then go spy on my guards. It's kind of my job, is making sure they weren't sleeping or whatever. But,
nice.
I did.
Yeah. Actually, many nights, people would tell me, are you crazy? After work, I get off around 11:30 at night, and I go by myself. After I changed out from my uniform, my security uniform, and plain clothes, and I'd walk. It's like, maybe a 10-minute walk to the Santa Monica Pier from the hotel where I was working, and I'd sit I'd walk to the very end of the pier, and I'd sit on a bench and watch the the Ferris wheel with the color changing and all this stuff. And I just sit there for hours, and people were like, "You're crazy, homeless people." And I got accosted quite a few times. I mean, I was probably kind of crazy for doing that, because late at night by yourself, a female, but I loved it. So I relate to your LA stories because I work with hundreds of celebrities, from The Rock to you name it. And
That was my next question too. I was going to ask if you have any interesting celebrity stories, and what were you doing working with them? Security?
yeah, security. Well, ironically, I started off my first celebrity client was Tom Cruise. And I worked with him. I stayed at their house, Tom and Katie, when they were still married. I was with them for 2 years, whenever they would come to their home there. And I stay at the house with them and stuff. And I have all kinds of crazy stories, with the Scientology, and then of course, working in Santa Monica, I work with, you name it, Peter Gabriel to Rosanna Arquette to
Wow.
The Rock to you name it. I mean, hundreds and hundreds. Rihanna, Puff Daddy or
Puff
whatever.
Daddy. Did you ever get
He did.
did you ever get any kind of a feeling or sense, looking back now, that they were involved in something satanic or
Yes.
Illuminati? Or
Yes.
Go ahead.
100%. 100%. 100%.
Tell us some.
Just, it's, KJ, it's more of a vibe. It's you look, when you're in security and you're protecting these people, you just, especially as a Christian, you have the Holy Spirit in you, so
Right.
you just know. And I stood back and I watched. That was my job. I had to protect them. I was armed, and I just did my job, kind of thing. And so I could write a book, honest to God. So, it is what it is. Hollywood is very sick, very disgusting, as we see. And I'm actually very glad to see in the last few years, to see like the Epsteins and all, and the Weinsteins and all these guys get taken down, all of them, Kevin Spacey.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's
I
such a
worked with,
creep.
yeah, and this, you worked here, and hell, I call it Hollywood. You worked here, that when you work with them, the one thing that always stood out to me every single time, and I'm not kidding you, there's this like evil around them. There's this evil, there's this emptiness, there's this superficial, that whole thing. It's just like,
Sure.
and you tell yourself, I don't belong here. I don't belong here. And that's
Were
what
there-
I told myself every time.
Were there any celebrities that were super awesome, like you felt they had the Holy Spirit and were good people?
Never.
I never got to be around them. I worked a lot of the I did the MTV movie awards they had out there near Burbank. Several years I did the movie awards and the video awards, and I'd work on the red carpet, and I had to escort celebrities to the area where all the paparazzi was, and they get up on a stage and then the paparazzi shoot the pictures. That's the closest I got to any of them. And like you, it's not, you don't have much time with them. I didn't really get to know anybody, but the one person that stood out to me that I just felt was a good person, a really good dude, really awesome, was Vince Vaughn. That's the only one that ever stands out to me. I
never met him. I've never met him, but there's probably, and I took it one day. I was just bored. I was like, I'm just curious, to myself. Not that I was going to share it with anybody, but I was like, I'm just curious. And I took a toll of how many celebrities I actually face to face worked with, closely, protected. And there was probably about 250 of them. And so Vince Vaughn was not one of them. I've always been a fan of his, but again, we have to watch these things with discernment.
Yeah.
But the one thing I cannot escape is that every single time I was with these people face to face next to them, it was this feeling of evil, like emptiness.
Yeah.
And I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. And I don't care if people believe me or not. I mean, it's the truth. It's like I said, from my favorite though, and this is weird because in recent, I guess the last year or so, it's really come out now that The Rock, for example, I would say my personal experience, probably my favorite celebrity was The Rock. I don't know why, but he somehow obsessed over me and my name, and he's like, "Oh, Kat, My name's Cat. He's like, cat this, cat that, personally, he was great. He stared at me, and he loved my name for some reason, and he smiled that ear to ear grin, you know. And when he shook my hand the first time, it was his gigantic hand in my little hand, And but I mean, I have so many stories of my experiences with these celebrities,
Yeah.
So
No, go ahead.
anyway,
Well, no,
that's
that's okay. I could tell. I didn't mean to cut you off there. But
no.
I appreciate you sharing that. And maybe next time we'll get into some of those stories about a bunch of the celebrities too. It's always interesting to hear, just because they're in a perfect position to control people's minds. So it's interesting to see who the puppets really are. Hey, but on that note, though, it's been a pleasure. I don't want to rush you off unless there's anything else you wanted to share.
No, not at all. That's all. I just wanted to share my little paranormal story with you because, like you, I'm interested in the paranormal, even though we know a lot of it's probably demonic and all this, but also because you have this connection to Hollywood like I have. And, I've worked with so many celebrities and protecting Tom Cruise and Katie Holmes and Surrey when she was little. She was 3.5 when I began to work for Tom and Katie. And I was at their house and I had to, all the Scientology weirdness, right? That I experienced, and I have tons of stories, but that's for another time. So anyway, thanks for having me. Thanks for having me, KJ. It's been a pleasure, and God bless you and your viewers, your listeners, your guests, and the ones I was listening to earlier prior to me coming on. I wish them the best. I know everybody's struggling right now. We're all struggling, right? So it's just a challenge, but you know what? As long as we have Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior, that's all we need, period. No fear. The worst is yet to come.
Yeah.
We are, as Christians, we are going to be persecuted. We know this. Okay. We know this. So that's it, So
good point, Catilla, and I appreciate it. And it was great talking to you, and stay safe out there. And we'll do it again sometime. I'd love to hear back from you. Okay.
Thanks, KJ. Same to you. God bless you. Love you.
You too.
Right.
Bye-bye. All right. It was great. Next up, we've got, thanks, Catilla. Next up, we got V7XD, Tim. After that, Set Phil, JG, Shauna, Michelle, Ned, and Diane. And then once I start getting some people through, I'll put that link back in the chat for everybody. And here we go. V7XD. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, what's up, man?
Not much. I went out to the lake a bit where I live, and I wanted to know what you thought about the thing where Russia had a bounty out on U.S. citizens.
I haven't heard about that. I heard about the one that Iran put on Trump for like 20 million or something, but I haven't heard about this on U.S. citizens. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there was some news articles going around saying that Russia had bounty out on U.S. citizens in other countries that we're in war with. And I found it strange that came out, I think that was about last week. And right around that time, I went to Walmart, and there was a bunch of Russians, and then I went down to a lake by my house, and I live in the middle of nowhere, and there was a bunch of Russians there too. I've never met any in this area.
Well, there's a whole lot of information out there that there's sleeper cells in America, and there's a lot of information on that being primarily the Muslim sleeper cells. You probably heard about that, and they've caught some of these things, so it's a real thing.
Yeah.
But when thinking of the end, when thinking of all the chaos, that's definitely one of those parts that can play out. I've seen is that, look at the chaos happening in America now, of course. Our own citizens are destroying our country. So let's say that continues on for a while and gets worse, right? Well, there's a whole theory out there that around that time is when the attack will happen, and it'll happen on American soil for the first time ever. We had the Civil War, but this is going to be from another country coming in.
Yeah.
And once that happens, all these sleeper cells are going to wake. And so there's Russians, Chinese, and Iranians, and elements of the extreme Islam or whatnot, and all of that is working together and basically in hiding. And this is the idea, and then it'll come out right when all this chaos hits. There's also the whole idea with China, going to war with China, and in the Bible it talks about, I believe it's China, Russia, and Iran, I'm pretty sure. But so we see hints of that coming as well. So this idea isn't really that crazy. And if you're seeing these Russians in the middle of some small town, that's what I've always stumbled across, the news I find, the information. It's smaller towns, where this stuff is happening. There's towns in America that are filled with Chinese people. I don't know if you heard about that or not, but that's another thing. The Chinese are buying up a lot of our, not infrastructure, but a lot of our properties. So you can look it up. And there's, yeah, right. So yeah, man, that's very interesting. Did you talk to any of them?
No, none of them really seem to speak English.
Oh, right. That's fair. Let me tell you this, man. This is kind of random, but here's something I think of when I think of Russia. I was in the Coast Guard, and my first unit was in Kodiak Island, Alaska. I was on a boat out there, 180-foot boat, and I worked construction on the Aleutian chain, and I worked on buoys out in the ocean with like 51 other men. It was a big, crazy job. But we had some Russian boat come into our harbor one time, and they parked a couple piers down from us and just filled with sailors and everything. And we had, on my boat, we have a thing called the Big Eyes at the very top of the boat. You get on kind of this mast, and there's these big binoculars. And when you're underway, people are on those Big Eyes to make sure there's no obstacles in the water, or maybe there's somebody in danger and distress. So that's why you do that. So me and the guys went up to the top of our boat, and we're all looking on the Big Eyes at these Russian soldiers, and all of it's just a trip. Like, wow, it's like Russians. And what we noticed is this is something that just blew me away. But they had the main guy that was in charge of the soldiers walking up and down the ranks. He passed a group near the back of the formation, and right after he passed a certain area, this young man pulled a cigarette out and put it in his mouth. He was about to light it, and that guy turned around and he saw him have it in his mouth. The guy walked over and put his arm back. He put force into this and slapped that guy so hard, like right in the side of the face. The cigarette went flying and his hat went flying off. And this guy was a mess for about 4 seconds, and then quickly grabbed the hat and snapped back into position. And that's the one thing I always think of when I think of Russia or Russian soldiers, is that scene. But anyway, anything else you wanted to share with us on that, man?
Yeah. So the last person was talking about orbs. And
yes,
over the years, I've seen orbs. They weren't like in my house or on camera or anything, but I was outside and I noticed these huge orbs. They look like, I don't know, they're probably like 10 feet around, like a perfect circle. They're orange. It looked almost like the sun, but really small. There was 2 of them, and they're like bouncing up and down. They're about a quarter of a mile away from my house. I've seen this quite a few times in the area. I'm not too sure what they are, but there is a base down the road from my house by the lake. So it could possibly be them testing stuff. I've seen some other weird aircraft down there.
interesting.
Like small jet-looking things. And there's one other thing. So whenever I was getting ready to go into high school, I moved in with my mother's ex-boyfriend.
Ooh, how'd that work out?
Not very good.
I was gonna say, that sounds like it could be awkward, but go ahead.
Yeah, he was a drug addict and an alcoholic, and he was quite abusive. But
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
yeah, it wasn't a very fun time. But so after a while, we started noticing weird things. Like we left and we came back and the TV was on and Everybody Loves Raymond was on. And we thought, maybe we just left the TV on, or there's a timer. I checked, there was no timer. We went back down to store it next day, came back. The light was on upstairs. And I was like, I'm pretty sure no one turned that on because no one uses that room. And then a while later, we came back. Everybody Loves Raymond was on again. And we found out that the person who died in there, which was my mom's ex-boyfriend's grandfather. He died in there a couple months prior to us moving in. That was his favorite show. And the room that the light was on in was his room. And a couple months later, every time I would go downstairs to go to the bathroom, I'd watch this guy walk from the dining room towards the bathroom, and he would just be gone. And this happened like every night.
Did he always move the same way, or did it ever change?
It was pretty much exactly the same way. He would just
See, that's that loop I was talking about, man. A lot of people experience that. It's interesting. I just wonder, a lot of these paranormal investigators call it a residual that's left behind or something, but I don't know. Go ahead.
He built the house, and I kind of started to wonder if there's a connection between seeing entities that are like that, like if it's connected to black mold, because that was an older house, like a coal mining house, and it had black mold in it. And every house that I ever seen a spirit in, like they look like an actual person, they all had black mold in them. And like my friend's house that was down the road, I stayed there the one night, and I woke up and there was someone standing above me. I flipped it over because it freaked me out, and they were on. And then I told my friend about it, and he showed me a picture of his cousin who shot himself, and that's who it was.
I wonder if you've got a gift. It sounds like. I mean, this has happened a few times with you, yeah.
Yeah, this has happened more times than I can count. Seeing
Wow.
stuff like that.
I just wonder, and I mean this because I don't know, and that's something you'll have to explore in your prayer time. But I wonder why God's allowing you to do this. I wonder if there's something you can do, to, I don't know, help. I don't know how that works, but I'm very interested in it. Go ahead.
I've had a lot of experience with actually getting them to go away. Because there was one that was in my house. It wasn't like fully formed. It didn't really look like a person. It was more like a shadow man type thing. And he would go into my mom's room and in my bedroom. He pretty much through the whole house, and every once in a while I would see him go past what's now my daughter's room. And I'd be like, did someone just walk by? And there's no one home. It was just me. So,
wow,
I got that to go away.
Okay, good. So it sounds like you're engaging here.
Yeah, and there was another one that was more recent that was messing with my daughter. Like, she would be walking through the house, and it was like someone was pushing her over. And the one day she was messing with her rocking chair, and it looked like someone slammed the chair into her face, and she fell over and started crying. And I went over and I grabbed her and I hugged her and I was patting her back and stuff. And then I seen these two little, like, reddish colored orbs float into the ceiling. And I did some kind of blessing, like with holy water and basil, and nothing like that's happened since. But
wow, man, you're really fighting. That's good, and it's nice to hear that perspective again of the orbs. It's exactly what I was saying to the last guest, Catilla, that there are different types, and I imagine they come with feelings. It seems when people experience some of these things, they can feel like the darkness from them, or maybe they feel light and peace from them, and that's a big part of, I think, where those things are coming from as well. But well, man, you're doing your own thing. It's really good to hear. You're not letting this freak you out. You're not getting scared, and you're trying to be engaged with this and fight back in your own way. I think that's wonderful.
Yeah, it used to really scare me, and then I realized the fact that if you allow it to scare you, then it's gonna feed off that fear, and it's gonna be worse than if you try to act like it doesn't bother you.
Yeah. That's great, man. I think you got it. That's fantastic. Anything else you wanted to share with us on that?
Yeah, just one more thing. So I don't know if you've ever heard of people seeing this entity called the Nightman, like Knight, like a
No,
night.
I haven't heard of this one. No, I mean I've heard of all the other incarnations of these things, but go ahead.
Um, when I was away in college, my mom was looking up into the field above our house, and she seen like this flash of light, and then she seen someone, like a guy on a horse, like a knight with armor and a sword and stuff. And I looked it up, and people had said that they've witnessed this, and that around that time, those people have said that they have been abducted, and then they seen those orange lights I was talking about, like huge orbs in the sky.
That's
No,
interesting.
I don't know much else about it, but
Well, I got a story.
again.
I got a story for you on that. This actually comes from one of my favorite shows. I said this last night, Unsolved Mysteries. They just brought it back to Netflix, but they had an episode years ago, and it was a truck driver. He'd had an accident on the highway late at night, got flung out of his vehicle, and he was over in a ditch somewhere. And he said he felt like he was on the verge of dying. The guy was just broken and beaten. And he looked up, and he literally saw right in front of his truck a white knight and a black knight with swords fighting.
Mm.
Right. So that's the one thing I can think of with knights, which I think is really interesting. So, but that's the only thing I can recall. But you know how the spirits are. They can come in different forms. They can come in different shapes. Maybe they do things so that they can relate to us better. Who knows? But that's interesting, man. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, I really think there's a lot of spirits that show themselves as a person, but they're more so a mimicking, like demon
Oh yeah.
or whatever, just trying to lure you in, making you comfortable with them. But in reality, that's not what it is. It's something possibly evil.
Yeah, I agree. That's a big deal with a lot of these psychics too, and saying they're talking to your grandma, and see, the grandma says she loves you. My grandma always says she loved me. That's her. I mean, just this stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of it's whatever. But all right, man. Anything else you want to share with us? This has all been really interesting.
No, that's pretty much everything. And my name's actually Blaine.
Okay, cool. That's a cool name.
Yeah.
Well, Blaine, keep fighting. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you.
You too, Blaine. Thanks again for sharing your stories, and keep fighting the good fight. I assume you're a Christian, and you're leaning on Christ with all this stuff.
Yeah, I mostly go with like Greek Orthodox, because they more so believe in like spirits and stuff, whereas like the Protestants and Catholics and stuff, at least in the U.S. that I'm aware of, don't really believe in that stuff or try to push it off. Like
it's
not
true. Yeah, that's been my experience. Some of the people that have been the most cruel to me over the years online are Christians, because they think I'm an evil and I'm a demon and all this crap. Anyway, hey man, nice talking to you. I appreciate it. It's been a great call, and stay good out there. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, Blaine. See ya. All right, guys. Next up, we got Tim. Tim, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, buddy? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, is this Tim Castleberry?
It sure is, good sir.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing excellent. This is taking me back to the throwback of rigged reality radio format. I missed it.
Yeah, man. Me too. I try to bring it back a little bit here and there, but yeah, we did a lot more of them back then. And that's back when it definitely got a lot crazier. Remember all those crazy things? Remember there was that one time that somebody took the link that I put in the chat room for everybody and they put it on some well-known rapper's Twitter or something. And within moments, we had like hundreds of people joining the live show. You could hear all these voices and who is this and what's going on. It was nuts. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think that was one I had called in because I tried to make sure and call in every time you had the opportunity available. And I think I ended up sticking around. I was on at the beginning and I stuck around and I was like, they didn't have moderators there, but I was like booting people out the entire time. If that's the one I remember, you had it a couple times where I always say under every bridge of truth, there will be trolls.
Oh yeah, they were really bad back then too. I mean, that was a subject of a lot of the shows, was all the massive trolling. And it's interesting how it's all rolled out, because the trolling thing isn't as controlled as it used to be, in my opinion, on my angle and seeing it from this side. But they rolled out other things. First it was the troll army, and then after that came all the stuff on YouTube, adpocalypse, right? Hiding your videos, suppressing your channel, the psychological operations. That's something so many people don't get, man. I mean, I was telling someone the other day, it's been tough for the last 2 years to continue and make videos and do shows because I hate the platform I'm on. But my hands are kind of tied because it is what it is. It's still one of the most popular, unfortunately, even though it's dying, and they're killing it. They are literally killing their own company. But I'm going to ride. I'll ride it till the wheels fall off. But go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I think they even went after that PewDiePie dude, and he basically built YouTube. And it's like, when will the madness stop? And I've always said that as long as they offer the opportunity to provide content for free, then I'll be providing it for as long as I'm able. I mean, I made it through, I think, the first 3 adpocalypses, and they got me on that 4th one. So I've been demonetized for a couple years now. And
yeah.
It's really quite liberating, to be honest.
In a weird way it is. I mean, same thing. They demonetized me about a month ago now, or maybe just over a month ago. But, it's finally, thank God for the Patreon and PayPal people out there. But it's at a point now where I can still live and continue doing this. I'm not a rich man, never asked for that, but I'm able to continue. And that's the biggest blessing ever. So shout out again to Patreon and PayPal. So what else is on your mind, man? Anything you wanted to bring up here?
Yeah, there's a couple things. I'll try not to take up too much time because me, I'm a windbag over here.
Yeah.
But I wanted to encourage everybody that's here now or that'll be here in the future, and some of the testimonies that people shared, especially one of the first guys from Australia, I think. He was a little reticent about sharing, but I'm really glad that he did. And it takes courage to share your personal testimony, or even in part.
Yes.
The scripture tells us that the power of the word of our testimony is one of the biggest it's one of the biggest tools that we have, that God uses our experience and where he brought us out of and where he's brought us to. And to share that, it helps, the way I look at it is it helps us reach farther into the darkness to help others get out of it. And so I've, a little bit more of my story than most people, but I went into some deep, dark places, and God's only used that because I love Christ. He's brought it around for the greater good, and it's helped to reach into those dark places to help people that are not just lost, but I mean, gone, they're gone. But nobody's too far gone for Christ to help out. One thing I would say to encourage and uplift everybody, especially that guy, but everybody else, because I saw in the chat a lot of people feel the same. He was struggling with, I think, alcohol and cigarettes, and we all have our vices, and basically our sin and our guilt is not stronger than his love and his forgiveness. Nobody's perfect. Yeah, nobody's perfect, and he doesn't. If he was waiting for perfection, then nobody would be able to make it. And our doubt, because everybody, there's one dude in the Bible that's like going to Jesus. He's like, Master, I believe, but help me with my unbelief. And if
didn't Paul struggle too? Didn't he ask, why am I still doing sin and all this all the time? I'm pretty sure it's Paul.
Yeah, in Romans, he says, in paraphrase, he basically says, well, why do I do all the things I know I shouldn't? And why can't I do all the things I know I should?
Yes, and there you go.
Yeah, and he basically expounds on that to say that as long as we're in the flesh, we're not of it. We're in the world, but we're no longer of it. And when Christ died on the cross, our flesh got crucified with him. Now, that's spiritually true, but physically, we still have to walk our walk in the body until we're out of it. And so the flesh is weak and the spirit is willing. And so it's that willingness to surrender and submit to God that we feel in our flesh, those hang-ups, because we all have it. And we don't just die. Like, you don't get saved in believing in Christ and then all of a sudden you're magically perfect.
Right. And a lot of people feel that. I remember feeling that way when I was a kid. I got saved at 11, and I remember leaving the church and feeling new and I'm good now. I'm a good person. And then, my teenage years hit. So go ahead.
Yeah, right. That's exactly it. It's like I said in the chat earlier that repentance is a lifestyle and sanctification is what happens along the way when we die to the old parts of ourselves and we're new creations in Christ outright at the beginning. But the process of mortifying the deeds of the flesh, that's a lifelong struggle because, we're having this spiritual warfare and we have our own flesh and its weaknesses. We have spiritual things outside attacking us, and we have a devil that's very organized and very good at networking and communicating. So when you stop and think about it, we're born as little babies on a battlefield, basically. And when we're born again on that battlefield, I don't know any baby that can pick up an M16 and just go out there and start, you know what I mean? Like,
yep.
So it says to be nourished up in the sincere milk of the word. And I feel like a lot of people, the faith that we have is not our own. And I think that's where a lot of the hangups come from, is we feel like we have to depend on ourselves to be able to do right and get right. And then when we screw up, we're like, shit, man, I screwed up. What am I going to do now? Like I'm going backwards instead of forwards, and it's like,
and you can't let yourself get in that hole. That's some people listening, and maybe they get in that hole and they get stuck, and you got to fight out of that hole, man. That's the thing. And that's whenever we revert back to the sin we're in that we're trying to escape. I did that for years. You know what I mean? And then you get into the cycle of, I'm a piece of trash. God's not happy with me. I'll never stop this. And the next, then you're numbing yourself out with whatever you can choose. I mean, it's a thing. It's a cycle, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And, the one thing to realize that helps out a lot is our doubt is not stronger than his faith and his truth, because the Bible tells us that Jesus is the author and the finisher of our faith. And it's ours only because he gives it to us. It's not ours of our own. And that was a mind-blowing game changer for me, because if I depended on my faith in him, man, I'm out of there. you know? And so and I've had my doubts, and I've gone to the scriptures to try and confirm or deny what's true or what's not. And, along the way, you'll have hard questions, or you'll have an non-believer you're trying to share truth with, and they'll come at you. And man, it can shake you sometimes, because we're called to be ready in season and out of season to give an answer. But if we don't have one, maybe they've studied it more, maybe they know more. And so you go looking and you can't find the answer, and you're just like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. So, like our doubt is not stronger than his faith. He's the author, and I think we try to take the pen away and write our own story. And his truth, it's his truth. He is truth,
Well, what do you tell people that feel they're not close enough to God? What are some things you could tell them that they can do to help draw closer? I think that's up your alley. That's in your wheelhouse. What do you think about that?
Yeah. The number one thing I would say is communicate with him. If you're pissed off at God, tell him.
Yes, good point.
He knows your mind and your heart, and he wants to. He knows everything, but he still wants to hear it. And that, to me, that's just the proof in the pudding of his love. Prayer. That's the number one.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Tim. But I was just thinking how many times I've raised my hands and literally looked at the roof and been like, "Really? Like this is what we're doing? This is what you're gonna?" You know what I mean?
Yeah, like why, or like, why is it always got to happen to me, man?
Right.
And the thing I've noticed is that the harder you try to get right, the harder it is to get right.
That's a great point.
Yeah, every time you try to do good for God, or you try to get your life on track, man, expect a storm to come.
That's true. Yeah, that's why even with that, I personally take a Zen type approach, and don't get mad at me, folks. So he's into Zen Buddhism. No, but Zen is a philosophy. Even the Bible teaches it in its own way. And that just means being conscious and being here and now. And there's nothing new age and bad about that. That's a great mentality to find, where you're not thinking about your past. It's already over. You ain't worried about the future, because you could drop dead in 5 seconds. But we're right here, right now. I'm 100% KJ now, the best I can be. And I'm with you right now, Tim, having a conversation. And that's all I'm focused on, So Go
Yeah,
ahead.
why thank you. I know, like I just had a prayer call live stream a few days ago or last week, but we were talking about God's eternal nature and being outside of time. And, I posed the question, has there ever been a moment in your life that has not been now? And if you really stop and not in the new agey meditate on
I
it,
know
but
what
if
you
you
mean.
stop, yeah, if you stop and really just think about it, all you have is right now. My uncle, he's passed away, but he used to say, yesterday is history, tomorrow's a mystery, and today's a gift. That's why they call it the present.
I like that.
And
That's great.
yeah, I liked it a lot too. And being here now is you can't change the past, and you can't do anything. You're not guaranteed to wake up tomorrow. And so if you're busy ruining today, worrying about tomorrow, the scripture says that there's enough evil today to deal with. You can worry about tomorrow. And so I think getting closer to God, to answer your question, one of the things that we can do is have an open communication with him, which is what prayer is. Prayer is one of the biggest privileges that we have. Prayer goes at the speed of love, and it gets to the throne of God immediately. Angels, like Gabriel got sent to Daniel, he couldn't come immediately to Daniel. It took him 3 weeks to get there. And so if it
Wow,
takes
I
an
never considered that. Now that's interesting. I'd never considered that. I know the story, but I never thought about that. That's interesting. Go ahead.
Well, and he even said, I'm going to have to get some backup and fight my way back, So there's a war going on in the unseen realm between where God's perfect throne is and where heaven's not, contaminated, and then where we're at. And so there's this middle zone that, the dark side has control over for a limited time. And when I say control over it, I just mean that they have kind of had a breach. They've breached it, and now they're contaminating it. And while they're in there, that's their base of operations. And it trickles down into the physical realm that we're in here now. So, we're in a spiritual war, and we're called, to stand in the power of his might, not in the power of our own might or in our own faith. The joy of the Lord is our strength. And we have a world, it says the devil wants to steal, kill, and destroy. And he wants to steal our peace. And he wants to kill it.
We're seeing that spirit manifest in lots of people now too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, he wants to kill our joy, and so how can we have or find joy in this world? I mean, and that's where I think God's glory is still here, but it takes a lot of focus, man, to look and find good things in this world right now.
I'm going to ask you something too. What is the most amazing results you've ever seen in your life from a prayer?
Well, there was one guy named Ernie. It was a few years ago when I was praying and fasting, and it was when I started prayer call, and I basically just wanted to film it and document it as I went. And so I was trying to counter the due diligence that Islam has, because they have 3 calls to prayer a day. And so I was like, well, if they can do 3 a day for their God, then I'll do 3 a day for my God, And so I found out later on that they actually do 5 calls a day, and I was like, oh no, I got to do 5 a day. But so we had this like small group, and we were all praying together. And when I was in jail on my way to prison, there was a guy, a real cool black dude. And, in there, you don't get to touch people's things or stuff, and he said when he was gone that I was more than welcome to come get his Bible out of his locker and use it. And anytime I wanted. And that's rare to have that cross color thing or to have that openness. And that's where the unity in Christ came. So anyways, fast forward quite a few years, and we're doing the prayer call deal. And his brother, man, like got a real bad pneumonia, and just out of nowhere, he had 2 kids, and his third one was on the way, about to be born like any day now. And he got pneumonia and went to the hospital eventually, and they had to put him in a coma. And so it was looking real grim, man. Like I don't think that he was going to make it. And his mom and my buddy was like, hey man, can you pray for for my brother? And so Ernie, we prayed for him and circled the wagons and offered up prayer. And literally, man, I'm not even joking. They went to go pull the plug on his life support, and they were on the way to go pull the plug to the life support, and he sat up and woke up.
Wow, I
And
love it. See?
yeah,
Great.
and I mean, yeah, I get like tickled every time I think on that because, this December there was a guy's in Canada. His wife was, it looked like she was going to be passing away, and she was healed, and she's still alive to this day. And that was recently. There's a brother named Marcus that he had been suffering for a long time with some real hardcore health issues, and he's not completely healed, but it wasn't looking so good for him recently, and he pulled through. So God's good to hear. It says the fervent prayers of a righteous man or woman availeth much, or we can't underestimate the power of prayer, and we have no idea what it does. When we put it out there, God uses it and retools it and repurposes it for his own sake, for his own glory. And so all we can do is just give him that free will offering of a prayer. And with our intentions, he can turn it into his perfect will in his perfect time. I don't want to take up all the time to just talk about how good God is.
No,
but
it's we've done 15, I think, so far. It's not too bad. Go ahead if there's anything else you want to get into here.
Well, yeah, I wanted to, a couple more encouragements is that God authors and finishes our faith, like Jesus in particular, right? And that the joy of the Lord is our strength. And that's the joy of the Lord. That's not, oh, I'm happy today, I'm sad tomorrow. That's like his joy that he gives us. That's where we find true strength from. And so, like, to give a biblical principle to what you were mentioning about the Zen, is like when you have Jesus's peace, then the tide could be high or low. It doesn't really matter because we are not in time anymore. Like our eternal life has already begun the moment we first believed. Does that make sense?
It does. That's a cool way to look at it.
Well, it's a game changer because think about the demons, right? They're fallen rebel angels. They were created, but they never had an end in sight. They are on the time clock now. They're in time. We're not. Like, we're eternal beings just waiting to pass out of this pilgrimage and to get out of this screwed up body, which is a gift from God. But to get to that real perfect body, go on.
No, I was just clearing my throat, but I was also going to say, though, and that's also why, coming at it from this angle, that's also why you're seeing so many people in this world fight for what they have in this world so much. They're clinging onto this world, and a lot of that probably goes into some of the whole Trump thing, which is a very complex issue. I don't look at it as just a black or white, good or bad. I think there's a lot going on with Trump, but then even with that, you'll see people just clinging to Trump kind of in the wrong way, as if he is the savior and, this is all we need and this is it. And, then when that goes away, what happens, and by that, in that sense, I'm saying he's being treated as an idol by some people. And that's just the way the world is. Unfortunately, there's a large part of the population that's always looking for a daddy,
Right.
The wrong kind of daddy, the daddy down here in the, right.
They're looking for the sugar daddy instead of the honey daddy, the milk and honey. I think what we have, somebody said it in the chat, and I don't remember who it was, but moderation is the key, to where we don't put our faith or our hope or our trust in a person, but we are called to pray for our leaders, whether they're good or bad or ugly. And, politicians are just representatives, and so they're supposed to represent the people. Now, do they do a good job? That's debatable. Are they good people themselves? That's debatable. And so I think that there's too broad of a brush to just paint everything one way or the other. And, it's the compassion that we're supposed to show. If we believe in Jesus, that he died on the cross and that his shed blood atones for our sin, if we believe that and that he was buried and resurrected, then we'll rise too. And now we're alive in him, and we died on the cross with him.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, well, that's what the scripture says, and if our sin is nailed to that cross, then every time we need to repent, we just nail it back to the cross and keep on keeping on. So when we think about that, we're called to love our neighbor as we love ourselves, which means while we were dead in sin, Jesus died for us because he loved us.
That's a frightening concept also, considering how many people hate themselves because they've been programmed by this world to think such ways.
Yeah, that's true. And so surrendering to Christ and receiving his love, that's the way that you access it. So if you surrender to Christ, then that love comes in a more abundant way. Yeah, he loved you enough while you were dead in sin to die for you. And since he died for you, it's really, you only know how to love Christ because he loved you first. It's one of those time things again. It's outside of time. And so when you receive his love to be saved, it's not just a once on forever type deal. It's a continually growing thing that's nurtured, and eventually it grows and bears fruit and all that jazz. But what's really cool about it is when it says to love your God first and foremost, right? And then it says to love your neighbor as you love yourself, which means in order to properly love your neighbor, you have to properly love yourself. And that goes back to Jesus, and his love and forgiveness is stronger than your guilt and your sin and your flesh, right?
Yeah.
And that faith that he puts in us is the faith that grows over time. And so, learning how to love yourself, if it's not enough to realize that he loves you, you should value yourself up to the degree not to be prideful or up on a pedestal or puffed up, but you should love yourself enough to realize that God loves you. And by receiving that love, then now you can pay it forward and disseminate that love outward. And that's what we're seeing in this world, is a lack of compassion from the believers. we can expect to see that in the world because they're of the world, but you can't hold a Christian or a believer in Christ. You can't hold that standard to a non or unbeliever.
Man, that's spot on. That's great. Man, Tim, yeah. I could keep going with you. You know this. In fact, I need to we'll do a show together sometime just so we can just talk, because we've done it in the past, and we should talk on the phone soon too, outside of all this. Okay.
That sounds great. One last thing before and thanks for giving me this amount of time, because you know me, man. I'll just keep going and going.
I know. It's all right. Go ahead.
The last thing is I wanted to give an open invitation to anyone and everyone that's here now. Today is my 112th day of fasting and praying.
Wow. Great job, man.
Oh, thank you. It's not so much to get credit for it, but God told me to do it, and he didn't tell me to stop yet. So I just kept on keeping on. And so I started an initiative today. We've done it once before for 10 days, and today we're going to do it for 7. But I wanted to I'll do the fasting if you guys will just do the praying. But anyone that is open and willing to do this, I want us to pick countries, and we're all going to pick a country or countries to pray for. And
that's a good idea, man. I like this. That's a good idea.
Well, this is like, rather than just whining and complaining about the problems,
right?
Like
doing something.
Being part of the solution.
Man, I love it.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So the last time I said use your home country last, but I would ask that we all pray for America, because every country needs prayers, but America's on fire, literally. But put your home country last, and then ask God to put a country on your heart, and then just pray for them for the next 7 days.
Beautiful.
And pray for the lost people that need salvation. Pray for the believers in Christ for their protection, because there's believers getting martyred in this world.
Right.
We're not hearing about it, but there's people dying today, and if it's happening there, it's only a matter of time before it happens here.
Mm-hmm.
And then leaders. I wanted to finish with one scripture, if I may.
Please do.
Okay, thank you. The reason why I get this to pray for the leaders, whether it's a tribal elder or, parliamentarian or president, whatever. In 1 Timothy chapter 2, verses 1-6, this is Paul writing a letter to Timbo, and he says, I exhort, therefore, that first of all, so he says first of all, which is important, that supplications, which means begging in the spirit, prayers, intercession, which is praying on behalf of somebody else, and giving of thanks be made for all men and women, of course, right? And then he goes on and says, for kings and for all that are in authority, that we may lead a quiet and peaceable life in all godliness and honesty. For this is good and acceptable in the sight of God our Savior, who will have all men and women to be saved and to come unto the knowledge of the truth. For there's one God, one mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus, who gave himself a ransom for all, to be testified in due time. And this is, KJ, I don't know if you realize this, man, but you are part of fulfilling end-time biblical prophecy by allowing this message to be spread out to the entire world.
Man, I didn't get that angle, but I will say that ever since I was a young man, I was 13 when I was so convinced I was going to see Jesus come back when I was 13. My parents made me go to a child psychologist. That's a whole other story. So
Oh wow.
yeah, I'll tell you all that. Another one. And we get along great. Don't get me wrong, but I was so worried I was developing an ulcer at 13, which is really
Dang.
right.
Well,
So go ahead.
well, if or when you have me on and we do a show when we can talk about these things and other stuff too, I would like to
Yeah.
pick up on that story because I
We
have
will.
some end times weird stuff from a kid too. So anyway, I
We will.
love you, man. Yeah, I
Yeah,
love
you
you, man.
too, man.
God bless you and everybody here. Y'all have a great Independence Day, and we're truly free if we have Christ, right?
Yes. Thanks, Tim. You're
You're
awesome.
welcome.
You're awesome. You know, I love you too, man. And I'll talk to you outside of YouTube and we'll figure something out, okay?
All right, man. Holler at your boy.
All right. Take care.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye, man.
All right, guys. That was great. Now, the next up is a YouTube or a channel called, or a person called Cetaphil, Cettefille. Now, on my end, I'm getting a message. It says on your end, you need to connect your mic or your cam before you can be added to the stream. I think that's just a button you may have to press or something. I'm not really sure because I've never been on the other side of a StreamYard thing, but maybe you can check that out because I can't bring you on until you do that. So it's Cettefille. Please connect your device on your end and I can get you on here. So until then, we're going to go with JG Fairweather. I think I said that right. JG, you there?
Hello?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Awesome. Yourself?
Hey, I'm doing good. I love doing these. It's really great talking to y'all.
It's great talking to you, man, and big fan of the show. Been watching you for years. I can't believe I'm on right now, honestly. I'm a little scattered brain, to be honest with you. I'm not the best storyteller.
You're fine, man. And, you know, it's okay. Take a breath, relax wherever you're at, whatever you're doing, and nobody sees you. And it's just me and you talking, man, you know?
Awesome. So, first of all, the intro with the clouds and the music, that is the best intro on YouTube.
Thanks so much. I'm really proud of that. I had a vision of it one night. I'm not even joking. And it had to be yellow letters and everything. I don't know why. But, man, thank you. I like it, too.
Honestly, love that intro. But, yeah, man, all glory to Jesus Christ, honestly. This is the end times. Right now, I am in Rhode Island, driving around, watching fireworks.
Cool.
Yeah. So, my testimony, really, it's all over the place. But I guess I could begin 3 years ago when I was on Block Island, which is a island in Rhode Island. It's a part of Rhode Island. And God was really waking me up to the truth of this world and how demons can jump from people to people. Now, some background is that my dad was a preacher. He's a retired preacher. So I've always kind of been connected to God or known about God, but like I kind of was religious in a way. I never really had like the experiences. There was one time when I was young, I was at my friend's house and he had a really huge pool, or his mom's friend had a really huge pool. So we went swimming over there and I just decided, I believe I was like 10 or 11 at the time, to just jump off the diving board and to jump in this pool. And I had no idea how to swim. I don't know why I did it at the time. So I literally sank to the bottom of the pool, not knowing how to swim, not knowing how to do anything. And all I know is this humongous light pulled me up and I'm on the surface like doggy paddling. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
trying to get back to the side. And it was just like, did that all happen? Was that hours or was that just a few seconds? And it goes back to what you guys were just talking about. It's like I was outside of time. And
Man.
I can vividly remember that moment. But going back to 3 years ago, I was really starting to wake up to the truth, starting to watch your channel, watching other YouTube channels, and people started treating me differently. It was just,
that's a part of it, isn't it?
so insane. It's like,
yeah.
are these people watching me like wake up to the reality of the world?
Yeah, there was. I just last weekend I went to. I went out to the lake, and I have friends every year that go to these cabins. So I went for a couple days. I barely leave my house where I'm at because I'm always in this kind of thing here. But even
Right.
with that, I'm not real close with a lot of those people. There's only one of them. It's one of my best friends for 25 years. So I go out there with him, and we're friends with all these people. But they're more his friends than mine. But yeah, I had the experience there, man. It's hard for me to not talk about things. I try not to, and I just keep it funny and light as much as I can, or I'm quiet sometimes. But there's one couple started asking me questions because last time I'd seen them, I told them about my channel. And they said they'd watched some of the stuff, and then they said they were excited I was there so they could ask me some questions. I was like, okay. I said, well, just so you understand, most people don't know me in real life. They don't know what I look like or anything like that. So it's always been kind of tough for me dealing with this in real life. I know that sounds kind of weird, but it's harder for me to explain everything to people. I've got 14 years of work under my belt. It's hard for me to break that down into 5-minute sound bites for somebody, so I told them I'll tell you my opinion on things. I'm going to be honest, and we'll see how it goes. You might not like it. I don't know. But anyway, that night they start hitting me with all these questions, and I'm telling them my thoughts. I'm telling them, again, this is what I think. And I felt it went okay. And then the rest of the trip, starting the next morning, they never even looked at me again.
Yeah, wow.
Right. Wouldn't even say good morning, nothing. They were finished with me. So, and I wasn't sad or bummed. I don't really know these people that well. They're nice enough people, but I just was like, okay, I need those reminders sometimes. Okay, that's right. I forgot. There's still a lot of people who don't even want to be open to this. I'm not saying they have to believe everything I say for us to be friends, but just to be open and have dialogue and even call me out. Say, hey, man, I don't think that's what it is. What if it's this? Let's have a conversation. But it's really hard to do with a lot of people, especially the ones I was around, which are mostly married couples with children, and they have good jobs, and they have a good life going here. You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't like to think about all the stuff we think about because of that. But go ahead.
Exactly. And it's literally like we died to the world when we really started taking Christ seriously. And like when you see the manifestation of that, like we truly aren't a part of their plot anymore, a part of their world anymore. It's like we've just died to our old friends, our old nature. And of course, we have to walk this out every day. And that goes back to my testimony of, for the past 3 years, I've been back and forth, really get really hot for God, and then just be really on drugs and really having sex with men, with women. And I'll be just completely open right now.
Right.
Because I feel like somebody needs to hear it. And
no, that's
there's
good.
been
Please.
time. Awesome. There's been times when I've been thinking about taking my own life. There's been times when I'm like, man, if I'm committing these acts, these sins, how is it that God died for me or loved me when I've told him I would never do this again? And again, I keep failing to the same things I keep telling him I'm going to overcome. I mean, I've been an atheist at one point in my life. I've just completely turned my back on God, and it's like he's refused to let me go in my own way. And it's just truly the love of God.
Yeah, everything you're saying shows how much you love God. I think it's great because you're fighting, and that's what it is. That that sin comes in, and some people just give into it and just do it all the time, and they even learn to love it, and then then of course reprobate mind and everything falls apart. But then there's us who fight. It's okay to still feel guilty when you do bad things against the Lord. I mean, there's an analogy I heard a long time ago that everybody had a box around their heart. It was a square kind of a box type thing, and every time you sin, it takes a quarter turn, and in your internal organs, you could feel the pain of that. But what happens to some people is they just sin so much, and they don't pay attention to it, and they just let the pain come in to the point that the edges of those boxes turn into a sphere. So you no longer feel that pain at one point. Now that's your reprobate mind. You're fully turned over to sin, and that's where you better have like a real God's going to have to reach in and pull you out, or people are going to end their lives, or right? It's going to get ugly. So you telling your story just right there, I love it, man. It doesn't matter all the sins or whatever, because we all sin and they're all on an equal playing field. But it's the fact that you're fighting, you're still in it. You realize it's wrong and you're trying. I love that, man. And with the bisexual stuff, that's one thing I've learned with all the work I do throughout the years is you sound like a younger man. I'm in my 40s. But you sound like you're younger than me. So I'm guessing you're probably millennial. If I'm
23 years old.
Okay, there you go. So, man, your generation's a whole new thing with that bisexual deal, because that's really been programmed into a lot of you. It's more acceptable with a lot of you. And that's not, I don't hate on you or think anything bad. It's just that's the system. It's the program. It's the beast system. And I've seen that programming on your generation. It's unbelievable. So y'all don't even have the same, I feel. You can tell me your experience. I feel a lot of millennials don't even have that same kind of thing that us Gen Xers had with kind of the gay thing and all that. We're the ones who got in trouble for calling everything gay. Like, oh, that's gay. Shut up. But it's a different scene now. Anyway, am I going off on a tangent or are you with me? Go ahead.
No, I'm with you all the way, man. And, when I really think about the internet and how my age group, maybe 18 to 23, were the first ones online every day after school, almost like the testing rats for the internet. And we had really nobody to tell us, well, do this online or do that online. It was just free play. You know what I mean? Our parents just thought, we were playing math games or, just playing video games. But no, we were looking at porn. No, we were looking at evil things and asking questions that came to mind because we truly didn't know any better when you're 7, 8, 9, 10 years old with the whole internet at your fingers. And that's really where I believe the bisexual stuff came from, was being exposed to the porn at such a young age. And then you come to realize 15, 16 years old, when you're in high school, everyone's telling gay jokes and you're joining in and you're like, wait, I'm gay too. And it's just like, where does all this come from? It's like you said, been programmed into us from the world. And the only way to get out of the reality of that is through Christ Jesus, and not in a religious way, but realizing that, whoa, I don't have to hate myself.
Yes,
I don't have to give up. Even though I may feel like it, I don't have to give up. There is hope in Jesus. And, self-condemnation and condemnation from the devil is the biggest why people give up and people kill themselves. I had a friend who killed himself, and
sorry.
it's fine. It's just unbelievable.
He couldn't keep fighting, man. I feel you, man. That is just, again, the stuff. You know what it reminds? Did you ever? I did a video a few years ago about stopping watching porn. I had to change the title like 3 times because of YouTube, but
of course, yeah,
right. But I actually read some excerpts from a book about Hugh Hefner, the guy that ran Playboy. Did you ever hear anything about him? I'll tell you if you didn't.
Well, I've heard about him. Yes.
Okay. Well, check this out, man. And everything you're talking about, the debauchery that y'all are bred into in your generation with having those phones in your hands at 10. I mean, unbelievable. I can't even imagine. I found my first porn mag when I was 15. And it was my friend's dad's house, So, I mean, like, I can only imagine what it's like for y'all. But Hugh Hefner, here's a guy that had every kind of woman, any kind of woman he could ever have anytime he ever wanted. And he did for many years. Many years later, though, a couple of his playmates wrote some books and some things came out, and it seems to make a lot of sense to me. Here's one of them. It's one of the most insane stories I've ever heard about Hugh Hefner. And it's changed my perspective. I already knew he was a wicked man, but here we go. And this is what happens when you have access to anything you want sexually like that for so long. Eventually, you have to become more perverted, right? Because it becomes a perversion. So here's what happened with Hugh Hefner. I'll never get this out of my mind. Yes, you're welcome, guys. Here it comes. So what he would do when he would have sex, he would be in his room, and there was a room out, or I guess connected to his bedroom, and there would be a few girls in there in their lingerie, basically in a line. He would be in his bedroom. He was on a lot of Viagra and other medication. He had screens, big screens on all of his walls, and he was constantly playing gay porn. So as he was watching the gay porn, the girls would come in and ride on his stiff thing, just because of the medication until, you know, they got off or whatever. And this is how he would have sex, you know? So he had to see the gay stuff and then and there you go. And when I read that, I'm not, what a piece of trash. I'm like, what a sad case. Because here's a guy that had too much. And then eventually that perversion had to come in because just the regular thing didn't do it anymore. You know, go ahead.
He was, yeah, exactly. He was so used to that pleasure that it wasn't good enough for him anymore. And it goes back to being never fulfilled without Christ. And you will search and search and search. Anyone will search and search and search. And it's not in this world. The fulfillment for a human soul is not found in this world. It's only found in Jesus. It's only found in believing that he is the Lord of Lords and King of Kings and that he can change. It's all about that first initial believing, I can change, I can overcome, but it's not me who's doing it. It's Jesus Christ in me who's doing it, who's encouraging me, who's motivating me. And I don't have to give in to those lusts, no matter how much the world tells me I have to, or even how much I may seem like I have to. I can overcome. And, you know, there's only that fulfillment that comes with Jesus. That's the true satisfaction. And getting back to what you were saying is that it's so common in this generation to the bisexual stuff, the gay stuff, and who knows what else now. But the solution is coming to yourself and realizing I'm a sinner and I need Jesus Christ and I can be forgiven no matter how far I think I've gone. There is still, and that's really what I wanted to say tonight.
I love it, man. There's fire there, man. I can feel it in your voice. JG, you got this, man. You're going to be all right. And, you know, you're in the boat with all the rest of us. We all struggle with these fleshly things, but like you also see the wonder whenever we can actually fight it and give it up to Christ. Mine was pornography for years. That's why I made my video. But so I know what that feels like to be trapped in especially sexual type sin. And you just get to a point and you look at the aftermath all the time and you're like, it's just not worth it, man. And it's not worth doing this to my brain. Like you already know porn literally changes the way your brain's wired. It's insane. So, hey, man, you're a wonderful person, JG, and it's been a real pleasure talking to you. Keep fighting the good fight, man.
You as well, man. And you know what? I just wanted to end on a prayer for everybody, for you and for everybody in this chat room. And the Lord Jesus, we come to you right now knowing that you are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, and there is nothing impossible for you, Lord. So may you tug at people's hearts and tug at people's minds tonight, and may they really feel your love and feel that you truly did die for them, Lord, and that you may appear to them, manifest yourself through them, that only in a way that they could know, Lord Jesus, you are the Savior. You are the only hope in this dark world. You are the light, Lord, and you will reign forever. We give you all the praise, honor, and glory. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen, sir. Thank you, JG. What a wonderful guy. Hey, man, stay out there, keep fighting it, and just thanks, man. You've been a blessing. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Awesome. You too, man. Have a good one.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, man, that was fantastic. All of y'all have been great. This is why I like doing these, man. You guys need to have your shows. All right, here's the thing. So I guess Cetaphil is still in line, but I'm sorry, but it still says your device isn't connected. You may have to connect, like I said, your camera or your audio. If it's your camera, you don't have to be on camera. You can put something over it or whatever and turn it off. I don't know what the situation is for you, but I hope you can fix it because I want to talk to you. So until we get that, I still have a full house here. So I've got Shauna, Diane, Michael, Ned, Frank, Michelle, Ron, and Matador. All right, guys, thanks for your patience, okay? Once I get through a few more people, I'll probably drop the link again, and we'll kind of see where the time's at, okay? If I can't get to you all tonight, which I won't be able to get to everyone in my room, I will. But otherwise, if I can't get to you, I'll do another one. I always do these every few weeks here lately, okay? All right, so next up is Shauna and Shannon, I think. Hi.
Yes. Hi. Oh, hi.
Hey, ladies, thanks for being here. How you doing?
Good. We feel like we're on the Art Bell show or something.
Oh, gosh, what a compliment. It's like, I love Art Bell. I would love to take over Coast to Coast someday. Go ahead.
Actually, that's what I'm going to talk about. Indeed. So we've had a lot of like ghost stories,
Cool.
and some of them that have been really, really, really crazy. I used to listen to the Art Bell show, and I actually traded a Art Bell set of ghost stories of the ghost. I think it was the Ghost Hunters, the EVPs.
Yeah.
To a guy for a picture of a saint that I got from Ireland, and I listened to it every night, the EVPs. And we had I had one experience, and it was when I was by myself. I was listening to the EVPs, and a lot of them sounded really, really true. I went to sleep, and I woke up to a man at my door who turned on the light. It looked just like, I mean, it was a person. It was a person there in my doorway to my bedroom. And he turned on the light, and I wasn't scared at all. Like, nothing was a problem. I just asked him, "What are you doing?" And then he just said, "I just thought." And then he closed the door, and
Wow.
yeah, he closed the door. Actually, he shut off the light and closed the door. And then I heard him walking down the hallway, and I got up, turned on the light, opened the door. He walked down the hallway and went out the front door. I ran to the front door, and he was all the way on the other side of the courtyard. And I said, what was that? And he said, "I just thought." And then he went down the stairs. And of course, I have to listen to EVPs again the next night, all by myself.
Which isn't always a good thing.
This is my sister, by the way. For sure.
Oh, hey, ladies, real quick. The audience is asking something about background noise. There for a little bit, there was some scraping or something there.
Oh yes, you know what it is?
Okay.
It's the fireworks.
Oh, okay. My bad. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. And so the next night, I listened to the EVPs all night, and I was more scared this time because I was like, "Is this going to happen again?" And sure enough, I listened to the EVPs, went to bed, and this time, instead of sleeping on the other side of the bed, which I usually don't do, I slept closer to the window. And I was trying to fall asleep, and I was almost asleep. And the thing is I made sure all of my doors were locked. I checked everything. I checked the refrigerator, the oven, everything to make sure that nobody was there. Locked all the windows, all the doors, and my bedroom door, in fact. And sure enough, the next night, I know it was a different entity because it was definitely darker, opened the door and didn't turn on the light. And I just immediately just totally freaked out. And I screamed, like, the Any Color You Like by Pink Floyd, where that black lady screams. Like, that's how I started to
Yeah.
just scream. And I was terrified because I knew, like, the light isn't on and somebody's standing at my doorway. and so then they shut the door, and I'm just continuing to scream. And then finally I'm like, okay, I get up enough guts. I open my door again, go out into my hallway. It's totally dark. Go to my front door. My front door is locked. And that was it. And I've had so many experiences like this,
Well,
but it was.
I want to ask you this then. It sounds like you tried to engage with this thing, right? But it didn't ever respond or anything.
The first one I did. The second one was definitely dark. So I somehow and when I saw this person the first night, it was a person, and it looked kind of like, I don't know, like a chubby older person, and not that much older, and just a normal person, and just turned on the light and everything wasn't the problem. But it was the second night when I couldn't see, and I was just like the feeling that I had.
Why do you think they're there? Is there a history or something, or were there deaths or something?
So there was a man who got murdered when I was actually at a museum that day, and he got murdered by his brother because his brother wanted to steal his television and a parrot he had. Actually, it was a really crazy reason why, but we all like knew what was going on, and he actually got murdered And then there was a couple other people who had died in the same apartment complex.
Wow.
So it's definitely
Yeah.
dark energy and good energy too. I think the first entity was good.
Well, as long as you're being, careful with it, of course, and like you said, you can sense when the bad things are there.
Yes, yes. And I've had you brought up before what time you when you prayed, when you got the most coolest results, and in that same
Yeah.
apartment building, actually, my cat Marbles, who I still have, he's like 15.
Oh, nice.
He ran
Oh, yeah,
away
he's
from home
amazing.
over Labor Day weekend, and I just cried and prayed. The morning I knew he was away, I went outside and I called for him, and I couldn't find him. And then during that whole day, I was just praying, and closer to the evening, I started crying and praying, and I heard this angelic, definitely a female voice, and she told me in a laughing, lovingly way, "Don't you think you should get on your knees and pray if you're going to pray for your cat?" And I said, okay. And I got down on my knees on my bed, and I prayed. And Jesus doesn't like us to repeat ourselves.
Right.
And so I did it, and I just said it once. Then I got up, and then I knelt down on my bed where my window was, and I looked out the window to see if he was there, and he wasn't there. And then that second after, I just put my head down and I prayed one more time, "Please bring my cat back to me, Jesus." And I look up, there's my cat, just sitting right
Wow.
there.
Ah.
I know.
I love
and
it.
I know. And he's just mine forever. It's totally amazing. So
Well,
that was
I'll throw this out too. It sounds like the big show's going off in the background, but it's okay though. I'll throw this out at you is that people who have gifts and are allowed to see some of these things more than others, I know that's real because my sister is one of those people, and there's a whole story there with her. But my sister was born with a gift, kind of like what you've got. She has a different sense about things or whatever, and we're both adopted from different families. And she found her mother, her natural born mother, about 5 years ago. And her mother had been a witch. Her name is Fairy. She's not a witch anymore. She's found Christ and everything. But she'd been a witch for many years. And my sister had 3 other sisters, and all of them have psychic dreams and abilities to see things. So I know that's a real thing, and it doesn't mean it's automatically demonic. It's a gift, So I'm glad you're engaged. I'm glad you know Christ, and you're thinking about these things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, we're like you in a way, because we really used to be into, horror movies and ghost stories and everything like that. And my little sister, poor thing, she thinks that we're witches and she wants to be a witch. And so we're trying to get her away from all of that.
Good. Well, is there anything else y'all wanted to share with us? That was all awesome. So anything else?
Nope, that's enough.
Oh.
Thank you very much. It's lovely meeting you finally, KJ. Yes. We appreciate you. Actually, I tried to every other night, which that probably sounds weird.
No, ladies, thank you so much. It's a real pleasure meeting you. Thanks so much for sharing your stories too. And it's been great talking to you.
Thank you. Great talking to you.
Okay,
Goodbye.
Take care. Bye-bye. All right, man, that was awesome. All right, next up, guys, we're going to jump over to Diane.
Hi.
Diane. Hey, how you doing?
Very good. I'm so excited, KJ. Hello there.
Oh, it's nice to have you on here.
I've been listening to you watching you for years. I love your programs. I love the chats, everything. Awesome. Love it.
Thank you so much.
I really don't have a whole lot to say, but
that's okay.
With the spiritual gifts, it came upon me. I understood when I was probably 36 when it finally hit me. I'm adopted. I'm Native.
Okay, me too. I'm Cherokee. When they brought me out to my mom, they said they had a little Indian baby. But go ahead.
Yeah, that's what mine did too. My parents were Baptist, I guess, raised from a farm family.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you just imagine how many twists and turns.
I know.
So when I was a child, because of what I could do and what I could see, I was put into demonology, exorcisms all the
Okay.
time. And they would lock me in a dark room.
And this is through the Baptists were doing this?
Yeah. And they would lock me in a dark room and they would yell at me and tell me, give me the name. And I mean, I'm like 6 years old. I ran out of names.
Yeah, that, quickly, that reminds me of, I've mentioned in the past, I was in what you could call a cult in Maui, Hawaii for a little while, a religious group. I never hurt anybody, never had my brain washed, but they tried. And one of the things they would do is they told me that if you can't speak in tongues, then you don't go to heaven. That's right.
Yes.
And I never believed it. I just went along with it because I liked some of the people in the group and we'd go surfing together, right? It's a couple guys and girls. So I kind of hung there for a few months doing it. Plus, it was all exciting. I mean, I'll tell everybody I've told them the story in the past. I'll tell it another time. But the point is, they would put me in a room with one of their elders, and they would sit there and like just over and over again, just speak it. You've got it. Speaking stuff like that. And it felt like torture after a while. And I was like, why am I even dealing with these people? And I finally just started faking it, and I guess they went with it. But so I know what you mean.
So my parents, unfortunately, believed that I was very evil. I, at that age, didn't understand what they were mad at me for, but I could see things and I didn't understand. When people talk about aliens, that's where it all began. After all this stuff with the exorcisms was when I started getting visited by aliens.
Okay, well, let's hear it. I love these. I know it's not a fun experience, but my best friend has had these experiences as well, and he's not into any of this stuff. So go ahead.
Well, all I knew when I was young, and I had this nightmare until I was probably about 16 years old. It was always I was in a bottom of a well, but there was wood all around going up. I couldn't get out. It was bright and it hurt and it buzzed. And I'd be in there once a day. And I never understood what it was. When I got older, I had a really rough year going up against two Native ladies who accused me of assaulting their 5 children. I was babysitting 5 other children. 2 years.
Okay, so you're sorry, you cut out for a second there. So you were babysitting, you said? Go ahead.
Yeah, and I got accused by 2 ladies that I hurt their children. So I went through 2 years of, sorry to say it, hell. And during that time, I yelled and I screamed and I stomped in my bedroom. And I got because I saw what was going on. I knew I was innocent, but just horrible, horrible. And at that time in that home, I was sleeping in my bed and I had left my door open because my kids were up on the same floor. And what would happen is it would get really, really, really hot and things would start to buzz. Then I couldn't.
So it would get, now just, you're cutting out a little bit on your end. I'm just saying, Diane, just so you know. So I'm just so we can hear you clearly, because you cut out a couple times there. You were talking about the heating up. I heard a little bit. Please go ahead and continue. Sorry.
Okay, get really, really hot. Then there's a really loud buzzing, and then you're paralyzed. And the first ones I met were about 3 feet tall. They looked like clay blobs with very sharp teeth. I ended up kicking them down the stairs. They hit my foot. It was a solid hit. I never saw them again.
Yeah, so you could feel them. And again, I'm sorry, but some of your audio is coming in kind of warbly, just in case. Okay, I don't know what's on your end, but just maybe take a look.
My laptop.
It's okay, but that's interesting. So you could feel them, and they weren't just like a spiritual thing. But even with that, there's so many great theories on what they really are. That those are actually some kind of hybrid flesh suits, and they maintain spirits. Anyway, don't get me started. But go ahead.
I went to a church in Calgary one day with my ex-sister-in-law, who was into Pentecostal. And I went into her church, and I literally had to back out of the door of the church and pray. For some reason, I needed a spiritual prayer to protect me. I walked back in and I stayed there, but I felt the entire time, I watched, I could feel hatred, such immenseness, it overpowered me. Now, my one uncle was an exorcist. So when I told him what happened, he told me that I literally walked into a nest of demons, and they were letting me know, we see you, we can't hurt you, but we see you.
All right, so I just want to just explain everything once again, just in case, because a couple times you cut out. Went into a church, felt an energy, backed out, wound up going back in, and then the pastor said that they can see you. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It ends up was a demon-infested church. So that was my other experience. And then when I got older, these aliens stayed with me nonstop. Up until literally 5 years ago, they were around me. My children finally told me when they became adults that they had been dealing with them too.
Wow.
So,
No, I just said
Go ahead.
wow. I just said wow. Okay, so they're this sounds like there's some kind of a tie to your family. Then obviously they're dealing with your children. Please continue.
yeah. So I encountered them again in the brand new house that was built for me by Habitat. And when I did the paralysis thing, I literally looked over and I said, in the name of the blood of Jesus Christ, release me. And it was done.
Beautiful.
I went to grab one of them and he disappeared into my wall. So to me,
Wow.
they're demons.
Yeah, I believe so
they
too.
They live off your fear, and if you show them fear, they're all over you. I don't know what I did. I just got angry because I was fed up with it, and boom. But
yeah, I'm really glad you brought up the point. I'm sorry. I'm really glad you brought up the point that they feed off of fear. I've been discussing that for years. That's absolutely true, and from other witness accounts as well. So it's good, and also that you knew to use Jesus's name, and that it makes these things just poop go away, right?
Yeah, it was quite amazing. As for doing, as I'd said in chat, burning sage, I don't do it because of being a witch, because I'm not. I believe that God gives everybody specific gifts, and I have been able to send a spirit child home. She was trapped in somebody's basement. I could see her. Nobody else could, but they could feel her. And I released her because I knew
that's great. Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. That's fantastic. You're right. We all have our own special gifts, and it's amazing that you've discovered yours. You're owning it. And you're using it.
Yeah, I have friends that I had a friend that called me because he had a problem in an apartment building. Something was chasing the children and people up and down the stairwell. So I went in there and I walked around. I found it in the stairwell. I didn't see it. I just felt it. I followed it to the first floor apartment and knocked on the door. This was weird. One opens it, takes one look at me, goes to slam the door. I put my foot in the door and I told her straight up, I know what you are, and if you don't control pets, I will come back here. I'll destroy you and I will send them to hell where they belong.
Wow.
And
now we're getting most of it. It's still, I'm sorry, cutting out a little bit here and there, but I'm loving what I'm catching. So you went here to the house, they tried to slam the door, and then you told them, go ahead.
I told them that if they did not control their little pets, I would destroy them. I knew how. I know how. I don't know how, but I do. My father gave me this gift, and it's nice to have. I invited a Muslim to stay in my house one time, and that's why I had to burn sage, because while he was in my basement, a black cloud came up from the basement. So I burned sage to send it away. And right after I did it, he packed his stuff, and he yelled at me, threw the keys at me, and left.
Gosh darn,
He's an
Diana.
Orthodox.
Dan, I'm so sorry. We're missing some key points here. Now, I don't know, you know me, sometimes I think it's a little devil in the machine causing some of this. I get so many weird things on my end sometimes technically, but we're getting most of it. And but what you're telling us, what I'm getting is awesome. I'm loving that you're a fighter. You're using your gifts to fight. I believe I'm doing the same thing in my way. There's a lot of us out there doing their work as well. And that's awesome, man. So you brought a Muslim family into your home, and you said the black cloud came up from the basement. Now, please go ahead and continue.
Yeah. And I ended up burning sage to remove whatever it was, because I watched it rise from my basement up my stairwell. I watched it crawl up my stairwell.
Wow. Well, that's amazing. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All I got to. No, that's fine. So with everybody out there that's doing things, y'all will be given a gift. He will show you what your gift is. You just have to raise it and accept it.
That's great. That's good advice. No, that's great advice. And thank you, Diane. I'm sorry that your audio was cutting in and out there, but what you gave us was awesome. So I appreciate it. And, you have a good night and a good 4th. Okay.
You too. Take care, guys.
Okay.
Thanks,
bye-bye.
AJ.
Thanks. Yeah. Sorry, Diana. I wish that the audio, we got most of it though. Okay. It was just kind of cutting out and it would speed up a little bit here and there, but that happens sometimes. Either way, I appreciate you being a fighter and I love your message. All right. I'm going to move on next to Mr. Ned Levone. Hey, Ned.
Hey, KJ. How you doing?
Hey, I'm great, man. Thanks for joining tonight.
Hey, man, it's great to be here, man. I've been listening to you for quite a long time. You days, unplug them, and man, it's just great to actually be a part of this for once. Actually, be able to speak to you.
Does Unplug them do call-in type things? I don't remember.
No, Unplug them does a sort of like a prayer request thing through his like email, I believe. But I've still yet to catch him on where I've got to ask him questions, but I've made comments to him and whatnot through his channel, and he responds. And
good.
I've also talked to Days about doing this as well, sending him, because I support him on Patreon as well as you.
Great, thank you.
And when y'all came together, man, like that first time, I actually thought prior to when it occurred, I was like, I think Days and KJ, they should come together. They got two different great, beautiful perspectives that people need to hear. And when it happened, I was just like, Lord, thank you.
Man, thank you. I felt led to him a long time ago. And even when I did the show recently with a panel, there's like 3 of the guys on, but I don't know if I'll do that again, just because I could have long conversations with each one of those guys individually. Days was on there too. And yeah, I just feel like I couldn't give everyone enough time. But either way, man, thank you. Yeah, those guys are great. Days, unplug them, guys. If you don't know a brother Theo, UNPLUGEM is the YouTube channel. You want to talk about deep knowledge. I mean, I've got bits and pieces on a lot of things, but brother Theo is one of these guys that goes deep, 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 and it's fantastic. So go ahead.
Indeed. And the crazy part about it is that this whole time throughout my entire life, I've actually seen almost all of these things. And I'm talking from not necessarily the orb perspective of what I've heard in other people's, stories and testimonies, but I have seen so many esoteric symbolism throughout probably the past 15 years of my life.
Tell us about it.
I mean, man, I don't even know where to begin. I've been confronted. I don't want to say I've been confronted. I was drawn toward I would say a demon at one point in my life. I was not in a very good place. I was in a very dark place mentally. I wasn't taking care of myself. I was abusing my medication at the time, because again, like I said, I was in a dark place. And there, just one night, I just felt this presence in the backyard of my house. It was actually not my house; it was my grandmother's house, and my grandfather actually died in that house. But we'll get to that later if that's really important. But so I felt this spirit outside, and it did not. It was very threatening. So I proceeded outside with a 22, and as I proceeded outside, I could hear, as if it was not like a horse, the weight of a horse but yet without any, horseshoes. And
Oh, okay.
and I couldn't see it. And granted, this is that during the witching hour. It was really late, so that made perfect sense to me. So as I get up to the fence, I can hear it. It walked straight up to me, and I pointed right at it with the 22, and I said, "In Jesus' name, I command you to leave my presence." And I just walked away, and I heard it run away.
Oh man!
And this is in a neighborhood. Like, there's houses around. There's no way that it could have been something, materialistic.
Right, you can see. Yeah. It sounds like you can see. Yeah.
Oh, most definitely. And also, KJ, sometimes it's like a love-hate relationship, because you see so much of it, and it's like you want to talk to people about it, but we only have,
good luck with that.
Exactly. You already know. We have such our family is really here on this YouTube, more likely. I have one church that I've been to in my life, and that was the church that I've been saved in, and I only listen to him. Now, when it comes to anything else, I don't even really try to venture out trying to finding a church. I just stick to the Bible. Yes. I listen to you guys. I try to pray as much as I possibly can throughout the day, and I'm very much like you. I go off on rants and tangents, and I'll go here and there, and it's awesome. It's like when I hear you talking, I'm just like,
thanks,
like, man. You're like a copy of me. I'm like a copy of you because I'm younger than you. But
you know what, Ned? That's what I really love. That's why I like doing these. I mean it, man, because we all do have a lot in common, and it is great to talk to you guys. And you're right. Like, we are kind of the outcasts in this world. We are the weird ones, right? We stand out. And like I said, I mentioned earlier, I was at that lake thing, and I feel weird around lots of people because I want to talk deep and get into stuff, and they want to talk about the kids and beer and whatever. But man. But go ahead.
They want to talk about the pride of life. They don't want to speak about anything spiritual or get down to the nitty gritty of things because it makes them uncomfortable. And
even my own parent. I was raised in a church, and they still go. And my parents are great people and everything, but they're very religious. And there's a time my mom called, and I don't know, you may have had this too, but have you ever been so moved by the Holy Spirit you start crying?
Oh yes, actually, I have been moved so much in the past few weeks due to everything that's been occurring that I've literally probably have gotten down on my knees and cried probably 3 times a week in the past month. Yes.
Okay, then man. So
I know. I sense it so hard in my spirit, and it's almost to the point like I want to be able to express it, but I still have yet a lot to learn to be able to delegate it properly.
Yeah, well, trust me, I've been awakened things for a long time, and even I get hit like just crazy with this stuff sometimes, and it overwhelms me. And I had a moment. Just the only reason I was bringing up my parents is my mom called. I picked up the phone as I was kind of going through a crying thing, and trying to explain to her when I saw her the next time that it's the Holy Spirit and that happens, and just the kind of vibe I get from my parents when I start talking about the deep spiritual stuff. And these are religious people their whole lives, but they get weird about it. Like, oh, okay,
right.
You know what I mean? So I'm with you.
It's because they were indoctrinated with religion instead of actually speaking, from the Bible.
Yeah,
and that's also another issue with catechism. And I'll go back to my church that I mentioned earlier. My pastor at our church, he actually got kicked out of the church he was formerly with due to the fact that at some point he realized that they were improperly teaching their church. And when he stood up amongst, whoever he did, they kicked him and his wife out. And then that's when he created Alamo City Christian Fellowship in San Antonio, Texas. His name is David Walker.
Oh, good. I think I've heard of him. I have a lot of friends in San Antonio.
Oh, do you? Yeah.
Jonathan Kleck lives out there, by the way. Yeah, he's one of the friends out there.
Yeah, that's cool. That's where I was born and raised. Right now I'm in Seguin. I know you're in Oklahoma. My little brother lives up in Stillwater.
Oh, no way. Yeah, that's a cool town here. Their coach is in a lot of trouble, which is just one of those lame things about the world. But I don't know if you heard about this, but the coach of OSU was seen wearing a T-shirt for OAN, which is One American News. It's just a conservative news organization, and they have a lot of trouble with YouTube, this channel. But anyway, I just found out that he got fined $1 million for wearing that, and they've even cut his contract back from 5 years to something less. So, and that's because he dared to wear a T-shirt for a conservative news network, man. That's where we're at, right?
So ridiculous, you
It
know.
really is.
And then on top of the whole Chaz Chop or whatever you want to name it over there, you know, Brother Theo, he went over there and you know, to actually go so he could say he went.
Good.
Yeah, go check out his video, man.
I will.
It's great. And when he goes there, just to keep it short, basically there's no black leadership, so you could say called the BLM, right? It's all it's BLM mixed
kids.
in. Yeah, and as well. And there's no black leadership there to like try to control anything. But then on top of that, you have all this Black Lives Matter stuff mixed in with gay agendas and transgender agendas, which I mean, when did the Panthers didn't do that?
Well, you know, I'll throw this at you quickly while I'm thinking of it. There's a video I found a week ago that I didn't share on KJ's What Happened because I can't verify what this guy was saying. But what he was saying is he had a friend that lived in the top area in a neighborhood, and he was saying that they had droves of people out there walking the streets. He said primarily a lot of black men were wearing dresses, and these groups were kicking in people's doors and raping people and stuff. Now, again, I don't know if that's I would think we would have heard, but then again, they may be terrified. Victims sometimes they don't want to say anything, right? Because they don't want to get targeted. So I don't know.
I mean, that's one of the things that are one of the multitude of things that they would have hid from us. You know, I mean,
and it makes sense. Like when I saw it, I was like, well, they did have a big Black Trans Lives Matter thing, and I can see it all folding in. So, and I could see that satanic spirit being that hateful and angry, like having these big trans white, brown, black men walking around in dresses and raping people, straight people. It's that is some scary crap. I'll tell you. I'm going off on a tangent like we do, Ned, but I'm going to tell you this.
Go on, brother. Go on, please.
There is one of the scariest movies I've ever seen in my life, and I went to film school for horror films, but this is one of the scariest. It's called Calvaire, Calvaire, and it's a French term, and it's a French film. And the whole idea of the movie is this traveling comedian or clown or something. He gets stuck in this small town. It's all men in this town, and then he winds up getting knocked over the head. They shave his hair off. They put a wig on him and a dress, and the rest of the movie is this guy trying to escape this town where these men are trying to have sex with him. And they keep calling him a lady's name like Maribel or something. It is that's to me, honestly, that is some scary ass stuff.
That's creepy. That's creepy. That's real creepy. Even when I watched the new World Economic Forum reset campaign
that's one of the next
advertisement
steps. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, it was so creepy. And I showed somebody that at work, and they're like, "Oh, well, that's just the green guys." I'm like, no, it's not just the green guys, but sure, if that's how you want to feel it. And you know, that's another thing that sucks. You know, I'm an essential worker, and you know, I'm around corporate bullshit. You know, and it's ridiculous, and how much I have to endure to just be able to shut my mouth, because there is so much that I see, and I'm just like, man, he's just taking over everything. Right. And it just trickles down the trail of the corporate stream, and you can see it. And it's like, okay, not only can you see it there, you start connecting the dots everywhere else. And it's like, it's so simple, but yet when you want to talk to someone about it, you're just a
you're a conspiracy. Crazy.
Yeah.
And when you tell them, it's like, guys, five companies control everything, and they still don't get that. And then you show them the Illuminati symbols with these corporations, and they still don't understand. But there's scripture that I'm not the best at quoting, but it says something like there's some people that they just won't have the eyes to understand this. They're not.
Yeah, they won't have the eyes to see, and they won't have the ears to hear. And you know, I just recently, you know, I'm 33. I was saved when I was 15.
Oh, good.
And a lot of things have happened throughout my life, a lot. And like one of I think it was Tim. I think it was him that was talking about something in particular that will lead into what I'm saying. But I've gone through a lot of trials and tribulations specifically, so that when I come out of those things, I have a lesson and a way to teach from that perspective. So, you know, I've done things in my life not even knowing at the time. I was like, oh, hey, that looks cool. Let me get this tattoo. And I tattooed the Aya Horus on me, just thinking it's some Egyptian hieroglyphic thing. And later, you know, years later, I come across what it really meant. And I'm just like, oh, my goodness, did I just put that on my body?
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. You know,
Yeah.
it does. And apart from the fact that I do have, you know, saved on my body, and I do have Christ on my back, you know, but that's irrelevant. Point being is that obviously at that point in time, there was something that came over me to want to have that. And I believe that certain things are meant to happen so that you specifically can share that so that other people can see it
Yes.
in
I
their
like
own
it.
way.
And now you have a symbol of the beast on you forever, but it stands for something different now. And now you will always see your enemy, is one way to
Yeah.
look at it, right?
Yeah. And you know, and I hate it. Every time I look at it, I hate it. It makes me mad. But you know what? It's just flesh. It'll go away, and God
Yeah.
knows my heart. So
That's right. And it's a part of those symbols are a part of our collective consciousness. That's why a
well,
lot of people
indeed.
will put them in things and not even know, you know?
Yeah, and it's everywhere. It's all through our media. It's in everything, and you know I see it everywhere. And it's like, hey, look, and I'll point it out to certain people, and they're just like, oh, yeah, okay, oh, it's something. Oh, you're
right.
I mean, come on. How many times you can put a duck in the oven? It's still gonna come out a duck. It's I mean, but you know, brother, it's just so great to be here with you today. And again, thank you for everything that you're doing. If it wasn't for you and a few other guys on YouTube, I tell you what, I wouldn't really have a place to go to because
Oh man, thanks.
my morning drive in from Seguin to San Antonio is about an hour, and then I got to come back about an hour depending on traffic, which really ain't much traffic because of COVID.
Oh yeah, I can only imagine out there. I lived in Austin for over 2 years, and I had a friend in Kyle, Texas, actually. They're pretty close to you, so I like that area. But
yeah,
go ahead. Sorry, man, I'm rambling.
No, you're good. No, Kyle. I actually wanted to move to Kyle at one point. It's a nice little area.
Yeah,
right
I like it. It's real little bitty tiny town, and I like that.
Yeah, I like Austin too. Apart from the fact that it's a little bit crazy, but
yeah, it's gotten really loony.
Yes, it definitely has. I did a lot of work out there. Yeah, definitely, most definitely.
Too bad. That's what my friends there still tell me is a lot of LA hipsters moved in and stunk up the place, you know?
Yeah, it's gotten bad. But when we were down there working, you know, or up over there working, there were people just taking a crap on right in front of a store and stuff. And I'm just like, what in the heck is going on right now?
God, they're killing a wonderful city. But
yeah,
man, Ned, anything else you wanted to share with us? Go ahead.
Other than that, brother, man, you know what? I just want to, I want to tell everybody, just know that Jesus has a way. He has a path. Everything's been ordained. And irregardless of how you feel right now, trust me, I know I have been overwhelmed. I have been pushed to my limit and past that limit. But I still remain and understand that he has the path and he has it all ordained and it's all been written. It is our choice to move forward and it's our choice to not. So make the proper decision.
Thank
and
you,
brother
Ned.
KJ, I love you, man.
You
take
too,
care.
bud.
And I can't wait to talk to you again, man.
Yes, sir, man. Take care. It's wonderful talking to you, Ned. I'll see you.
You too, brother. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, man. These have all been fantastic, every one of them. Hey, guys, look, here's what I'm going to do. I'm looking down. I've got Michael, Ron, Matador, Joshua, Fashion Star, and Frank. I may end it there, and then we'll do another one of these in a few weeks again, and then hopefully some of y'all can jump in that missed this. So I'm not going to put the link in anymore, just because we're started at 7. We're over 2.5 hours, and I can go a while, but I need to probably shut it down now. Okay, so love you guys. Sorry I couldn't get to some of you. We'll do it again, though, I promise, real soon. Okay, so on that note, let's move on to Mr. Michael. Here it is. Michael, are you there? Michael, care of mankind, I think. Not sure. Michael, I hope I didn't lose you. He may have fell asleep. Michael, I'm going to give you a few more seconds, man. But I've had people fall asleep here. I know you got to wait for a while. I'm sorry. But all right, Michael, I am going to come back to you, man. Okay? And I'm going to jump to Michelle. So, Mike, you hang tight. Wake up soon. All right. Hope you're having sweet dreams. Don't let the bed bugs bite. And I'll be back to you in a little bit. Okay, let's jump to Michelle. Michelle, how you doing?
Good. How are you, KJ?
I'm wonderful. How are you? Everything going good tonight? You having a decent 4th?
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of fireworks going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and actually, I do have a lot of like paranormal stuff, but really, at first I really wanted to call in today just because, you know, there's something I really wanted to talk to you about and, you know, maybe get some feedback from, you know, the audience. But what I really wanted to talk about is actually, I don't hate gay people at all. I don't hate anybody. But you know, I really wanted to talk about that, the homosexual.
Please do. Yeah, whatever you want.
Yeah. Oh, someone's saying my mic is no good in the chat.
No, it's okay. It
Oh.
sounds like there's kind of a rumbling, or maybe it's moving around or something sound.
Oh yeah, no, that's the fireworks.
We had that earlier. Okay.
Yeah,
No.
I'm right in the middle of a major city. So.
No, you're cool, Michelle. You're actually coming in. Your voice sounds fine. We just hear some noise in the background, but it's not that distracting. So I'm going to be quiet now, and you go ahead and tell us what you want to tell us. Go ahead.
Sure. So I'm in my mid-20s. You know, I graduated college a few years ago, and then I moved back to the city. And you know, it's been very tough, even just like making friends. I mean, before COVID even happened, and because everybody about this agenda, like everybody is all for it. You know, there seems like people seem to like have like we talked about, that kind of emptiness in them, or you know, they're kind of like dead in a way. And you know, same thing in the city, everyone I meet is either they're gay, like especially if they're younger, they're either gay. So many people are transgender.
Oh yeah, that whole generation, like we had the young man earlier. I think it was JG, I think. But yeah, that whole generation has just been, well, your generation has been slammed with that programming, you know?
Yeah.
I remember talking to, this is many years ago. I used to play a game called Magic the Gathering. Now I'm going to get people, KJ played Magic, but I loved it. And I was really good at it. I'm not bragging, but I was so good. I used to go play tournaments and stuff. And I was at one, and there was a grown man I was playing against who had his kid with him. His kid was 15 years old. And the kid was really funny. I remember that. He was just funny jokes, smart little kid. And at one point he starts talking to me. We're all at the same table. And he's telling me all this stuff and talking about how hard it is dating, being a little boy, being a young man and all that, because he said all the girls he meets are bisexual.
Yes.
Right? So and he's in that generation as well. So just sharing. But now I'm going to be quiet again, and please continue.
No, I was just going to mention that too. You know, sometimes it's really, this is silly. It's like, it's hard to make girlfriends because, like you said, girls are into other girls. And
right. And being a follower of Christ, that's not something, obviously. And don't feel weird and strange about it. You know, the feelings you're having, and just talking to you just a little bit here, I hope you know, and I think you do, but we all feel that way. We all do. You know, I feel like I'm Amish or Quaker sometimes, because I don't want to get involved in dirty talk with things. I don't want to do things. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It makes you feel weird. I know what you mean. Go ahead.
Yeah, I absolutely feel the same way. You know, that just like the degeneracy that's taken over. I mean, I've been shocked about it for years. And actually, I wanted to also mention, you know, I do have some experience, you know, with the occult, also with lots of psychedelics before in the past. And, you know, I know we were talking a lot about paranormal things earlier. I'll get into this a little bit later, but yeah, just, you know, from this whole agenda that's going on, how they're really trying to change everybody's sexual orientation, all the propaganda. I mean, it's all over TV. You know, you can't even watch.
Oh yeah, it makes me sick. It does. I get really upset with it. In fact, one channel really bad about it is the CW, and that's very much a young person's channel, and they have all these superhero shows. But like every single one of these superhero shows, it's gay people this and gay people that and trans this. And so that's why I say when I see things like that, I can't have a cold heart or hard heart towards the younger generation. It's a softened heart, because I understand the programming you're going through is unlike, on the gay stuff especially, is unlike anything humanity has seen.
No.
You know what I mean? So go ahead.
Yeah, it really isn't. And, you know, the reason I called in is because I wanted to talk about, like, it's very hard for me to like fit into this world, like the previous caller right before me talked about. There's just something, you know what I mean, that we don't like fit in, or I don't know, we're almost seen as like we get isolated by all of these people. I'm sorry, my grandma came into my room. Babcia Ginny, wyjdź ode mnie, bo ja jestem na TV. Um,
That's a cool accent. What is
oh,
that?
I'm sorry, I'm Polish.
Oh, okay. No, that's great. Go ahead.
What I was saying though was it's very hard to, fit into the world because everybody is like the opposite of, what how people like us are. I mean, it's like they're all following, like they're in lockstep. Like Jeff C explains this really well. I've actually been watching him because I saw him on your show. I've been watching for a very long time, by the
Yeah,
way.
he's a firecracker. He's awesome. Go
Oh
ahead.
yeah. Sorry. I'm really distracted tonight, but that's
Oh, that's okay. I know it sounds like you have things going on, but don't even worry about it because remember, don't
Yeah.
think about an audience or don't be nervous or anything because I really want you to get out what you want to get out and how you feel. So, it's okay. It's just me and you talking. There's no rush, and I'm gonna be quiet again. You just go with what you feel is most important. All right.
Yeah, well, that was really the main thing I just wanted to mention is how much I, have a very difficult time just like being in this world right now. And
Yes.
because of all these agendas, I mean, it's not just one. I mean, it's all of them. Like we keep mentioning on your shows, right? Like with the homosexual agenda and then with a technocratic,
Mhm.
or like,
Takeover.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Gons from Face Like the Sun just does such a great job.
Yes.
Also, yeah, how they want us to actually merge with tech.
Machines. Yeah, transhumanism. You bet. Yeah, they totally want that. That's these fools with the spirit of the devil in them that are holding on to this world. And a lot of them don't even know they got the spirit of the devil. They're claim to be
No.
atheists and agnostics, but they're holding on to this world as long as they can. They want to create immortality. They want mankind to create immortality. No, that is not going to happen. It's a life in the devil. And you're right that a lot of people are falling for it. And I'm so glad you're telling us how you feel about everything too, Michelle. It's really important because
Mhm.
you're speaking everybody else's language here that are Christians and listening. I mean that. I mean, we all don't ever feel alone, okay? Because we all feel alone at times. We all feel weird in this world. Even in my own family, even around friends of mine, I still feel like an alien. This is why I spend a lot of time alone or with animals or in nature. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. You can't even bring these things up with people because, like you said, they'll look at you like you're insane. It's like I don't think people even really want to wake up.
A lot of them don't.
No.
No, a lot of them are comfortably asleep. They're comfortably numb, as the song goes, and which they were talking about drugs in the song, but still, whatever. You're right. A lot of people don't want to come out of it, and I was talking about this the other night, but I feel, especially the way everything's happening so fast and manifesting, and the way I perceive them stripping down statues, but they're building up monuments to Baphomet and things. I mean, this isn't a mistake. So I feel that there will come a time where it's going to be so freaking obvious there'll be no question that the Antichrist is in front of people's eyes on TV, and his agenda is going to be very clear and plain, which will be against Christians. We're already seeing that leak a little bit. My point of saying that is that all these dum-dums who don't want to wake up, well, you may be dealing with people who are terrors in a sense, or goats, and they're going to wind up being on that side, and they're going to be coming after us and cheering when we're getting our heads lopped off. I know this is grim, but this is the way I see things. So that's why I've over the last several years have made a separation in my life, and I'm very careful who I let in. Such a separation. I moved to Central America without knowing anybody or the language. That was a big part of that, and that's how alien I felt around people that even I love. So I know where you're coming from, my friend, and I hope if anything you take from this, that you're not alone. Go ahead.
Thank you. That's very inspiring.
Good.
And it helps a lot just to hear that there are people that aren't brainwashed still, that haven't given into the propaganda. And one thing I really wanted to mention too is I know that a lot of people who start off like as truthers or looking in the just looking into any kind of conspiracy theories and the symbolism and just the rabbit
fun
hole.
stuff.
Yeah, just all the rabbit holes that it a lot of these people, they all supported Trump, and I wanted to bring up, I honestly think Trump is himself part of the agenda, because I was watching like the news from Europe not that long ago, like about a week or two ago, and you know, one thing that's really weird that's happening in the European countries now is like, because the left and the right were like just as polarized as they are here
Right.
in the US. And now like the Europeans are calling for like unity. Like, oh, it doesn't matter, like whatever side you were on, you know, let's like all be united, let's all come back together. And so
You
that's
bet.
like, yeah, going in lockstep like with the Antichrist that they're
Sure
gonna
is.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna bring out, like, you know, quote unquote, the Antichrist, the beast, and yeah.
Yeah, that whole thing is so, it really is. It's very close, I feel. And I try not to say that a lot because I've never tried to be a predictor of things. Y'all know how I work, but, you know, I understand the season we're in, but wow, it's getting close. I really feel that it's getting close. Trump is a key figure in all this. I'll tell you something. This happened to me the other day, and this is I may have mentioned on the last show. I don't know, but I did tell a friend about this. These are the kind of things I get sometimes in my prayer time or just talking to God, you know, is the way I say it. But I was driving the other day and I was thinking, I do a lot of driving. I drive out to the lake out here a lot, but I was doing some driving and I was putting my thoughts together on Trump because I went to the rally. I don't know if you knew that or not. I went to that rally.
I listen to almost every show.
Okay, cool. So, you know, and if anyone's looking, I made a video, but it's only for Patreon at first. Then I put it up on my website. So you can go to my website, link below, and you can watch my Trump footage. But I was putting it together in my mind, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to go there is because I am a feeler, and I need to be around people and even meet people to get a real feeling on who they are, you know. So I wanted to see him. Had a lot of mixed feelings on it, but here's what I was thinking. I was thinking about him as I was driving, and these words came into my mind. For such a time as this. That's all it was. I saw for such a time as this. So I finished my drive. I get home. I turn on my news feed, and I go into all these different news things, of course, every day. But first one pops up is from CBN, Christian Broadcasting News. It says, reporter asks Trump if he thinks God sent him for such a time as this. Now, what does that mean? Well, I do believe he's a man for such a time as this. That doesn't mean he's the good guy or the bad guy. I think he's a little bit of both. He put a tweet out the other day of some people screaming white power. Did you see that?
Oh no. Honestly, I have not been really following, you know, like
it's best for you. Probably best for you. Trust me, I'm in it every day.
Yeah, I haven't even watched the news you know, since before COVID, because, you know, it was honestly just like a gut feeling, or, you know, just something inside me also told me like, do not watch the news because like it'll infect your eyes. And I haven't watched like CNN or anything. I can't even watch TV anymore because it's all just, it's so fake. It's just,
oh yeah, it's all agenda. And let me do the watching for you. I'll keep making the videos, but trust me, I have to pray about it. I have to get away from it. I have to take breaks. I've got to relax. Trust me, it's like a whole thing living like this, but I do appreciate it. And, I'm grateful I get to do it. But with Trump, he is the tip of the spear, as my friend Jonathan Kleck says. He has his own thing on it, but I'm with that. I've done my own breakdowns on Trump. Yeah. And he, after him, I'm not going to be surprised if it's the actual Antichrist. Right. I'm also at a point where, I don't know how much Trump's in on this or in on that, because he has done some good things. There's some things I've liked. But no matter what, if we look at it just as an observer, like we're watching a movie, he is obviously
somehow part of it. Or
he's obviously a big player in this thing right now. And I'm always looking at the underlying message of what this means. And I feel like, in a sense, he's helped to separate the sheep and the goats. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what he's doing, whether he meant to or not. But as a figurehead, we are seeing a divide, because the people that hate him are this violence and all the programming of him getting killed and shot. I'm at a point where I wouldn't be surprised if they took him out. I mean it. And I wouldn't even be surprised if they steal the election and we get Biden. I mean, that's kind of where I'm starting to think. I don't know, for sure. But everything's building up to a crescendo. There's so much madness under Trump. They're obviously launching the New World Order while he's in office. Some people think he's a part of it, some not. But no matter what, whether he is or not, it's happening all around him, every level of it. And now we're waiting on the economic reset, and I believe a war, the war coming. So go ahead. I'm rambling too much.
No. I was just going to agree with you that, absolutely. I agree, that he's a part of it, that, they're leading us, towards a war, towards some kind of monetary reset. I do think they're going to instill like a global currency.
Oh yeah,
the one world currency.
Well, what's weird is with the masks. I haven't shown you all this story yet, but I'll do it next Friday. But with the masks, there's a state here, I can't remember which one, but they're saying that you can't buy anything if you're not wearing a mask. So we're starting to see that come in now. If you don't have this, you can't do that. And we've seen that biblically, so it's interesting. We see these things manifest,
Oh yeah. I was just going to say too, like I live in Chicago. You can't go into any grocery store.
Oh my gosh, poor thing.
Without a mask on. Yeah, no. And I got in actually a pretty big fight the first day that like they instituted this with like the security guard. I'm like, I'm not wearing it. Like I even lied. I'm like, I have severe asthma. Like I don't have to wear this legally if I have that. And
well, I'll tell you one thing. If anyone's got a demon in him, it's Lori Lightfoot.
Oh God, I know. I don't even know how these like
these monsters
get into office.
They're monsters. I was talking about that the other night. I think a lot of it's voter fraud. I think that's what's happened to this country for so long. It's like a lot because we ask ourselves, who likes these people? Everyone hates them, even their own people. Yeah. I think a lot of it's voter fraud, and they watch each other's backs, man.
Oh, I think so too. Yeah, I mean everything. The whole system is just so corrupted, and
True. Well, don't feel alone. Go ahead.
Okay. I do appreciate that so much. But yeah, in regards to the mask thing, like right when they were rolling it out, and I think it was either really late March or early April that you were mandated to wear a mask, especially like if you're in a big city like probably New York, LA, Chicago, or you have to wear masks. Any public facility go into, any store. And I was just going to say, like, because we were talking about spiritual discern a lot, if you really like try to tune in to the energy of this, or, even like when they had the guards posted at the stores, it seems very evil, but it's like, it's like a cold evil.
It really is. I mean, it's making all these people are walking, they're slaves, and it's making them patients, and they're babying. It's turning them into babies. I mean, I was a medic, and and I look at it even from that perspective. I went to Walmart earlier, or today or yesterday. I went, and same thing. It's sickening. The lines and the masks, and like, are you kidding me? But and you see people even just where some of them wearing the masks, just not everybody, but some of them wearing the mask just don't look happy. They look slumped and they look kind of grumpy. And so it's definitely a psychological operation that's playing on that whole victimizing. Everyone's becoming a victim. There's all this creeping danger and evil. It's in the air all around you. It's unbelievable. But I'm with you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, it's definitely like preparing us for something that is permanent. Because obviously,
I think so.
Like the mask is not gonna hurt you, not even spiritually wearing it for 5 minutes. But it's like it's that programming. The same thing as when they put like the chips in the card. So you have to put like like the chip in first, and they don't even ask you for your card. Like they ask you for the chip now.
That's it. Yeah, I had it when I lived in Central America. My bank, Citibank, it switched over to the chip, and I couldn't get money out forever until I got this new card with a freaking chip in it. And that's when they started all the new chip readers. And when I saw that back then, just like you're saying, I was like, here we go. That's another level. And they're just preparing everybody. And that was 5 years ago. Go ahead.
Yeah. That's what I was just going to say. I remember it being in 2015 when I got mine. Yeah. In the mail too, like the brand new card with the chip. And again, I had like a very bad gut feeling about that as well.
Well, this just go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, and then the last thing so I had like this other kind of like gut feeling, or like this knowledge that the system is completely coming down. Like, don't miss it, because I mean what we had before, I mean it wasn't good. We were enslaved, we were oppressed. But I think that they're going to bring this system down just to put in more enslaving.
And a lot of people will like it, I think, because a part of it, I believe, will be debt forgiveness. Like they're just going to clean the slate, I believe, and there'll be people cheering for it, at first, probably. I'm actually pretty happy. I'm still paying my student loans, so that'd be all right.
I am too. Yeah, no, I have I have a lot of
Me
that
too. I don't like them. Well, hey, anything else you want to share with us, Michelle?
Yeah, but so more of the paranormal stuff
Go
because
ahead.
I know we were talking about demons earlier or like
Yeah.
evil entities. And I mentioned that I have done a lot of psychedelics in my life, like especially lots and lots of ayahuasca, and I was actually shown during one of my ayahuasca experiences that these things, they can project themselves as like what we generally think of as a demon, like with the wings and the hooves and horns and all that, but they actually look more like microscopic quantum mechanical, like little spiders. They're actually like almost like nanotech kind of, and they can embed themselves in your spine, and it just gets crazier from here. They can form attachment points by like what you see as like freckles or moles or skin tags.
Wow.
And I just wanted to share that, that this is some of like the supernatural knowledge that's been revealed to me.
No, that's interesting. It's cool. It randomly reminded me of It. The It is actually, and the clown is another one of those manifestations in my mind of a demon. But it's interesting that It was actually a giant spider. If you knew that, he was actually a giant spider. That's what he was. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. No, I haven't seen any of the It movies.
The movies or anything. Yeah, I read the book years ago, but I saw the movies, and that's a whole other story. Stephen King's a whole other thing. Look up his picture of him wearing a shirt with a massive all-seeing eye on it. So I mean, come on, Stephen, we get it. And that's from like the 70s. So that spirit has definitely been working through him and creating some amazing art in some ways, but then also fear for people. And it's always negative. Like the preachers are always the killers and monsters in the stories, But anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. So go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I wanted to share that, and also the way you can remove these things is like salt baths. And I heard you talked about like grounding bed sheets in the past.
Yeah, I use a bracelet.
Oh yeah, you should. Yeah, that's like the best thing you could do for yourself. And it'll get rid of that stuff. But yeah, that was really all I had to share, just that it's just very tough, being young and then seeing like the agendas unfold in front of you. And
well, stand by your principles and how you're living, because God is cheering you, Jesus is cheering you, the angels are cheering you. Don't change for this world. You're doing great, Michelle.
Oh, thank you so much, KJ. And yeah, just watching shows like yours, I mean, it just keeps reminding you every day to not give in, because I was, even with the protests going on, I was really feeling compelled to like at least go drive by or go look at it, but I didn't.
No, that's okay. Probably for the best. Those things are getting dangerous, but
yeah.
But hey, I mean, it's nice talking to you, Michelle. Thanks so much for sharing, and hang in there, okay?
Thank you, KJ. You too.
Okay, take care. All right, man. I'm going to bounce over to Michael. I missed you there earlier, Michael. Michael, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Man, great. Sorry I missed you earlier there. How you doing?
No worries. I'm honored to be with you.
Well, I'm glad to have you, and thank you.
I've been admiring your content for a long time. When did you leave Los Angeles? I moved here from Chicago in 1998.
Gosh, I would say that was probably around 2009-ish.
2009 you left. And you're in what area now?
Now I'm in the Midwest. I'm in Oklahoma.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, it's been a long, actually, it's crazy. It really worked out. I mean, I'm from here, but I've tried to leave my whole life, and I never really lived here long term as an adult. But now I've been back since Costa Rica for almost 5 years, and it's not so bad. It really is a fairly safe place. Bible Belt, good people. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, how long were you in LA?
I was out there about 5 years, and I started off and started working I first started off doing that thing where you go to movie theaters and get people to sign up for free screenings.
Right.
I did that. Then I wound up getting on a Clean House, which is a TV show. And after that, it blew up. I got into Big Brother, Bachelor, Hell's Kitchen, all these shows, and started working more with the cast of the shows, all the contestants and stuff. And then I really got disenfranchised when I woke up to the stuff I learned. I found out about the Illuminati and all that stuff, and it really freaked me out, but I kept praying to learn more. And then I made my movie, the scariest movie ever made, in around 2007. And then after that, I left LA, quit working in TV. I became a security guard out there, and I was writing scripts and stuff because I had an agent. So I was shopping movies and TV shows to places, but it just didn't feel right anymore, man. I became obsessed with this stuff. So I wound up leaving and going to Austin and became a bounty hunter of all things for a couple of years out there. And that's when I really started building my YouTube channel. You know, I probably told you too much.
Right.
But
Right.
go
Right.
ahead.
Yeah. No, some of that I have caught over the period of time I've been listening to you. So
Okay.
thanks for the refresher.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, even in the mid '90s, and I'm a bit older than you. I was born in '63, so
All right.
you know, experiencing music and culture in the '70s and
Yeah.
'80s, you know, it was great and optimistic, especially in the '80s. You know, I'm kind of attached to that music era.
Me
You know,
too.
I booked the Smashing Pumpkins' first downtown weekend gig in Chicago. Was friends with Billy Corgan and all that, and
No
you know,
way. That's great.
managed bands and made music videos and all that, you know, as part of that '80s Chicago music scene. But like you, of course, I didn't realize just how dark the energies we were taking for
Yeah.
granted were.
Yeah.
And when I moved to Hollywood in '98, it was with a very naive optimism, like, you know what we need? We need more positive media that's, you know, more about resolution and not conflict. You know, and you can just
Yeah.
picture Joe Hollywood at the head of the line going, yeah, it's nice, kid. Get in the back of the line. We'll call you maybe. You know,
Yeah.
so of course, when 9/11 hit and things started to shift, you know, you'd go onto a movie lot and they had to wave a mirror under the front of your car to make sure you weren't a terrorist. It was like,
Wow.
wait a minute. What?
Yep.
And
There go your
and
civil liberties, folks.
right. So for you, you know, 2004 to 2009, I mean, you were probably around the Hollywood Highland complex with the work you were doing. And
Oh yeah.
just imagine when I got to Hollywood and Wilcox in 1998, the whole Hollywood Highland complex was a hole in the ground. It was under construction. You know,
Wow.
so to see all that happen and be like, oh, cool, you know, I'm right down the block, you know, be part of all that. It's like, yeah, no.
Yeah, exactly. It didn't take long, did it? We used
No.
to go out there. I'd go out in Hollywood with my friends, and we'd go to bars and stuff. And I mean, I don't know, it was okay, but you know, some of the people I met a lot of up and coming people, you know, but I don't know. I don't know. I just never. Even moving out there, I wasn't going out there because I was fascinated with celebrity. I just wanted to make scary movies that really freaked people out. That was my whole thing. I wanted to make.
Okay.
I wanted to be the scariest movie guy, like
Right,
Will,
right.
and make just the freakiest, scariest movies. You know, and I
And
would
now
sit
you
there.
are.
And now I am. That's how God blessed me. It's so crazy, but I'm eternally grateful to him because he allows me to make my creepy, scary movies. But at least they're helping. You know, it's for a purpose now. You know.
Right. Yeah, you know, being a student at Northwestern University, where you know, I would talk to Gary Marshall at various
Wow.
alumni events, and you know, David Schwimmer from Friends lived down the hall from me. You know,
No way.
so
What
it
do you
was
keep talking? Because I like this. I don't mean to cut you off, but as you're talking, can you also tell us maybe like what these people are like? I mean, you're feeling from them also the whole Illuminati thing and dealing with music. Any
you know,
insight? Go ahead.
at the time, I didn't, you know, again, like you, I didn't realize
Right.
what was really going on and why I didn't click. So now this year is just such a wonderful, in so many ways, revelation, because we see people taking sides,
Yes.
and then you go, oh, that's why I couldn't click with those people.
Right.
They really are sheeple. Okay,
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
and you can, you know, and not to judge because we were all naive at some point. That's
Right.
the
That's a
hard
good
part.
attitude.
Is
Right.
to
You
come
bet.
at it with compassion, because we were, you know, we all believed at some point in Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy or the Easter Bunny or the whatever, you know, and so they're at some point along their journey, and maybe this lifetime or the next lifetime or whatever, they'll get it.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
it is hard when we would like everybody to come along. But you're familiar with the Foundations Forum, the Landmark Forum?
No, I'm not. What is that?
It's a thing that grew out of EST in the 70s. that was like a self-help guru thing. And
Oh boy.
so like when I got here in '98, there was this thing called the entertainment. What was it? I forget the name of the organization. It's probably better I don't say it anyway. So, but it was it was 5 people that came out of the forum that were all entertainment business, and so they got together and did that thing that I wanted to do. Come on, kids, let's put on a show, a good show. So it was like let's do work with integrity. Well, you could have what's the term? Not a slasher movie, but where people actually die in the making of the film. You could do that
Snuff
with
film, like a snuff.
Snuff film. Yeah, you could do a snuff film with integrity, right? What the hell does that mean? So so that's a little vague, but then they do their mission statement, and it was a full page long, and it's like, no, that's not what a mission statement is. But okay, keep trying, kids. So at any rate, they all came out of the forum, and they were like, you got to do the forum. You got to do the forum. And I'm like, why? What's so great about this thing? Well, ultimately, I went to one of their things where people graduate from the forum, and it's all gung-ho, and then they take you into small rooms, and they try to hard sell you into the thing. And it had some good aspects, like Scientology, like everything. It's got some good stuff in there, but then it's also kind of a cult. So,
yeah.
But here's the punchline of this tangent, is that one of the central concepts of the forum is called making others wrong. And I swear they nailed it on that, because that's the thing that the world does. We play this game where we're trying to change other people to do things the way we do them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do we have any right to do that? Does the United States have any right to impose its culture on other nations? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right?
I'm with you on that. Yeah, I wish everybody just stay sovereign and stay on their own, really. Go ahead.
Right. And if we start to even recognize within ourselves that we have that tendency, then maybe we can start to get over it. One of the great things is called nonviolent communications that was started back in the 70s, NVC, or also people call it compassionate communication. And it's a whole different way of communicating with people without force so much. But so at any rate,
it's interesting.
As I saw the what was really, of course, there's the wake up of 9/11, and it took me a couple of years. At first, I don't know about you, but I naively believed the story. I was watching it on TV in my Hollywood apartment. I was only in Hollywood a few years, 98 to 01, and I'm watching it, and like, boy, I hope we don't do something stupid like go fly over there and try to get even. Yeah. That was my only reaction. And then gradually it was like, wait a minute. And I talked to Bill Maher at a party in a bar that friends of mine were having, and I actually thanked him for what he said, which got him thrown off of NBC, which was basically he was saying, we call these terrorists cowards, but what's cowardly is to throw bombs from a couple thousand miles away. So he was calling out the U.S. military system. So they threw him off TV.
Oh yeah, I remember that. There was a real. Also, quickly, I misspoke. I was out there in 2007, not 97. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it was 2007. No. But yeah, I remember that. There was a zeitgeist here in America. There's a whole thing like, you better not say anything against our flag, and it got real because Bush was the president, and And at that 2001 time, I was still brainwashed back then as a Republican. I'm ex-military, so I was very Republican, for a long time. And so I was like, "There's no way, man. It's Bush. He's a good Christian man leading our nation." I mean, I was just as dumb as some of the rest of them. So, go ahead.
Right. But then I think they brought Bill Maher back on TV with
they did, yeah,
like that scene from Network where
I love that movie
where the boss says, "You have meddled with the primal forces of nature, and you will atone."
Yes, classic.
So like Bill, you ain't gonna talk about 9/11. you ain't going to talk about any of this stuff. You're going to play the game. Red guy's bad, blue guy's bad. Red guy's bad, blue guy's bad. You're going to play the game, right,
Yeah, he
Billy?
changed too, didn't he? He's changed
Yeah.
a lot over the years.
Yeah. So it's, he's still alive, and he gets to play the game. So
that's it, making a lot of money and gets to play out. Because I saw him on something the other night where he was getting hammered by somebody in an interview, a conservative, and I was like, this isn't the Bill Maher I knew from 20 years ago or 15 years ago. And also, it felt like he was phoning it in. I just felt like he wasn't coming up with his own thing. It just didn't feel right. So I'm with you. Yeah, you're right. Same with a lot of these politicians and and a lot of the celebrities. They get lost in their little bubble world, and then the celebrities tried to sing "Imagine" to make everyone feel better with COVID-19. Right? Come on, guys. Right?
Nice work. Yep.
Thanks, guys. But they don't know. Like, they're in their own magical, mystical world. You know how it is. So sorry. Go ahead.
But ultimately, when the California fires happened in NorCal in October 2017 and SoCal in December 2017, for me, that was like 3 months of depression. That took care of my Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. It was like, okay, Agenda 21 is in full gear. Oh boy, we saw this one coming, didn't we? So I was researching and finding people like you and many other, because I love how the system loves to make fun of you for, I suppose you did your research on YouTube.
Right. You're right. That is one of the go-tos.
Where else? I'm going to go to the
where
library?
else? Exactly. It used to be the town square. I mean, YouTube at one point was the ultimate real town square, and we obviously know what they butchered it into, but they're still town squares, but they're just all over the place now. Go ahead.
Right. So, and that's how I found who was on the front lines and really reporting truth, and you could just gradually sort it out, what feels right. And amazingly, as a recovering Catholic, I used to tell my mom, and having been trained not to read the Bible, and or just that was just the habit, even though as a lector, and I started as a lector in the Catholic Church right out of 8th grade. So throughout high school, I was one who walked down the aisle with the big thick Bible in my hands, set it up on the lectern, read the first 2 readings, and then the priest read the gospel. Right, so I was very much part of my Catholic Church, Northwest Side Chicago, and same church and school that Billy Corgan went to. We lived blocks from each other, but yeah, it was kind of a disconnect. It was really just here's the program stories. You never got in deep to it, and it always felt like fairy stories. Some disconnect was there. It felt like mythology. Now to come to realize that the best truthers are serious Christians for real, and to find the truth in that book, it's just an amazing journey, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's a really great way to put it. And yeah, you're right. That's what we come to. I very early on, even when I started, one of the first kind of messages I felt I needed to put on everything was relationship, not religion. That's what I kept seeing in my head, because I had all this even guilt from then. Like, shouldn't I still be going to church? But luckily I did my own vision quest, I guess, or whatever, through most of my 20s, where I was in the military 8 years, and I'd be stationed different places. Everywhere I'd be, I would go to a different church by myself, or take a girl if I was dating someone at the time. Most of the time I'd go alone and just check out the church, sit in the back, see how it played out, see what they're all about. So I was doing my research back in the day on this. But yeah, no, you're right. It takes us some time, but once we get to that point, there's such freedom and liberation when you realize that, wow, I can have my own relationship with the Creator one-on-one through Jesus Christ. That's all I need. I don't care what other people say and do. And then He can do a work on me my whole life, or however long it takes. And as long as I keep trying and keep walking on that path and trying to repent, that's what I tell people: repent of your sins. I mean, that's not so easy, and we're all sinners, and we're in this flesh suit. Doesn't mean it's okay to do. Obviously, we got to rectify ourselves, but everyone's on their own pace with that. That's why I don't try to pound people on the head with it. Go ahead.
Right. Well, so what I started to do is put together one organization as a subset of the big picture, and that was Stop California Fires. And I figured, now this is really obvious. These fires are really obviously staged. Come on, this is the new 9/11. Even friends of mine in Malibu.
Oh,
and
yeah, they got hit.
There was a big event in Malibu, and I live streamed it, and RFK Jr. was part of it, and the new sheriff of LA County and all of that. So I live streamed it, and big conversation, and yet they were all still going to their neighborhood councils and complaining and saying, "Why did you take our fire engine? Why didn't you put out the fires?" It's like, how do you know you're talking to people or people with souls, or what are these beings that are behind the dais?
Yeah.
They don't seem to be designed to be responsive.
No, I think they're the tears. I really think it's tears. They're just soulless.
Right. Yeah. I try not to put terms in other people's mouths, but see where people have come, on their journey. And yeah, I've heard you've referred to it that way before. So they still would not come out of their program box and deal with the reality of the situation, even if they knew it. They were not willing to be truthers about it. And I'm like, I don't care what happens to me. I'm not here for my life. I cannot work in a system that is toxic. I have to do the right thing. That's why my father named me Michael. He decided to have a child named Michael when he was 7 years old in Catholic grammar school. He's trying to live up to the power of the name. I don't talk to God. I don't hear any voices, nothing like that. I'm just trying to do what, would be the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And as much as so many figures in our history are corrupted, like for instance, Winston Churchill's not all he's cracked up to be.
Right.
So I hear, but I love the quote, "The price of greatness is responsibility." So if you have a great education or you have great capabilities, your price for that is responsibility to use those skills as adeptly as you can. So as a actor, filmmaker, photographer, designer, singer, swordsman, basically an omni-media entrepreneur.
Renaissance man.
My job is to try to use those skills for good to help mankind to survive and thrive and rebound.
Great way to look at it.
Now, you would say, I'm sure that one of the ways that the system or the nothing or the dark energy or whatever we want to call it, the demonic forces, the way it functions is to divide and conquer, right?
Right.
So then the opposite of that would be to unify.
Yes.
Right? So I started with the stopcafires.com, stopcaliforniafires.com. And instead of even trying to build a website, they just redirect to Facebook page and a Facebook group.
Yeah.
But I knew that it was unlikely that little target market thing would get a lot of traction. And I knew that if there's so much unity between all the different issues, whether it's 5G, the fires, vaccination, and I saw that mandatory vaccination on 5G as being the next biggest things. And sure enough, what done happened this year, KJ? What done happened is they did the combo platter, right? So if you're really paying attention to how this coronavirus has been working, it's a combo platter.
Yeah, they don't want it to go away. It's obvious. We see it every day. They don't want it to, and we know it's a part of the system. And I also, I'm always trying to balance things out, and I don't want to seem hopeless to people. It's not hopeless to me, and I probably sound nuts to some, but when I see the destruction coming, I'm lifting my head up. I'm like, all right, cool, man. We're about to be free. I know that sounds nuts to some people, but at the same time, while we're here, we're not supposed to be these miserable goons walking around dragging our knuckles. We're warriors. We're conquerors through Christ. So that's my attitude. But yeah, man, we got to stay in the fight, stay strong, and don't let the system bring us down like that. And, but we are seeing that dividing line. I've talked about it for years, the sheep and the goats or whatever, but I'm not kidding. It's been my perception, and we see it literally happening now. And the masks is just one example. Not that every mask wearing person's a goat, but a lot of them are. Go ahead.
Right.
Wow, they're really having a grand finale there, it sounds like.
No, right. Because, I wear it so I don't get hassled.
Exactly. A lot of people are doing that.
But whenever I can, I wait till the last minute, or I question the guy as I walk into Home Depot, and go, really? Because isn't that against OSHA OSHA rules? Really?
Yeah.
And then I'll put it on, and then I'll take it off.
There you go. It's probably it's best, right? Just we got to get along anyway. So.
Right. I wasn't sure what I was going to be doing today on the 4th of July. I wanted to be with my friends, the Freedom Angels, but they're like 40 minutes north of San Francisco today, and I'm
that's a drive.
still in Los Angeles, and they're doing a wonderful thing at a wonderful church.
Great.
But this has been just such a blessing to talk to you and have this little serendipity come up. And I want to extend to you any way that we can keep in touch, because the mankinder.net movement is based on people like you that have the right vision, the right understanding, the right following to come together and reach more people. Because if you and other webcasters and leaders and churches and so forth pull together and say, okay, let's all whiteboard this vision. What do we want? What kind of world do we want? We can, I believe, KJ, we can flip this script and manifest the world we want. We could even shift the predictions, shift the prophecies, and create a healthy world.
I think it's worth. I like that. I think it's worth a try. Some people would be like, destruction's coming. It's in the Bible. Just give up. No, man. I like this idea of still fighting while we're here and trying. And I think that's what the Lord wants sometimes, just to see us trying and, in it. I don't know. But hey, I'll tell you what, email me at thescariestmovieever@gmail.com and we'll talk later.
Yeah.
Okay, Michael?
Yeah.
All right, man.
One last quick question. Have you, I forget, have you delved into Mandela Effect?
Yes, I've definitely looked into that, and I did one video with some of the stuff in there, but I had my own perspective on it. But I also think a lot of it's bunk. That's just my approach.
Sure.
I think a lot of it just goes, it's kind of like flat earth stuff to me. Again, no offense to the flat earth people. Yeah. Speaking of that, they're launching next year, there's 3 companies that are launching space travel. There's another one I just saw today. They're going to be taking almost like these weird hot air looking balloon things up into the atmosphere, and you can see everything. So I'm just saying that this flat earth thing, like everything else, everything will be exposed. The truth will come out on everything. And I believe even that we'll see a truth on here soon. That's my approach. Hey, man, but Michael, I look forward to your email. It's been a real pleasure talking to you, man. You're awesome.
Thank you, brother. Big hugs. All against the system.
Right. Yes, sir. All right, man. I'll talk to you soon.
Cheers. Thank you.
Take care. All right, man. It was great. Now, I got left. I got Ron, Matador, Joshua, Fashion Star, Frank, and Blake. And then that's it. All right. So we still got a good crew here. Hope you guys are doing well out there listening. Thank you so much once again for being here and sharing your 4th of July with us. And I think it's been great, man. Every one of these people have been fantastic. So let's go ahead and jump over to Ron. Ron, how you doing, man?
Good evening.
Hi. How are you?
Oh, you have me to whatever, second or third last. This is going to be a really hard act to follow now.
Yeah, I honestly feel it always is, because everybody's great in their own way and everyone's unique. So no worries, man. It's just good to have you here. I will ask this: your audio is a little low on your end. I don't know if it can come up a little bit, maybe.
Maybe I could just talk a little louder.
There it is. That's perfect. Okay.
The wife is in bed. I almost didn't call.
Oh yeah. I'm glad you did, though, man. I'm glad you did.
I am too. Totally. The wife was going to bed. She was saying, make sure the dog was cozy, lock all the doors, and the fireworks are going off in the background. It's like,
oh yeah.
I said, what's KJ doing? So I was really excited when you were doing the call in. It's like, oh wow, man, because I hooked up. I didn't hook up to it, but I listened to a call in you had a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Then you had the live one. You had the 4 guests, and that was a smashing. I mean, you guys nailed it. So I thought, wow, I need to try to get in. So I'm scrambling around. I'm running around trying to get the computer hooked up. It didn't work. I went to a second computer that I'm on YouTube. I'm zigzagging all over the place, so I got in. So hallelujah, I'm here. I mean,
I'm glad you made it.
Everybody that has talked is just, I mean, this is how God works. Everybody
I think so.
that has said something really ministered to me. and I'm gonna go through them real quick in order because I know
Yeah.
you've been on for a while.
No
and,
rush.
You got a couple of guests, but yeah, I almost didn't call in, but it was at the very beginning of the program, and a person said something along the lines, yeah, in the formal churches they're pretty much done, and I said, wait. Stop right now. It was like a bolt of lightning. Stop. I've got to listen to this. And so I guess it's like, what is it, like low ball or it's softball? Yeah, if you're going to point, your finger at, Joel Osteen or, some of these other people. And being in Dallas, oh my gosh, we have no dearth for mega churches. There's a mega church on every corner. I mean, it's crazy here. It's just everybody's having a grand old time, and they're raking in the money, and they got the TV shows, and it's just like, I'm stuck between two worlds, and what I mean by that is, and I'm going to go into the next person. Then there was a young lady that was two or three calls just previously was talking about the trans people or the gay people.
Yep.
I'm able to traverse both worlds.
Go ahead. I'm interested.
Okay, so very quickly, I'm a recovering Catholic also.
I understand.
And I've done a lot of different things. I'm prior military. I mean, I've just gone all over the world. I think the most interesting place I was in Korea to look at the shamans. Shamans have a very interesting way or perspective of what they have about their spirituality, but of course they're not. The dog wants out. Here, come on, go to her.
Yeah, I'm interested in the shamans. I'm even interested in, not to get anybody mad out there, but in Christian mystics, and that's not New Age. It's a whole other thing.
Oh, yeah. No, of
but
course.
go ahead.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No,
I'll talk about all that someday. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, so the time I spent there was just fascinating. But anyway, very quickly. So I've been there. I've been Southern Baptist. I've been Apostolic. I've been there's so many different places. So right now, my wife and I, we've pretty much pulled back from formal religion because it's horrid. It's absolutely horrid, and I feel bad because you'll sit down, and the previous call was talking about 9/11. That was really my awakening too. You mentioned Austin too. I don't mean to plug anybody else's show.
No,
but
it's all right.
You've talked about AJ. So
Oh yeah, I listened to him earlier today for a little while. I still like to listen to him because a lot of his information is great, but all you got to do it's critical thinking. When you're dealing with him, we have to realize he's bombastic. He blows things out of proportion sometimes.
He's a wild man.
He's a wild man. Yeah.
He is taking his own supplements, so he's going a mile a minute.
Yeah, you're right.
But that was my great awakening too. I'm prime military. As my mother-in-law says, Bush is God's man, and God is best the bushes. And it's like, Mom, the bushes are the devil's, man.
They really are.
Buildings. So that was my great awakening to kind of like say, wait a minute, there is something drastically wrong with this picture. Because prior to that point, I guess I was just like everybody else. You're just asleep. You're just kind of going through life. And on top of that, I'm in a Pentecostal church. So that has its own baggage in of itself. You were talking about the prayers and the tongues and all that kind of insanity. But somebody says on their 501c3 church is dead. Boy, you got that right. I see it in the chat. So yeah, I mean, this is where I'm at. So I'm between two worlds. I can traverse the Christian world, but I've already pulled back. I've already said goodbye to them. Reality is you have to have a relationship with Jesus. That's the only reality. All the stuff that we're doing, all this collecting the money and the tithes. I tell preachers too when they want the money. I says, look, if you're going to collect the tithe like a Levite, you better be living like a Levite. And so I've been lately doing a lot of research on just the Old Testament and how things were in Jesus' time and how that relates to us. But and I'm all over the board, but I guess that's okay because you can think on all these different levels. But getting to this whole thing about I'm between two worlds. So, you try to explain this to your family. You try to explain this to the church. Most of the church is completely asleep. I mean, even the crazy people, even the ones that are super spiritual, like kind of my background with the apostolics, they're asleep. They're almost like they want the world to blow up. They figure, okay, if the world blows up, then Jesus comes back. It's like, yeah, but I thought Jesus was going to come back, and didn't he say something along the lines of, I hope I find faith? And then isn't Christ coming back to find the remnant? I mean, I don't know. They've got this picture of oh, we're going to be out there, we're going to be busting heads, and we're going to be having this big, huge revival. And I'm looking, and it's like, well, first of all, you caved to the mask. As far as I know, 99% of the churches in the United States are closed. I mean, where's the big revival? And I don't know. I'm just so confused by that. I just have to focus on God and the Bible and you and the other people. People that are awake.
Excuse me. Did you hear that Gavin Newsom, governor of California, just outlawed singing and praise in church?
My gosh. Yeah, no singing. That's the craziest thing. It's like, come on, this is in your face, you guys. Wake up.
That's what I say.
Church, wake up. I'm not talking about taking to the streets like the BLM type
violence or anything. Right.
Look, wake up and get serious about Jesus. Just stop all this showboating and just look. The time is short. So anyway, that's the other. The other part is, like I said, a young lady was talking about the trans people, and everybody has a gift. Well, I'm not seeing spirits, and I'm not, I can't see these different things, but
right.
But when I'm with my trans friends, and here we go.
No, you're fine.
I feel for them, KJ. They're so lost, and I see them from their peer group, not from a church person saying you're going to hell. You know, I'm on I can go on their side of the fence. I can kind of walk with them because of the way I dress.
And a lot of them are fun and nice. And
oh gosh,
same thing when I worked in LA. I mean, I worked with a lot of gay people, and I had great times going to bars with some of them and hanging out. All of us hanging out together. But that's why I'm not, all hardcore against it, because I mean, I've got gay people in my family that I love. So it's like, look, I don't have a big thing against that. We're all kids in our brothers and sisters in God's eyes, and it's all about having Christ, and we all have a different path and things to work through. And I'm grateful mine isn't the trans thing or gay thing, but I also understand a lot of people have that. I've got my own stuff I got to grapple with. We all have our stuff. So I don't judge. Go ahead.
I like your analogy about, well, we're all living in a skin suit, or
yeah, sinful skin suit.
And I'm not. Oh my gosh, this is coming out wrong, but I think you kind of understand what I'm saying. I'm just, I want to be. I want to present Jesus to them.
No, I love that. They need that, man. You might be the guy to do it. That's the thing. That might be one of your missions.
Because my peers won't. My peers, the place that I'm at, women have to wear dresses. Women can't cut their hair. Dudes can't even have beards because it's evil. Wow. You can't drink a root beer because guess what? It's beer. We don't play cards because it's the devil.
Oh gosh, I just can't.
That's the weird. That's the weird hardcore church that I'm leaving. We're leaving. We're on our way out. We're leaving this.
Do it.
But and then I look at them. I'll say, look, are you going to go downtown to talk to these people? Oh, well, of course not. They're sinners.
Right.
Like, yeah, but wait, they're human.
And who did Jesus hang out with?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You don't have to, you don't have to partake of their sin, but at the same time, like, I don't know.
They need us around, man. They need it. I'm with you on that. I totally understand where you're coming from. I don't think it sounds bad. I like it for you, and that might be your mission. And they need it because we know they're broken people, and they need maybe a good
miserable.
Right?
One of my best friends, he lost it all. He had the 6-figure job. He had the trophy wife. I'm going to start crying. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, please feel free. Because I like that, man. It shows how much you care about your friends, and there's nothing wrong with that. So,
because they do that. They wake up one day, I'm a woman. It's like, no, you're lost.
Right.
You're just looking for your place. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
No, it's beautiful. You have a good heart, man. I can tell. It's okay.
so anyway, that's what I just wanted to say. I just want to kind of touch base with you guys, and
I'm glad you did. And go ahead. I don't mean to cut you off.
no. It's that's kind of all I wanted to say. It's uh, oh, you know what? I did want to ask you one question though.
Yeah.
What is the thing about because you might know it because you know about this. They leave the tape recorder playing or no recording, and the television set is on a channel that has static. What's that all about?
Oh, okay. I've seen that. That's a lot
It's
of.
a they shape the signal or something. And I had read about that, or I said, oh my, Cage, he'll know about it. He'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
I've seen a few things on that. I've seen paranormal people doing that for EVP of all things, getting on static.
Ah,
And then there is the whole frequency thing, which I still don't know how to feel about a lot of that because there's so much with the Wi-Fi and then 5G. I've done some videos on that stuff, but I
yes.
know there's things because I hear it in my head sometimes. Now I don't know what that is, but I think we all get that kind of weird ringing. But I'll get that stuff like all the time, and I don't know if that's normal or natural. But that's about all I know with that. I'm not really sure, but I'm missing something. And again, I know a little bit about a lot of things, and I feel like there's something I'm missing, and I'll think of it after the call, I'm sure. But there is something with frequencies I recently saw, and it was big, but I'm sorry I
But
can't
yeah,
remember it.
it just happened like recently, and it's something about they can shape it, or they can make it
Something.
say languages or something, and it's like,
I wouldn't be surprised. They had an advertisement in New York City for some paranormal show. This was like 8 years ago, and they had technology in the billboard, which was high up on a building. They had this technology on the billboard that was shooting down in certain areas, and when you walked past this area, you would hear voices in your head, and it'd
oh
make you
Lord,
look up at the billboard. Right? That's 8 years ago, man. So God only knows what's
what they
really
got.
out there, right?
Okay, well, I'm sorry to cut up like that.
No,
I just
don't
want to
be.
touch base with you, and all the time I'm sitting here, each of the guests, each of the callers, they just kept saying basically the same thing as I was feeling in my heart. I want to bust out. I want to reach out to people. Maybe I need to take a little bit more time to shape how I do it. I mean,
Yeah, he'll show
I mean,
you. Pray about it, Ron.
I'm taking the train so I don't have to drive my car. I'm specifically in the train to be with the people because
Good.
I want to be around people. I want to hear them, and I want any opportunity I can say, "Hey, did you ever think of this? Did you ever consider this?"
Good.
That's where my heart is. That's how I think, and it's like, man, the people I'm in my church, they wouldn't even consider that. Well, what do you want to do that for? It's because I want to bring Jesus to people.
Good.
I want them to escape this.
And you
This
know that, and you know you'll have to, and you will be strong not to get pulled into their thing because that can happen when we're fighting these battles. But
oh gosh, yeah,
I
you're right.
I feel like you got the right heart, man, and you're in it. And I really think that is probably one of your missions. I don't know for sure, but it seems so obvious, man. So I love it, Ron. I'm so glad you shared all this with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna go ahead and let you go. Then let the other guys go. You've been on a while.
Okay, Ron. Thank
God
you.
bless.
It's been a pleasure. Bye bye. All right, still got a few more to go here. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get Matador next, then Joshua, then Fashion Star, then Frank, and Blake. I think that's it. Guys, give me, I've been going, what, 3 hours, 40 minutes. So give me just a couple minutes. I'm sorry I don't have a musical interlude. I would, but they'd get a copyright claim like everything else. So it'll just be a little bit quiet for a little bit, okay? Unless Chubbs comes by. But give me just like maybe 2 minutes and I'll be right back. Thanks, guys. Okay, guys, thanks so much. I'm back. I appreciate the short break there. All right, let me jump right into it with Matador. Are you there, Matador?
Yeah, man, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm great.
Well, thanks for staying up so late. Sorry I kept you up so late, man.
Oh, yeah, you could tell my accent. I'm actually from Scotland, just to clarify. So, yeah,
well,
it's coming up on 5 a.m. here.
So well, thanks.
I want to explain first.
Yeah.
I might not be totally like loud because I'm trying to respect my mum sleeping.
Oh, that's okay.
I live with my mum still, so
you sound good, man. We can hear you. No
okay,
problem.
Good. Can I just start by saying thanks to everybody on the show tonight. It's been a great show, honestly. It has.
Thank you.
And thanks to you, KJ. I know a lot of people say thanks to you, but one of the things that really makes this great for me is just like the people, the community, all the people, all the love from everyone. It's just so special because I don't know. It's like there's not an ounce of hate in all of this, and everybody gives just such a loving and caring opinion when they come on here to talk. And
great?
Man, it fills my heart with love. It really does, and I'm blessed to be here, man.
Hey, so, you're welcome, and I appreciate that, man. That's beautiful. Thanks.
Okay, yeah. So I've had a bit of time to think about what I wanted to say as well.
Cool.
I'm going to start with just a bit about me. I don't want to say too much about my name. You could call me Matt.
Okay.
So yeah, come from Scotland. I'm pretty young, 18 going on 19. And what I want to talk about today is dreams. So yeah, I'm a bit of a dreamer. A lot of people get these kind of spiritual dreams. And yeah, I've had them for a long while, I would say. And first off, I would like to say, I'm pretty newfound as a Christian.
Okay.
I found my faith about 2 years ago, coming up on 2 years.
Good for you, especially being so young. That's great.
Yeah,
and tough.
Yeah, it's tough. Definitely tough. But so what was I saying? I love my.
It's okay. You found your faith a few years ago.
Found my faith, yeah. Before that, I was kind of always skirting around, like spiritual stuff. I'd been interested for the longest time, I'll tell you, and just like the spiritual side of life. So, especially because I'd be having these dreams and stuff, and I was interested in a lot of the kind of occult Kundalini stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, when I was young, especially like 14 and stuff. That's it. For me, I'd started like doing the meditation stuff, like the Kundalini chakra, third eye stuff,
Yeah.
Sounds a bit kooky now, but yeah, I'd been getting into that. And
you learned how to trigger it, right?
Yeah, it's totally, it's a strange thing. It's like you learn how to manipulate your own mind into
exactly.
a state of like openness.
I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. I'll make this point quick. Then I'm going to shut my mouth again. But just as I'm thinking about it, I don't know if you've seen footage from American churches, some American churches where I don't know what they call them. They're holy rollers, whatever. They're like really out there. But a lot of these American churches, the people will have pastors who will walk around. They'll touch them, and the people will like, and they're starting spazzing out. And,
oh
like,
yeah,
losing it. And I've done a thing on this years ago, and I just remember bits and pieces, but that's that Kundalini, man. You actually see that in a lot of these churches.
It's triggering.
Go ahead.
In a way, it's like self-hypnosis, kind of. You put yourself into like a state where you're suggestive. And I personally think, and I'm going to talk about my dreams as well.
Okay.
You're manipulating your mind to sort of open yourself to sort of spirits and stuff, because that's what they talk about. They talk about you meeting your spirit guide and stuff. You talk about opening yourself up to meeting these kind of entities, and man, I don't really believe any of them are like malevolent, to be honest.
Yeah,
it's like a lot of these entities, in my experience as well, and what I'm going to talk about briefly.
Okay.
I don't want to. I've had a lot of dreams. Like some of them are just small things, but I'm going to talk about some of the bigger ones. Like when I'm opening. When I was doing this like third eye opening stuff, this Kundalini stuff, it's when I'd start having like these deep dreams, and it'd be like a recurrent, like I'd wake up as if I was awake, in the middle of the night, and I'd go up and go get a drink and stuff, but then it was like a dream. So that's like a weird recurrent thing for me, and it'd always be spoiled by like me just straight up seeing an entity, like legitimate like aliens. Sometimes strange. I don't want to say aliens, but like
They would
people.
come in different shapes and stuff.
Yeah, totally, man. Sometimes it's just shadow people.
That's
Sometimes,
it. Yeah, those are all the same entity, just different form. That's my opinion. But yeah, it's fascinating all the shapes they can come in. But it's interesting. And so, did you felt like maybe in your dream life or your sleep that you were kind of leaving your body in a way?
Oh yeah, totally, man.
Wow,
I was
that's some
into
interesting stuff.
Like 100%. That was the objective almost. Astral travel, the sort of out of body experience thing. That's what I was going for, to try and open myself up and explore spiritual realms.
Wow, and you saw them, and it worked. Like you said, as you were in that state, you could see entities. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to claim it wasn't super intense, but I definitely I seen them, man, and they were there. And sometimes as well, I'll talk about specific stories in a bit, but like some of them would just accompany like this presence and this overwhelming feeling of like evil. I don't know how to explain
that
that
makes
as well,
sense.
but it's just super. Because sometimes you could look at the image of it, right, and it's just like this spooky looking, like oval shaped head, kind of like the Greys, but.
And you were never scared, though.
Oh no. Yeah, sometimes I was totally frightened.
Okay.
I'd wake up sweating, And
Wow.
one of the particular times, one of the worst that got, is I actually had 2 dreams in the same night recurrent after each other, right? One of them was like me seeing someone in my door, right? And I always sleep with a shut door because of the dreams. Like, I don't know what it is about doorways, but in a lot of my dreams I've had, when I've left my door open, like a lot of the entities come through my door.
That's an interesting metaphor there, right? Doorways into the other side and stuff too.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I think it is on a level subconscious. I'm not really too sure about it.
How long has it been going on? How long have you had these experiences?
Well, yeah, intensely since I was 14. And I'm going to talk a bit about how, as I get into the story, my dreams have shifted as I've found faith and stuff.
Yeah, don't let me. I'm sorry, I keep jumping in with stuff, but I'm going to be
it's
quiet
cool,
now.
man. We're here to have a discussion, And
Good. Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, then just roll with it. Then I want you to just keep on rolling, man. I may jump in again. I can't help myself sometimes, but this is interesting stuff. I love it. So thank you.
Right, cool, man, cool. So yeah, I'm just gonna tell about one of the most intense dreams I had. Like, I got up in it, kind of standard stuff so far, but it was kind of a turning point for me. Like, I just seen a shadow figure in my doorway standing there, accompanied by an intense fear. So it woke me up. Yeah, the fear. Oh wait, no, I forgot to mention the detail. It started restricting me and like holding me above my bed, out of my body, if that makes sense. And I was like looking down on it with this intense fear. And so I woke up and had like that sensation of falling. Sometimes you get when you're sleeping, like you feel like you're falling and then you jolt up. I don't know if that's relatable or not, but
no, it is. It is.
I woke up with that feeling of falling, like as I felt like I fell back into my body.
Like, wow, man, that's heavy.
Yeah.
It reminds me of, and that is a real thing. Years ago, like you, like many of us, we look into other religions and all this other stuff before we find Christ. And I was looking into some New Age stuff years ago as a teenager, and I was reading about these, leaving your body. There's also a lot of talk back then about some people would see a silver cord attached to them, but these are people, like you're saying, that would float. And there's so many stories about it. For a while there, I was a dumb teenager, but I was trying to figure out how to do it. And I just kind of lost interest in it. But since then, I've seen so much and read so much about these experiences. I've talked to people who've had these experiences. it's in movies. That there's a movie, Doctor Sleep, that just came out a while back about a witch that feeds off of children, basically. But there's a scene in there where she's astral projecting, leaving her body and spying on people and stuff. So we know that it's a thing. I'm just saying because it's in a movie, we know it's real. You know how things work. It's like a mirror world. But go ahead, I'm rambling.
Yeah. I was kind of reading chat there. A lot of people are saying like KJ preached to this guy. I'm just sharing past experiences, guys. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not a preacher
I want to make
either.
it clear, like,
no, yeah,
I've chosen to, follow Christ now.
Right.
I don't get anything like this now at all. But I'm just talking about like, I'd put myself into a state of what I now think is like vulnerability, where I was seeking this sort of spiritual, and what I ended up with was just demonic. Like,
yeah. Well, that's where I'm glad you're going to tell your story. You can continue. Don't worry about those people. I didn't even see that, but I haven't been looking at the chat. But if it is there, personally, I don't like that kind of spirit either. I don't like a religious spirit or preach at him. I'm not a preacher. It's like, I'm not that guy. I want people to tell their stories, and there's no prerequisite for having to be a follower of Christ to come on the show. I hope nobody out there feels that. I want everybody welcome. So yeah, man, that's my approach. Don't feel weird about it, my friend, and please continue. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to let those people know as well on a more like personal level, like,
sure,
I'm safe. Don't worry about me. Like, I don't need delivered from anything, I don't think.
Right, there you go. Good
I'm
man,
just here
good
to
man.
chit-chat. I'm just here to talk about my experiences.
Cool.
So, yeah, I'll continue like that. I did mention the dream had like 2 parts.
Yeah, please do.
I said in the initial part, I was in the doorway. So the second part, I got up and went to, like, I thought I was just going to get a drink, like I normally do. And yeah, so when I came back, I was standing in the doorway on that spot that I saw the entity standing in. And I saw myself floating above my bed, looking down with white eyes and like a dark aura.
Wow.
And I was looking down at myself and I was like, fuck me. Like, sorry for the profanity.
No, you're all right.
I'm bad with that stuff sometimes.
That's okay, you're fine.
It blew my mind, like, because I realized like the entity that I was looking at and the dark presence was like within me.
Wow.
And
wow.
I don't know. It sounds scary.
Well, how'd that end? And has it ever happened again?
No, never again. I mean, sometimes like I said, I'd be surrounded by like dreams about entities and kind of sleep paralysis sort of stuff. But
wow.
I've kind of purified my own mind a bit.
Good.
Especially with Christ and stuff.
Okay,
I feel like Christ can be like an anchor in these sort of scenarios now, because if I feel it coming, like sometimes, I don't know, sixth sensey, you feel like you've got these entities following you around and stuff, that like eyes on you. I don't know how to describe it. But
no, I've heard it from other people. It makes sense. I know these experiences are real.
So yeah, so sometimes I just like remind myself in my head in these scenarios, if I could sort of feel that like Christ is with me. You can't touch me. You can't do anything, and it just disappears. It's like an anchor, and it just brings me back every time, like the love and stuff from Christ. And that's sort of how I've like purified myself now. I don't have any of these sort of experiences now.
Good.
And I think it's because of Christ,
Oh, I think so too, man. That's awesome testimony too. And thanks for sharing with that, man. A lot of people can relate. I've heard a lot of these stories as well before about the sleep paralysis. I had some as a little bitty kid. I've mentioned that in shows throughout the years that I saw the Hat Man, but I thought it was a cowboy when I was a little kid. But, so we've all, not all of us, but a lot of us have had these things. But thanks, man. I'm glad things are better now too. I'm glad you finally found the right way to fight this.
Right. Cool, man. One of the things I want to say before I go as well.
Sure.
Yeah, so Michael, I think, mentioned earlier, I don't know, you've got a great community here, KJ.
Thank you.
I don't know, like, do you have any sort of thing where we can engage with the community, like just without these events and stuff? Like,
man, you know what? That's a great question. You know what I should do? Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to think. I have a website. I mean, all I got to do is find a widget, something I can add there. And I've been thinking about this anyway, and I can create like a forum on my website. And I think if I did that and then I advertised it on the shows and tell people, hey, come over, it's free and we can hang out there and talk, or y'all can talk, share things, stories. I'll work on that, man. I've been it's been on the back burner. So do you think that's something like that would be pretty cool?
yeah, well, I don't know if you know what Discord is.
Oh, everybody tells I do, but I've never looked into it. But go ahead. I may have to.
Well, yeah, I use Discord quite a lot as a young person, and I think something like a Discord would be really well suited. You know, I can't be the only one that's interested.
Maybe I'll do that then. Okay, well, hey, you're not. I've had a lot of people say go to Discord, so I'm going to look up Discord this week. I'm familiar with it. I'm more familiar. I'm like Twitch and all that other stuff. I know all that, but Discord I've never looked much into for whatever reason. But thank you for the suggestion, man, and I'll definitely look into it, and I'll start working on that. I'll figure out a way we can do something else, and you know, outside of this, you guys can connect more with each other, the community. I think that'd be wonderful.
Yeah, man, that's one thing I kind of decided that I definitely wanted to bring up, because you know I want to chat with like this sort of I talk about like purifying myself. I don't know if that sounds like culty, but like
no,
you know, like bringing myself away from the world and the sin. Other people have talked about that on here before.
Yeah,
like I feel like talking to people really helps get off my chest, and you know, I've brought up points that have been shared with other people here, but like it really helps to just share this experience with me.
And if I did Discord, is that something where y'all could all talk and stuff? Is that what that is?
Yeah, we could talk in voice chat, we could talk in text. I'm seeing chat light up just now. I don't know if you are. Like,
I'm not seeing
a lot of the chat.
But are they all saying it's a good idea?
Well, yeah, I think
all right, man, I'll look into it. I promise. I'm going to look at Discord this week. I promise. That's a great idea.
Okay, man, that's great news for me, because I'll definitely be on it.
Well, thanks, man. It was all I appreciate you telling me, and it's been a real pleasure meeting you. And thanks for staying up so late, and thanks for sharing your story, man. It's fantastic.
Right, no problem, KJ.
Hey, take care, and I'll let y'all know on my YouTube channel when I get my Discord. I'm really interested now. We'll see, and we'll see how that works out, and it'll be cool, man. And you're the one that gave me that idea.
Got you interested.
You did. All right, man. Have a good night and take care.
Right, bye-bye, KJ.
Okay,
see you.
Bye. All right, man. That's awesome. I'm going to look into Discord this week for real. I'm all for branching out. I'm on some other places too, but you know, it's not a bad idea to keep branching out. Good idea too. I like that you guys could all talk more. Joshua's up next. Then I got just a couple more. All right. Joshua, how you doing? Uh-oh. Hope I didn't lose him. Hey, Joshua, are you there? Joshua. He may have fallen asleep. That happens sometimes. I hate when that happens, just because I know you guys have to be patient. I appreciate it. Joshua, can you hear me, man? I guess not. Okay, I'm going to come back to you, Joshua. I'm sorry. Let me jump in a private chat and tell you. Joshua, you're next. You guys ever see that movie called You're Next? Joshua, you're next. All right, man. I'm going to come back to you. Oh, I lost him. He left. All right. In that case, Fashion Star, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi. How are you?
Oh, wow. This is so crazy. Yeah. Wow. Sorry to be so cheesy. Yeah. Yeah, I'm here, and it's just, things have been crazy. And I have like so many stories, crazy stories about all the stuff that you touch on, like literally.
Good.
But I feel like because I'm not seeing this out there anywhere, I want to talk about. Oh gosh, am I really gonna do this?
It's okay.
The whole I don't know if you know this, but in certain places they're like requiring temperature checks before an employee can work, and I have a weird story about that.
Yeah, tell me. They're doing it in some places out here where I live.
Really? Are you serious? Dang.
Well, before you enter some government stuff. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. No, like, and one of the weirdest things is that they didn't really say it on the news, right? So I've been watching the news, and I was expecting if they were going to implement some mandatory thing for you to even work, that they would say it, like, hey, because they announced the mask thing, right, and all that, and blah blah blah, and they would always on the news talk about, like, you know, going forward with this job, they might do temperature checks, but then I didn't know that in the meantime they'd already implemented it in certain
Sure.
cities where I'm at.
Oh,
So,
sure.
anyways, yeah. So I, where should I begin at square one? So like, okay, so like when I first even heard anything about it, I got this really bad feeling, right? Like this really horrible feeling. But I thought to myself, it's just a temperature check though. Like, why am I getting such a bad feeling? I mean, first they did the masks, now they're doing temperature check. Okay, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But then I had this weird experience. So I get this I got this email, and it was a person requesting a job interview, like, but it was weird from just from the beginning. It was just so weird because the email was straight to the point, no pleasantries. Okay, so you know how you usually get an email and it'll say, hi, I just wanted to reach out to you, I saw your resume on blah 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 blah, and yada yada, sincerely Jenny from HR or whatever. I don't
Sure.
know, something like that.
Yeah.
No pleasantries like that. No hi, whatever, nothing. Straight to the point. No name or anything like that. And she just says, can you come in for an interview? And there's like a sense of urgency, and also like rudeness. So it seemed rude and urgent. And she was like, can you come in for an interview today? I'm here until 3. And like, and thinking, well, maybe they're just desperate. Maybe some places, with everything, just, maybe they've just gotten a little desperate because, maybe their business is going down. I don't know. And so, but I looked into it and I was like, well, I couldn't do it today, but I could do it tomorrow. Okay. And like, not that long after, she replies, and she's like, what did she say? She said, oh yeah. She's like, okay, can you come in at 12? And then there were like so many question marks, and like maybe there might have been like an exclamation point. And so I'm like, why is I'm like, man, I mean, that's
Her
pretty.
text language was kind of extreme, basically, right?
Yeah, and there's definitely such an urgency and like rudeness and stuff. And so, okay, so oh gosh, there's some things I don't know if I should say, because this is really really weird. Just even
No.
2 days before, there's
You're
some
in good
weird things
company. Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Feel free.
Okay. So this. Okay. Okay. I'll just say it. Okay. So, because I want to get all the weirdness out.
Yeah, it's
So,
okay.
about this. So 2 days before she sent the first email, I've never had this happen before. I was being followed by a car, and I don't want to give too many details about that right now, but I've never seen that. If it's happened to me before, I haven't noticed it ever in my
Wow.
whole life. Yeah. And then it happened 2 days in a row, the same kind of car, let's just say, and so
And it
you'll
was obvious
see.
to you, right? It was obvious. Like you're like, what is?
Yeah. Okay. So, well, I guess okay, you guys know I'm in California, so I've said that, so I guess I can say it. So
Yeah, that's okay.
so was this the day before or the day? Well, anyways, one of the days, it might have been I think it was literally the day before. I was on a little park overlooking the beach, and so the car was behind me, and I had a real strong sense, like, yeah, I'm being followed. they're watching me. And then I was like, maybe I'm just being paranoid with everything that's been going on. So then I went down these little steps onto the beach, and guess who shows up on the beach, right? It's the car. The car shows up on the beach. And so then I'm like, okay, well, if they're really following me, they're not going to want their car to be in the water. So they won't go, if I go step in the water, surely they're not going to, even if they are following me, they wouldn't do that. So I start walking right along the water. So the water just coming to my feet, going back, ball. The car starts following me, gets right on the water, and is following me.
What?
Okay?
Wow. Did you think to film them?
It's
I guess
crazy.
you may have been scared, though, but I guess filming them may not have been on your mind because that could have provoked them, too, I guess. But go ahead.
Yeah, I think of that now. I'm like, I wish I would have filmed it. I really wish I would have. Anyway, so that sort of thing went on 2 days before I got this email, right? Okay, then oh my goodness. Okay, then I wake up to go to this crazy interview, and
And I'm sorry, what was the company again? What kind of work was this?
it was it is like some sort of urgent care sort of thing. So
Okay.
I guess it that kind of makes sense that they would temperature check, but this gets so much weirder, and
Go ahead.
it just weirder and weirder. Anyway, so okay. So then, like I'm, on my way there, and let me see if there was something I was gonna say before then, because the whole thing all along the way was weird.
No,
No,
it's
yeah, I
okay.
think okay, yeah, all right. So I'm on my way there, and then I suddenly, as I'm getting farther away from where I live, I get this horrible, horrendous feeling, and I'm like, why am I getting this feeling? And with everything going on, I was like, did something happen again? And what's going on this time? And so I'm thinking it's like something that happened on the news. So I pull out my phone, and I'm looking at the news, and I'm like, no, just this, it's the same stuff, which is horrendous, but there's nothing new, um and so I'm like, why am I getting this horrible, terrible feeling? And so I it kept getting worse, and I kept thinking this is about this is gonna sound really extreme, but I had a feeling it had something to do with somebody dying, and something that terrible, And
Mhm.
and I'm like, what? I'm like, why on earth am I feeling that way? That is just that's just very, very weird. So basically, then I am walking to the place, and and I did ask Jesus. I was like, what is this about? Is this specific to me or what? And I kind of got the answer in my heart that this was about me. That it was a warning for me. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is just an interview. What could go wrong?
So you may have been
So
being interviewed by the enemy, by the terrors, if you like, or by goats, or by people infested with those spirits. Who knows? It's my mind, but go ahead.
yeah, I know, right? So and I'm walking right, to the place, and guess what? I get followed, and it's by the same
Car?
yes.
Really? Okay. Wow.
Yes, and that is even weirder than what I'm saying, but I'm wondering if I should share how weird that was,
Yeah. I
but
mean,
in the
go ahead.
oh, sorry.
No, you're
And
okay.
so, and this time, the person in that vehicle makes direct eye contact with me, and it
Wow.
looks like he's laughing or something,
Wow.
like a joke is being played on me or something
Was he
like that.
by
Like it was
himself?
that. Oh,
This
gosh.
sounds
Well,
like some gang stalking type stuff too. But go ahead.
yeah, it was really crazy. He was alone in the car, I think.
Don't let it make you definitely don't let it make you feel crazy. I'm glad you're telling us. I know you might be a little nervous about it, but don't be. It's a friendly audience here. And gang stalking type activity is a real thing. In some cases, it's people's psychosis, but in other cases, it's absolutely real. I know somebody who it's happened to, and that's a whole other story. It wasn't me, but anyway. So, but no matter what, these are scare tactics, fear tactics. If in fact that's what this is, and yeah, Jesus is going to be your key. Is just as Jesus can make these grays disappear from our rooms and the shadow man disappear, he can make these things disappear. So, I hope people would pray for a hedge of protection around you out there, and just continue, please.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Thank you for saying that. Because wow, I'm so glad I have you guys. I'm about to cry because like
It's okay.
you guys are such a great community. I mean, really.
Thanks.
Yeah. Because even people that I know are like, no, that's crazy, and I just,
That's so unfortunate. Don't let that
yeah.
bother you, okay? You're in good company, and I believe you, and I understand, and trust me, you're okay. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
You're welcome.
Okay, so now we get to the really nutty thing. Okay, so I'm going there, and when I get to the destination, okay, when I get to the place, this woman is standing outside, and she has the most hateful look on her face. Like, and she looks at me, and it looks like she wants to kill me. I'm just saying, I'm just saying. And I'm thinking to myself, why on earth is this woman that I don't know, giving me this look? And then I'm thinking, is she maybe like a patient that's disgruntled with something? But why is that what's going on? But why is she looking at me like that? Like, why, and she's looking straight into my eyes just with burning hatred is how I would describe the look in her face. And guess what she says to me? She's
What?
like, "Are you here for the interview? I'm going to be interviewing you today."
Wow.
And yeah, and I arrived there because I'm a very punctual person. Okay, so I actually arrived way early. It was I was at least about 20 minutes early. Okay, so I was way early, and she like jumps. She like lunges at me. She's like, "We're gonna do the interview right now," and I'm like, "Oh, I know I'm early," and she's like, "Right now," and I'm like, "Okay, yeah,
Okay, sure.
all right," like, and she just keeps saying like, "Yeah, we're gonna do it right now. Come on," and she brings me inside, and oh my goodness, the first thing I see is that weird head thermometer thing, you know? And the one that I saw, I'm just saying, to me, it looks strange, okay? And like I know it can be explained, like, oh, well, they have to use, you know, this to do that, but I'm
Sure.
just saying, to me, it looked really strange. Like it had like a bright blue dot in the center with like bright little bright blue dots around it, and
Yeah, I've
this was
seen them.
like yeah, and there was like like a see-through screen and stuff like that on it, and it's just sitting there. And the receptionist, it was like sitting on her desk and everything. And so, I commented to her. I said, "Oh, you guys do temperature checks?" And she didn't even like answer me. Like she wasn't like, "Yeah, we do temperature checks." Like
This sounds like a
she didn't.
terrible place.
Yeah, I know. Right, right. She didn't say anything, right? And so I'm like, "Oh, I heard about those." And she didn't say anything. And what she's telling me the whole time is she said, "First you're going to wash your hands. You're going to come into this room and wash your hands." And there's this bathroom that was designated just for washing your hands, and it had this huge sign that said for hand washing only, and that's it, blah blah. And and so she keeps going on about this, and I'm like, "Oh, I'm just curious. I haven't seen one of those before." And she's like, "You're gonna wash your hands here, here. This is where you wash your hands." And then she starts to talk to me like I'm a child that she's like angry with, like an angry parent or something. Yeah. And she's like, first you wash your hands, you come in here and you wash your hands. And I'm like, "Oh, well, you know, but
Okay.
I'm like, okay. And I'm like, well, that's fine, but I'm just curious, you know, are you gonna do it? Is that what this is about? Are you gonna do a temperature check? And then she keeps saying, you come over here. She begins to escort me to this bathroom to wash my hands. And she's like escorting me over there. Okay. And then I'm like, you know, I'm like, I didn't know you were gonna be doing a temperature check. And then finally, somewhere along the way, she admits to it, but it looks like she's gonna like grab me. You know, it looks like she's gonna like grab me or something. And even if she wasn't, that was like the urgency that I felt from her is like let's you know it almost like she's getting paid or something like that. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that's what was happening, but like what
It
would
just felt like, I know what you mean. Like he felt like there was a different agenda this lady had, right?
yeah. And especially because she was like before I even walked in, she's looking at me with hatred, and she doesn't even know me, you know. But I don't know, you know.
No, don't
But
feel
anyways,
don't feel weird. My look, here's my explanation quickly, just my own experiences, and I've used this analogy like the movie The Matrix, where Agent Smith can pop into any body of any human walking around in that reality. And that's, to me, it's the same thing in this world. It's spiritual, and there are demons, and sometimes they work in unison, and they can jump into different people around us, and perhaps that's a part of a gang stalking thing, you know. And then also there's gang stalking that's organized through other means. I'm sure government and black ops and whatnot. But so I don't think that's so crazy, because I look at everything first through my spiritual eyes, if you will, and then you
yeah.
kind of work everything out from there. But I've seen that too. I've definitely have what I feel is these things manifesting in people around me. I give you stories, but it'd take a really long time. Just I want you to understand I'm with you. So go ahead.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. It's refreshing to like have somebody actually, because I was thinking everything you're saying, but I feel like I can't share that with people. But and you know, I don't know the logistics of how they do what they do, but something weird's going on. And so, anyways, so then like I tell her, especially when she's like jumping at me like she's gonna grab me, I'm like, hey, you know, actually I have to go, you know, and so, yeah, yeah, and so, you know, I go out the door and everything, thinking like, okay, this is over. But then she follows me out, and I didn't want to look back because I was just really trying to get away.
Could
Like I
feel
wasn't, yeah, like I wasn't running, but I was walking quickly, right? And I'm like, I gotta get out of here. And
it.
um, and she's like walking after me, and then I hear her talking really loud, like extremely loudly, like like she wants me to hear, and it's like she's on the phone with somebody, but she was saying what what I caught of her saying was something like yeah, the position's still available. You can come in right now, you know. And it's but she said it really really loudly because like I was, you know, walking really
She's
quickly
being
away from
rude
her.
too. It's obviously right. And then, but I see what you're
Yeah.
saying. Maybe there's some underlying message there. But yeah, it sounds like she's also just being a witch. You know, just out as your lead. We don't want you. But she knew you didn't want them, right? But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. And I almost had a feeling she thought I was gonna say, "Oh no, wait!" Like turn around and say, "No, wait! I do want the let's go
Right.
ahead and temperature check me now." But like, oh yeah, yeah, okay. And so then the whole thing is crazy. So then I'm like, you know, on my way back home, right? And guess what I see?
That car.
I'm being yeah, that car again.
Whoa. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Well, and is that where it ends, or have you seen it since?
I have to plug my phone in, but it acts weird when I
Oh,
plug it
okay.
in.
Go ahead.
Wait, wait, can you hear me all right?
Yep, I can still hear you.
Okay, perfect. All right. Sweet. Okay. So Yeah, okay. It does get crazier, but I don't think I want to. I mean, the whole day was insane. Like, but if I share the whole thing, it'll just. I mean, I don't know, man.
Well, it's up to you, but
It's
this could be one of your only people or groups to ever tell this to. I'm just saying, you know.
You're right, and I have a feeling that like people should know this because especially because like there was no warning, there was no announcement that they were gonna like start doing this to people. Like you would hear about it on the news, but not as a requirement. That was already happening. They would always act like it was going to happen in the future or only at certain workplaces and all this sort of thing. And so one of the things that like I'm afraid might happen in the future, and I'm not saying it would or anything like that, is that if they did do that whole threat that they're saying to go door to door, that don't expect to necessarily like hear about it on the news. You know what I mean? They
Right.
might just show up
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
everything.
Definitely thought of that too. Sure.
Oh gosh, it's
But
so
you can't.
crazy.
But we can't worry about it. You know, we can't. And you got to remember that
Yeah,
fear
you're
is
right.
the ultimate enemy. It's the ultimate tool of the enemy, and it's what all the demons and wicked spirits suck that up. They love fear, and so yeah, we
You're
can't
right.
let that happen, right? Remember that and know that. And I believe you may have experienced something spiritual, and that maybe it was just your day, and all these things were coming out. But then you got the car thing happening as well. So the good thing about
Yeah.
you telling us all this, there's a lot of prayer warriors that are in the audience, and I bet you a lot of them, if they aren't already, I'll ask them, please, guys, let's pray for a hedge of protection around our friend here, and with all that's
You guys are so great. I just oh my goodness. I'm sorry, I might cry. I don't want to.
you're okay. Go ahead.
It's just, I've had so many people just say like, "Well, that's nutty," and especially because like after that, when I went home, I like thought about it and I at first I was just thinking, oh, it's just weird, but whatever. But I was thinking to myself, um, not to be fearful, but I'm just saying, I like was thinking that all they have to do is like fake a temperature, and then that's it. They could do,
Absolutely.
they like for all I knew, she could have been like, "Oh, yep,
Well, you
you
got a
got a
2-week
temperature."
quarantine or
Yeah,
something.
you
Yeah.
got, or maybe even like, take. I don't know. I don't know. I won't let my mind go there or
Yeah,
anything.
don't. Yeah, try not to. I
Yeah.
do that too, just because I'm an imaginary creative person. So yeah, it's you can't. You can think of all the scenarios, but you know what we'll do is let's. Can I pray for you real quick too?
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll just say, Heavenly Father, our friend here has definitely been experiencing some strange things, to say the least. And Lord, you understand the spirits better than I do, and all of us at what's at work here. But whatever's happening, it sounds nefarious. It sounds like it's something planned, and our friends certainly sounds like a really good, sweet, and more innocent type person that doesn't need something like this or deserve it. Not like anybody would. But Father, please protect her, form a hedge of protection around her, and make all this stop. If she's a target of the enemy, Father, please break that. And thank you. And in Jesus' name I pray, amen. I hope that
Oh,
helps.
yeah, definitely. I appreciate that so much. Wow. Wow.
You're welcome.
Oh my God, I'm tearing up a little bit. I'm sorry. That's
You're okay. I think it's great. Don't worry about it, because I can tell that
wow.
you've been in some pain. So I think you're going to be better.
Wow, because I love about your community that I can get things out if something weird happened in my day. I can just say it.
Yeah.
And, instead of like what happens in the world outside of our community, even, just even our like Christian, general community, it's like the people react sometimes they react really strongly,
Yep.
like
Judgmental and everything else. Yeah.
yeah, because like if I don't know if I should. Well, no, I've said it on the chat before, so I'll say, like, if the vaccine comes out, I'm not gonna get it. And when I tell people that, they get like crazy with me. They're like, and so I don't actually tell people anymore, you know, because I mean, they just get crazy, you know. They're like, well, why would, you know, blah, blah, like they just don't understand. But I can tell you guys, you know, and you guys like understand that, you know, and it no matter what happens, I'm just not going to get anything like that. If I think anything even remotely could be saying, you know, giving a salute to the beast system, I won't do it, you know.
Yeah, you're in good company. We won't either.
I mean, it's so important to me. It's like the most important thing. And
Well,
and I did grow up with my parents like telling me I think I left this comment on your on one of your videos one time that my parents would always emphasize the mark of the beast. Like they thought it was something I was going to have to deal with. Like they were really, really like, you know, if something like that comes out, don't ever do it. And,
good.
you know, don't ever accept it. And I would read it in the Bible. And what's funny is that of all the Bible stories they shared with me, which every single one of them have been useful, by the way. So they were really good parents, you know, and I thank God for that and every blessing, you know. Um, and so they would, I've used all those stories in my life, and with the mark, with, you know, the mark of the beast and how they would share that with me. When I read it, I was like, this just sounds crazy though. And of everything I'd heard of in the Bible and all that stuff, I like that was the one thing to me that I couldn't believe in. It actually had me questioning my faith. I was like, how could something like that happen? That's ridiculous. And now it like really, really, really strengthens. It's like one of the number one things that strengthens my faith because it's so obvious that
Mm-hmm.
there's so many different ways I could think of that whole thing could go down. It's like not even, you know, and so it actually strengthens my faith to think
Good.
about it, but it's horrifying.
Yeah.
It's like, and then with everything that's going on, it's kind of interesting because it's like, um, you know, I'm trying not to be fearful, I'm not, you know, I'm not, but you know, I mean, maybe every now and then,
Yeah, it
you
comes
know,
in. It's
but
okay.
like,
It comes
but
in.
but you know, I'm still living my day-to-day life as one can these days, and I'm not living in fear though. I can tell you that for sure. I'm not living
Good.
in fear, especially because I'm growing closer and closer with the Lord. But every now and then, what I'm saying is like when I think about it, you know, I'm like, eek, you know, I'm on that list. Whatever it is, I'm on that list. You know what I mean? Of the
Yeah. Don't worry about it though. Hey, we're all on that list,
the
honestly. You
people
know,
that come after, you know,
that are
or
fighting it. Yeah, and we are. And don't worry about it, man. You know, I know you're not, and I know fear can creep in, but just remember, you know, you're protected. You're going to be okay. We're praying for you, and just hang in there. Your confirmation to me that I should probably really look into this Discord thing, so you guys can all have a better way to communicate with each other. I think that could be a good thing for you and
well,
all of us. Go ahead.
you know what? You know what I'm thinking? Well, if it's free, that'd be good. First of all, because like, you know, with the situation, you know, I'm just saying, you know, like, you know, I can't be spending the Benjamins right now. You
Oh,
know.
I don't think Discord's a spin thing. I think it's free.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a Twitch or a YouTube. It's just another, you know, social media thing. I mean, I've heard of it and I know people do it, but it's more of a younger kind of generation thing. But so I'm going to look into it. But no, I don't want to put anything out, you know, like that. You know, like, oh, you get, come pay to be. I don't
Okay.
know. Is Discord a thing where you have to pay? I don't know.
Oh, I don't know either. I'm
We'll
just
see.
putting,
Yeah.
because like some of the other people I'm subscribed to, they have something like that, but I can't get on it because like I can't commit to, you know, a certain amount or
Oh,
anything
I
like that.
see. Well, we'll
But
see. Maybe I could figure something. Maybe I'll do both. Figure out something for my website, a forum for people as well. You know.
yeah, but I think it's a really good idea, especially now because I think that, you know, we just we need to have like it's a good time to be connected, and I think the enemy wants to stop that, you know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah,
Like he
it's
wants us
obvious
to
with
be
what they're doing with
isolated,
social media. Yeah.
literally isolated. And so Yeah.
Well, on that
But I
note,
think that's
go
a
ahead.
great idea.
Well, thank
I
you.
think it's just a really, really great idea, though. Yeah.
Thanks. I'm not trying to be rude. I just realized I should probably go ahead. I think I got two more people, but so I'm not trying to rush you off. But is there anything else that you want to share before we go?
Let me see here. Because man, I've just been, man, things are getting just, crazy.
I know. Hang in there, okay? Don't worry. Like there's a lot of us in it together, and I don't want you to feel alone, okay? So but hang in there, and I appreciate you sharing everything with us. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, okay. So so that was like a job interview, right?
Yep.
But what I found out is that there's certain cities in California and then like I guess the whole state of Arizona and stuff like that. And then, places like Texas, Florida, stuff like that, where like I said, without even announcing, like I know I said this, but like without even announcing it on the news, it's required. But that's the thing is that it's how can they like just out of nowhere just require something like that? And
Oh,
then
yeah.
what happened to like remember when like sharing medical information was like it was such a sacred thing that you keep that private like that they just threw that out the window.
Oh yeah, it's all out the door. I mean, I'm not, you're not trying to be a nihilist here or anything. I'm just, they're just being real. But I mean, yeah, we can't judge on that anymore. I mean, all that stuff's out the door. News, of course, is completely controlled. So, and I know that seems really chaotic, but that's the system we're in. Some people hear this and they're like, "Oh my God, what am I going to do?" Well, that's why most of us here follow Christ, or a lot of us do, because that's the anchor that we need right now, man. So yeah, I'm with you on that. That's the way it is. It's hard to discern. I look at stuff every day, and I still can't tell half the time until I look at it for a long time if it's even a real story, or does it seem like something created. Again, it's nuts. But hey man, my friend, on that note, I should probably let you go. We've been going for quite a while. I just realized it's no offense at all, but it's been a pleasure, and I just need to get to my last couple folks here.
Oh yeah. No, I totally respect that. You've been going a long time in general, so yeah, no, I definitely understand that, and I thank you so much for doing this and for hearing me, and the kind words and the kind prayer. I really appreciate it.
Hey, you're welcome, and hang in there. And we'll, like I said, I want to work on getting something set up for the community. I'll figure it out. But God bless you, and stay safe. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. You too.
You're welcome. Bye bye. All right, man. I got Frank. Looks like Blake jumped in too. So I'll get Frank and Blake. I wonder if that's my friend Blake here from YouTube. We'll see. All right, Frank. How are you, man? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
How are you?
Me? I am excellent. Your birthday day.
Oh, good.
How are you?
Hey, I'm really good, man.
First off, thanks for being on. You are awesome. One of my favorite channels. You have helped me a lot, as well as all these other people.
Great.
I have a lisp I need to apologize for. Long story short, I'm 41 and did a lot of bad things in my past, and of course, it took a toll on my teeth. Went to get them out, saved the money for years to do it, and 3 days before I was supposed to get my permanents put in, they shut down all the dentists. So I'm still waiting. Yeah, it's been rough.
Yeah,
got everything done, got them ripped out. I healed, and it was painful, and I'm glad I did it. But then they called, and they're like, "Well, yeah, now we're shutting everything down, so we'll call you when we're open."
Oh my gosh.
So I'm self-conscious about it, so I'll explain that. I needed to say that for me.
That's okay.
A couple things I want to get into my testimony quick, but before I do that, and the Lord works in mysterious ways, because I was supposed to be on earlier, and I have cats because I volunteered, and they knocked my tablet over.
Cats, gotta love them.
Yeah, I was low on power. I did not think I'd be able to, be on the list to be on here. So and they're running around, and yeah. So because of that, though, I'm able to comment on a couple of the callers that you had that I would not have been able to do so if the cats had not done that. So
works in weird ways, huh?
Oh my gosh, does he ever? It amazes me every day.
It's beautiful.
So to the young woman who was talking about the transgender and making it hard for her to make friends, and you could just hear it in her voice that it was something that was really paining her. I could hear that.
Yeah.
And I wanted to reach out. I'm sure she's still listening for some reason. I have a feeling she is. It's a hard thing, but just trust in God and know that maybe you're not supposed to be making friends right now.
Right.
You would put people in your way that you are supposed to be around. You'll hear my testimony soon. I think you'll find some comfort in it. I was a bartender for 18 years. I had no problem making friends.
Oh man, I bet
And
you've got
now
stories. I almost went into that business. Go ahead.
oh no, Dad, yeah, I remember you talking about that a couple times. It's
Yeah, I've
something I
always
want to
been
hear more
interested in it. Yeah, and I want to hear your story. I like, I don't know, it's something about the bartending, just because like you enjoy people, it sounds like, and I enjoy people, and I like to talk story, and well, that's the perfect place to be to get stories, Go ahead though.
It really is. Well, it was also a perfect place for me to get in trouble, so I'm glad I quit.
Right. Yeah.
And so to her, I had so many friends around, and you'll hear that it took me cutting myself off and not having friends, and spending time with the Lord.
There you
And
go.
I was very lonely for a while, and He will put something in your life there. So hold on and spend more time with Him, and you won't feel that emptiness, and you won't have trouble, because everyone who is having hard times at this time, you're meant to be here in these days. Remember that. God has put you in these days, in these final times, in these hard times for a reason. You are meant to be here and living now. So with that, I'm as quick as possible. I basically grew up with a stepdad, single mom in the beginning. I got into the church very early. My stepdad was a Marine, converted his ways. He was a very violent man, very did a lot of drugs, after the Marine Corps, but then he found Christ. I was gifted with speaking tongues at 9 years old. We went through a lot of things. I was in the church. I don't know if you ever heard of the Royal Rangers by chance?
I have not.
It was basically the Christianity's version of the Boy Scouts.
Oh, okay.
And we do the same thing as they did, but it also centered on, reading the Bible and worship. So, all the camping, everything of that nature. But, my stepfather became the leader, and I was in there, and I got so far as I was second place runner-up in the whole state of California for Ranger of the Year at TED. So we spent a lot of time. Within that time, things started changing. My stepfather gradually went from a man of God to the horror story, Christian tyrant. And it got to the point where I started seeing, as I got older, that he was not practicing what he's preaching, twisting Bible verses. I would call him out because I knew the Bible, and I would just get me more, And then at that point, I started questioning the church. I started seeing things that didn't make sense in what they were teaching, or just in general, Not that it was false, but it wasn't looked at it right.
Mm-hmm.
And it really, state of rebellion came from a lot of that. And
sure.
Got to the point where I had questioned my youth pastor at the one time on something. It was something simple, but he had it wrong, and I knew it. And because I questioned it, and I pretty much proved it wrong because I knew my Bible verses, I got thrown out of the youth group, which I can now look back on. Then my stepfather got worse and worse, and long story short, he divorces my mom. He goes away, gave me a bad. At this time now, I'm 14. I have no faith anymore. I'm like, I was in a religion. Look what it did. This is, Christianity's about. I'm not for it. So, that led me away from God for a lot of years after that.
I bet.
Although I always believed, I always, knew he was there. Although I might have denied it sometimes, now all of a sudden I'm back to single mom and I'm doing whatever I want. No father figure. But I always had a sense of understanding, and I didn't really know why until these past 4 years, of something not right. I was never one to trust a narrative, even at school. Would research things that I wouldn't know how, but to me, some things didn't make sense. I couldn't explain it, but I'd always question it. I was that kind of person. I gained a lot of respect from teachers for that way, because I looked into those things a lot. I may not have done my homework, but I could tell you if certain things didn't happen the way you're saying, back in history. So I get into bartending, doing a lot of drugs. I'm doing a lot of cocaine, getting really messed up. Really messed up.
Oh yeah.
Never had any kids that got married though. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen it in the bar. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lifestyle. Never had any kids though.
It helps you keep drinking all night. That's why, right? I did that stuff years ago too. I know what you mean. It just kind of goes hand in hand after a while, doesn't it?
It really did. And it was, and it was a point, like I said, I never got married, had the girlfriends, and never had a child. So I didn't have that grounding point where I was making a lot of money. I was single, no kids. I was a functioning drug addict for the better part of 17 years. Never missed my rent, wouldn't owe money, and did whatever I wanted.
There you go.
It was a wild ride. So then my mom, and she had remarried since then, her and her current husband both went on disability at the same time. They can't afford the house. I had not planned on moving back home or quitting anything I was doing. But I said, well, yes, I'll help you. I'm the oldest of 4. I'm the older one. I will move back home. I'll cut back on some of my drug use. And yes, we'll get caught up on the bills, and I'll do that. My mom had reestablished herself with Christ within that time as I was running the streets, you know, because she was also in the church with me and her ex-husband. I moved back in the house, and right away, I see her reading the Bible. She's not pushing it. I'm kind of like, yeah, you know, I'm not doing that again. I'm not falling for it. Don't talk to me about it. You saw what happened last time, Mom. Then, you know, I feel like I'm getting called. She's reading. I had picked it up one night. I read a couple things, and this was 4 years ago. And then you were familiar with a channel called Truth to Strangers and Fiction?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they've been around a long time.
Great channel. Great channel. And at this point, I wasn't really looking into any conspiracies or anything, or even Christ, but I happened to just by accident find a video he did called Ethereal, Battle for Heaven and Earth. And I watched it, and it not only did it connect some dots when it came to science being a new religion and how they've established all these things, you know, how it was in the cabal, its evil roots, science and all these things that are going on in the world, and things that I thought were wrong, but it connecting it back to Christ and the church, which was mind-blowing to me. And I said, whoa, these are not things, you know, this is, you know, I know the awakening started way before this, but around 4 years ago, it was hitting hard, very hard.
And it takes different things for all of us, man. You know, it takes different videos and different sources and different movies, and I know what you mean. My first thing that cracked my reality was the Bohemian Grove footage from Alex Jones, and that was like 15 years ago or something. I saw that, but you know what I mean. And then other people, it's whatever. But anyway, so you saw it was, what was the title of it? Ethereum.
Ethereal, I believe.
Ethereal on the Stranger Than Fiction. I'll look that up.
Yeah, I would. And anyone who has any questions and really needs to connect dots, because you know I was in the church and I saw the negative side. And I had also always been kind of awake, without knowing it, to, you know, science and things being taught. I always had a bad feeling. But now that video had quit, it's like a 2-hour-long video. It's very long, the longest one he does. That thing connected both of them biblically. And I said, whoa, this is insane. I have to know what's going on here. I had prayed to God that night. I said, look, if you want to guide me on this journey, I'm going to look into these things. What I said was, I'm going to take this video and break it down all 2 hours and research everything. I want to see if this guy's telling the truth, you know? I want to look into where he's saying the science came from, where these doctrines came from, the writings, you know, of the fallen angels being gods, just all those kinds of things, which I'm sure I don't have to go into. All the things that are hidden. I said, I'm going to break it apart, Lord. And I would like knowledge and discernment. If you're still around, it wasn't like if you're still here. If you know, if it's something I'm meant to go into, and you want me back with you, I know you're real. If you want me to try to forget the past, give me some knowledge and discernment. And sometimes you should be careful what you pray for. Let's put it that way.
And I was going to say that was a great prayer. That really is the best way, I think, to communicate. Just be real like that. Say, hey, I really want to know, and I want to be shown, and you know that's great. Go ahead.
So yeah, I do that, and then the very next day, I know I'm still working. I'd been at TGI Fridays for that whole time, bartending 18 years. I had a solid job. Get into this random argument the next day after having that prayer with a coworker, and of course I was still partying. It was probably, I think it was a few day bender at that point, and I had blown up. Quit my job, thinking it's no big deal, you know. Turns out I don't get the job back. Now, in this time, the first couple of weeks, I don't really care. I start slowly diving into the video, slowly not doing any more drugs because I don't have the money, you know? Not really. No, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It just became a snowball, as you'll see. And I'm looking into the video and everything's proving itself right. I'm looking at chapters in the Bible, and flash forward like a good, I run out of my nest egg, which only lasted a few months. It wasn't a nest egg, just money to keep me afloat. I still don't have a job. I'm looking for a job, but at the same time, I'm waking up every morning and I'm spending all day on looking into scripture and looking into history. And that's all I do all day. People in the chat will know I just told them I have 2 devices. I go by Derek and Frank. The Derek one is my brother's phone, and he had given it up because I am the type of person who I could listen to the audio Bible, but yet play an online game at the same time and watch TV and know what's going on everywhere. I'm just multifunctional like that. So I'm listening to a podcast here, or not even podcast, I should say, teachings from that channel, or the audio. I listened to Worlds in Dogma by Albert Pike.
That's a great one that's a great one to have knowledge on. It really sheds a lot of light on what the higher levels of masonry are about. Go ahead.
It does. And it was insane. So, I was able to listen to audiobooks of things in that nature. And I've had good, there's things that attach to me. I know that there's some people out there who really shouldn't delve because I couldn't say they can handle it. They're more sensitive to letting things in for some reason. Never affected me because I've had Christians, people around me calling me evil and Luciferian for me to read that book. I don't believe so.
No, me
but
either.
Be careful.
Right. Yeah. I've said it for years too. Is when we get into reading about the occult and the esoteric stuff, like Manly P. Hall's another really interesting one. But you got to be careful because you can fall in love with the knowledge. We got to remember Christ is what it's really all about. And when learning some of these things, I look at it like just, we're learning the devil's playbook. That's all. We're figuring out how he works. And we have to go to some of these minds to find that. But hopefully with praying for protection, if you guys do this and look into it and you haven't, because it's all deep, but it's all real and it's fascinating and it's how the world really works. Go ahead.
It's yes, no, I agree. I wanted to know, all I wanted to read it for was for the because I started waking up to the symbolism and where I wanted to know where it came from. I wanted knowledge. Yeah, it was like practicing, practicing to play the other team. I wanted to know what his tricks were, and I was able to listen to those things. And on my other device, I could play my game. That's the last thing I gave up. I could keep myself busy because I wasn't working, and I could do this. I was doing this 10, 12 hours a day, all day. Now it's shifting to about 6 months later, and my mom doesn't, they're both on disability, like I said, and money's gone. My mom's freaking out. God tells me not to worry. And I'll flash forward a year, just over a year, I went without a job. God took care of everything. Rent appeared. They're on disability and hadn't gotten approved yet, so there was no money in the house. I'm bringing in no money steadily. He wanted me grounded and staying in the things he was showing me. I did it every day, 7 days a week. I thirsted for it. I gave up my Facebook. I gave up my cell phone service. I got Wi-Fi to look at these things. I got rid of the cell phone. I got rid of the Facebook. I got rid of all the distractions, the people, and God just constantly kept us afloat. All the bills, everything, never freaked, never had to stress about it. Although my mom did, and that was her lesson in the whole thing. She would yell at me, "You need to get a job," and I was trying, and I would say to her, God wants me here right now learning this. I'm trying to get a job, but that's not what I'm supposed to do. And I remember I got a job here and there, and after 2 days, something stupid would happen, and I got fired. I had never been fired from jobs. And wow. It turned out that I wasn't supposed to have a job yet.
No, I love it. I'm with you. I've lived that way for years now. I mean, I live through Patreon, PayPal. I live through, now I have merchandise and stuff. I mean, there's different things, some sponsorships here and there, but that's how I've been kind of living for many years. And there've been some really, in the past, some really, really dry times and tough times, but I always knew it'd come through. I'd pray about it and, and just be like, Lord, I'm in your hands on this. I'm doing as much as I can. And then it shows up, or you'll get a new Patreon subscriber or something. It's like, it always seems to work. It's pretty amazing. Go ahead.
Okay. It would be something like you said, simple as my neighbor being like, yo, he physical bank, you cut my grass this week. I don't feel like it. There was food money. In this time, I'm getting closer and closer to the Lord. I haven't totally given myself up yet, but the more the dots I'm connecting, the more clear it's getting. And so I sat here and I did that for a year, and had all these friends, had all these people. And the more I started getting back into Christ, the more, it wasn't hatred. It's not that I did not want to be around them to witness if I had to, but it just were things slowing me down. Things not good for me. because you know as well as I do, you know, the contacts you make through that kind of job or even acquaintances, you know, isn't really cool to be, you know, if you want to be in Christ, you know, going out with them every night, you know, or talking to them on Facebook.
Bad company corrupts good character. You bet.
Absolutely. So I finally get a job after a year, and it's going to lead into a good testimony about the COVID and everything. I'm getting there as soon as I can. God puts you where He wants you. So I get a job at a beer distributor down the street. Now I'm thinking to myself, a beer distributor, do I really want to be doing this when I'm back into Christ? You know what I'm saying? I was having questions. You know, I'm glad I'm not a bartender. I'm away from this element. Does He really want me selling beer? You go there. It's only a short walk down the road, so I was able to get rid of my car and insurance because, you know, we didn't have money, and He put me there. I worked there. They're Indian people, Hindu, but nice, very nice people. I knew the bar industry already, so all the beer I was selling, I knew about because I pretty much tried it all. And I've been working there for a year and a half. And then COVID hits. COVID hits, and as well, my town is every other town, and you guys know what it is. There's a lot of people stressing, and the main point is actually, I have not gone through any hardships in this whole thing because of what I went through before. I have not. My life has not changed one bit with COVID. Not at all.
Great. It's a blessing.
Everyone that I used to go out with, and I would be upset of not being able to hang out at bars. I don't do. I'm not a depressed person, but you know, I'm out in the world every day, and I try to be as good of an example as I can be, as a good person to the public as I am. And then when I get home, that's I want to be in the Word.
Yeah.
So COVID hits, and then the mask thing goes, and I'm getting warning bells going off in my head. God's telling me, look, don't wear the mask. Because then my town makes it essential for work. You know, I'm an essential worker. You have to wear masks now. The order came, I think, 3 days before they enforced it. And I am, for some reason, I'm kind of freaking out. Not that I don't want to do it just to be rebellious. Something's telling me, don't do it, don't do it. And then I'm going through, well, I'm going to lose my job. So I pray about that for 3 days. And I go into work, and it turns out I'm not wearing a face mask. My boss is, all the other workers are. Don't you know, nobody asked me one thing of why I wasn't wearing it.
That's great.
Not one thing. So I continued to do this, and at the same time, pretty much I'm here. All these people are coming in. I've turned this beer distributor. No one wears face masks anymore. I'm the only place in town, and when people ask me, I say Jesus is my mask, Jesus is my vaccine. And I leave it at that, and I just be happy. I shake hands if they want to shake hands. I'll give hugs out if they want hugs. You want to have a conversation, do that, because people were lacking that. And you can tell people, you know, especially the ones who are alcoholics or maybe not had a good life before that. You could tell it was hurting them. You know, it was really getting to people and stressing them out. So I just tried to be as upbeat as I could. And over these past few months, it's completely flipped to, through example, and I haven't been knocking on the, you know, I have learned over the years that when I'm approaching a non-Christian, I attack, you know, I don't attack, but I try to come to terms with them on the level they're at. You know, I try to connect the worldly ways, because it all leads back to God. Push them in that direction, and it goes. So I don't preach all day, but I dropped, you know, hints here and there, and we've talked. 9 out of 10 people don't wear face masks now coming into work. My boss gave them up. People are coming in just to speak, saying how this is the only place in town you can feel normal. The only place that you can go and do this and do that. And it's just funny how over the years and everything that's happened, and been down on myself, losing all those friends recently, I am where I'm supposed to be.
Yeah, look at the work that's happening, which is great. Look at what God can do through you there. It's awesome.
Yes, and I should have let you get more words in edgewise there. It's
No, you're fine. I've been trying to give you time just to talk, man. It's been good listening.
Well, thank you. I don't get to share with many people. I've like I said, I lead people towards, you know, I had read a book a couple years called Written on the Clouds, an old book written in 1800s. And they give the testimony. I'm sure it was Paul or John in biblical days. They went to this city, and he converted an entire city of idol worshipers by not saying one negative thing about their God they're worshiping, not correcting them, by just letting them speak, being nice, never saying they're wrong, never attacking them, never saying, well, you should be doing this is evil. he gained their respect over a period of time by letting them speak, and then he would talk. That they said, you know what?
I love it. That's
Why
right.
don't you just, yeah, why don't you just get up here and address us all? You know, it took him a while to do it. And so I'm trying to approach it by nature. You know,
that's the key. It's because the apostles knew had respect for free will. I think that's beautiful. Yeah,
it's been
that's
hard.
what it is.
You really want to blur it out sometimes. You know, that it's an evil. You know, it's evil. You're worshiping evil. Can you see the symbolism? And after reading that, I'm like, I got to calm myself down. You know, it taught me a good lesson. But that's what I've been trying to install. Yeah. Trying to do that at work and reading.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with that. I love that approach. Believe me, that's perfect. I think it's great to not come with conviction and anger and a fist, but with open arms and just say, and genuinely say, I want to hear your story. I want to hear why you worship this idol. I want to hear everything about it. Like, just tell me. It's beautiful.
No, it got to the point where the people who do wear the face masks were giving me dirty looks in the beginning. Because believe me, the first few months, it was a struggle. Well, I should say the first two, because the past month, it's been a complete change at that store. Every other place in my town, all face mask mandated. We're supposed to be face mask mandated. We're supposed to be doing it. God's been looking out for us. He's working there in some good ways. But anyway, even the people who are wearing the face masks, who would trigger on me once in a while, and I would just smile, they're now starting to have conversations with me just to get to know me. They would come to me and be like, why are you so happy? What's going on? So that's been pretty cool.
That's awesome, man. I love it. Thank you, man. That's awesome. That's a great testimony.
Thanks for letting me share. There's I lost all my friends. I had 3 friends left. One of them was a Christian, and I lost all 3 of them this week over this whole thing. The last Christian friend I talked to, besides, you know, I go and chat here. And this is back to that girl who's alone. I've been alone, and it's been great. I've been taught a lot of things, and you'll learn. You don't need that worldly. That's what I'm going back to the young woman who said that. I had one Christian friend left, and she had come over the other night, and I had just picked up the Sefer. You know what that is, correct?
I'm not sure. Please tell me.
It's a Bible, but it's more of, it's got Enoch in it. You know, more of the
gotcha. Some of the Apocrypha, yeah.
Yeah, and well, it's more that and more of root-based Hebrew words.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, instead of that, so it's a little more elaborate Bible. And she looked at it and immediately started thinking I was evil and worshiping Satan, blah blah blah. Right. And then to find out that, you know, she wanted to, well, read me some of it, what's on it. And I get to the word beget, and she's supposed to be in Christ too, and I don't question her. And she did not know what the word beget means. Is that in the Bible? That word's in the real Bible, beget? I've never heard of that. But then she triggers and just says, I'm following Luciferian doctrines of that word. Been friends with this girl for 20 years. Great girl, gone. So, well,
this is a time of separation anyway, you know? So I'm glad you're going with the flow with it.
Yes. And then I just want to reach out to people there. I've heard so many bad stories of things going on and people depressed, and I see it and I get it. But there are good things working if you let them work through you. Pray over it. He's calling people out to do certain things. Not everyone's good to do the same. It's a time of, you know, we know what's going to happen in the end, but it doesn't mean it's not going to be stressful. And I can honestly say I've not been stressed one bit at all over this thing. I'm prepared to do what I do. And if I had a message to people out there, you can work through you, man. If I can get a town wearing face masks to at least have, and we have like 200 people a day coming here. So let me tell you, the drinking has increased tenfold over this pandemic.
Yeah, I've seen that in news stories about beer sales too. Yeah, it's huge.
It's insane. So let God work through you guys. Don't get that's what I'm getting at. Don't, you know, if you're down, if I see a lot of people in chat, in every chat, that, you know, they don't want to be in this world anymore. They hate it. Oh, I get it. I hate it too. We're not supposed to love it, but don't get depressed.
Yeah, that's true.
Let it stop you. Don't let it stop you guys. I'm seeing a lot of that, and rise up on it. You know,
thanks, Frank.
You might be alone, but you're not lonely.
That's a great message, man. I appreciate that. And man, thanks so much for sharing the story, the testimony. It's awesome. And you're a warrior, man. I appreciate you.
And I appreciate you, man. You've done a lot of good, KJ. A lot of good. And oh yeah, your mods. I got to say hi to the mods. You have some of the best mods on YouTube.
Thank you. I'm blessed. They're great. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Keep doing what you're doing, man. You have really helped a lot of people, and you will continue to, man. You're really a warrior for Christ, and I look forward to everything you do every week. With KJ's, what happened is what keeps me going sometimes during the day when I'm working and I'm busy.
Thanks, Frank. That means a lot, man. You're welcome, and I appreciate it. And hey, we'll do it again soon. Thanks for sharing your story, and take care, okay?
You too. Thank you.
Okay, see you later. Wow, guys, we almost did it. Okay, 5 hours, midnight, where I'm at. I got Blake is my last. Blake, how you doing, sir? Are you there? Uh-oh, I might have lost Blake, too. Well, that might be the end of the show. Blake, I'm sorry I missed you. I tried. Okay, guys, I think that might be it. Hey, that's okay. It's been a 5-hour run. We did good. So now is the time. I'll just once again thank you all for being here. I really appreciate you. I hope you enjoyed the show. A big shout out to the moderators. Of course, all my links are below if you want to check out my Roku channel, if you're looking for emergency food supplies, whatever. Also, my Patreon, PayPal, if you want to support the work, and links to other social media and stuff, please check below. Also, I like to end all of these shows with a prayer, so I'd like to do that real quick, and just say, Heavenly Father, first off, thanks for all the amazing people that came on tonight, and for all the amazing people in the audience. It's a lot of great folks out there. We come from all over the world, different walks of life, but we're all connected through you. So thank you for that. Thank you for providing places for us to hang out, talk, meet up. I pray you'll guide me to maybe find other ways to create more communities like that, and I'll look for that, and thank you. But really, Lord, thanks just once again for the great people out there. Thanks for, again, giving us a place to all hang out and meet up. There's obviously a lot of change happening in the world, and everything's going pretty crazy. Help us all, Lord, just to stay in a peaceful frame of mind as we watch all of this unfold, and also not to be passive observers, but to have you individually with each one of us guide us in a way that we can assist the kingdom while we're here. No matter what our lot in life is right now, wherever we are, doesn't matter. But please, Father, I pray you speak to each of us individually and guide us in how we can help the kingdom in any way that we can. On that note, I love you. And in Jesus' name I pray, amen. All right, guys. I got to tell you, I'm a little tired, but it's just because it's been a run. But I have enjoyed it the entire time. Y'all are amazing. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks for sharing your stories, man. I mean it. Thank you. And for all of you hanging out and listening and chatting in the chat room, thank you too. Hope you all had a safe 4th of July. I appreciate you spending a lot of it with me. And this week I'll have some more things popping up. I think I got a Bigfoot show I'm going to do in a couple days. That'll be a fun break from reality, won't it? And also a video. And then, of course, KJ's What Happened Next Friday. You guys take care, and I'll talk to you soon.